Hello everybody! Welcome to the King's Cup tournament. We are finally there, and hopefully we have fixed a few of the audio issues from yesterday. So, you presumably know myself. I am JKing7, and with me on the caster's desk, to my right, is none other than Berto Burrito. Do you want to introduce yourself to the stream?
I am Berto Burrito. I am casting. Hello.
Alright. Great opening words. So we will start by looking at the bracket we have here today, and then going over a bit about the format in case people have missed it. Let me find the bracket. Here we go. And pull it up to the top. This is the bracket we have here for you today. This tournament is an invitational, which means these 4 players were invited by me. I picked players who I thought are very good at the game, have put in a lot of effort and work to continue to get into tournaments, place well, but players who have not quite reached the results that I think they deserve or have not reached results recently. So we have a very strong lineup today. On the top of the bracket, which we will start with shortly, is Vinny versus Cappuccino. Both of these players have made countless tournaments, and both of them have made countless podiums. And today, they are going to be trying once again to earn some of that sweet, sweet KARDS esports money. All 4 players today will be fighting for their chance at $100 cash prize pool, and 1939 has generously agreed to supply the other players who do not make that first place $100 prize pool with some diamonds for their troubles. On the other side of the bracket, we have Wild Eyes versus Kolbasnik. Again, these are 2 players who have been playing KARDS for many a years, have been playing KARDS competitively for many a years, and will offer a strong fight for that $100 prize pool. Do you have anything else you want to say about these players? I'm sure you have fought all of them, probably several times in tournament. I know I have.
Yeah, well, I mean, as you said, they're all strong players. They all have a good chance. It's hard to say based off of the deck lists. It's not like anybody's got a counter lineup here. So, really anybody's game, and I think it'll come down largely to quality of play here.
And that really is the point of this tournament, is to make KARDS tournaments, well, this KARDS tournament, as competitive as possible, give players as much agency as possible, and try to eliminate just the luck of the draw aspect that might be more prevalent in a best of 3. So, to just quickly run over the format, it is going to be a best of 9. Each player has submitted 5 decks, 1 deck from each main nation, with the only restriction on their decks is that they cannot bring the same ally nation more than once. Which means if you're bringing Britain, Italy, Air, you cannot bring German, Italy, Control. If you're bringing Japan, German, Aggro, you cannot bring US, German, midrange. So this forced the players to have to make some difficult decisions in terms of deck building and lineup decisions. And it has led to us having 20 decks, some you might expect, some you certainly won't expect, some new decks, some very old decks we haven't seen in a while. So yeah, I'm very excited about that. The first players who we're going to have on stream shortly is Vinny versus Cappuccino. We went over decks yesterday, however, let's quickly just run through the decks of the players who are coming up next right now, starting with Vinny. So this is Vinny's Britain-Poland control deck. Obviously it's using the Legions, and this is a deck which we've seen in tournaments before, but very sparsely and not for a very long time. Do you have anything you want to say about this deck?
I didn't know we've ever seen it in a tournament before.
Yeah, we've seen it a handful of times. I know John PX has brought this deck once. Actually, I wouldn't even be surprised if Vinny has brought this deck once. I don't believe I have brought this deck, but I remember I was very, very close to. I almost submitted this. I was like seconds away from submitting this, and then I decided that I thought it was not great. But that was then. This is now. We will see how Vinny pilots this deck. Then we have his German Italy Alpine deck. This one is quite interesting. It's not shown here because the website is not up to date, but he is using 3 copies of the new 6-cost 4/7 Alpine Guard that Italy got.
7 Falpini, I believe.
Yes, so it's got the typical Alpine cards, it's got all of the cheap ones, it's got the encirclements, but it has significantly more late game than I think the typical Alpine deck has. It has the Schwalbe, it has the Leopold, and it has 1 Reichsbank to help get there. Yeah, what do you think about this deck?
Well, I think it's very spicy and will be exciting, and it'll also have a lot of an advantage against the slower decks that any of Vinny's opponents might bring, which I feel like you're a little bit forced to in this format. So I think we'll definitely see this taking a win at some point.
All right. And up next we have the Feigned Retreat deck. I mean, I don't think there's a whole lot to say about this one. This is pretty typical Feigned Retreat. The only difference is he has these Shinhodos rather than Mitos. Yeah, let's just go straight on to the next one. It is Soviet Self-Damage. Another pretty common deck we've seen in the past few tournaments, and this version of it I think is pretty standard. He's got 1 copy of the counteroffensive, 3 Sunrise Divisions. Yeah, I mean, I know you don't run the counteroffensive, but I assume that this is otherwise very close to what you run, right?
Yeah, pretty dang close, and the deck is nuts. And we'll definitely see it performing well from quite a few players today.
And let's get on to his last deck. It is the US Britain Ramp. This one I'm very interested to see how it performs. We spoke about yesterday how it might have a little issue in the very early game. It doesn't have a lot of options on 4 if you have the War Machine on 2. Yeah, well, I suppose on 3, when you have 4 credits, you don't have a lot of options. If you don't hit that Seaforth, you could be taking a lot of damage. But once you get up to the 6 credits, 7 credits, then you're going to start slamming huge cards every turn. And hopefully that is enough to turn things around. Do you have anything to say while I pull up Cappuccino's decks?
Just that it's a little lower on the anti-aggro in the early game, which is a little bit scary, but we'll see if the C4 Highlanders come down on Brave.
Here is Cappuccino's first deck. It is a second Britain-Poland, the deck. This is not Vinny's deck again. That is right, we have 2 different British-Poland decks in this tournament. This one is pretty different. It has only 1 tire now. It has less of the 1k intel cards, as in it's not running any of them. I'm really hoping we get a Britain-Poland versus Britain-Poland matchup. I think that'd be quite interesting to see who's built the better Britain-Poland deck, or at least who's built the deck which is better in the mirror. Then we have his very, very small, condensed, combined arms deck. This deck runs a whole lot of standards and a whole lot of 4 copies of them. We've not seen this deck very much in the last couple tournaments after the nerf to the Henschel. However, this is certainly a deck which can force out a win just on turn 4 or 5 against a lot of decks. If I'm Vinny, I'm very worried about getting this deck into my ramp deck. Yeah, what do you think of his 2 dive bombings, which is really the main surprise with this list?
I was playing a game on ladder yesterday, and the way my opponent used dive bombing was just to buy a turn in which I couldn't attack with my unit and went face. So maybe that's the strategy with the dive bombings. Almost like a mini Monty.
All
just
right.
for one guy.
Yeah, that is actually true. You don't even need to trade into it. It just stops your opponent from being able to kill your tanks. Then we have another Feigned Retreat deck. This one's very similar to Vinny's. He is running the Mitos. The only real difference I see is he's running one less Mito, one less Aikido, one more Mito than the typical list, which should potentially help him into self-damage, just because these Aikidas die easier to the one damage, like Winter Warfare's the Sickles, and Mitos can threaten the self-damage player a little bit if they drop too low. So, interesting tech choice. We'll see how it goes. Then we have his own self-damage. Actually, pretty similar lineups so far between these two players. The self-damage one, though, is, again, it might be the same archetype, the same overall deck, but in terms of card per card, it is very different than Vinny's. You have the Utsunomiya. I'm probably butchering that. Unit, it's the 5-cost 4/6 infantry for Japan that deals 2 damage to the enemy every time they play an order. He has 2 copies of the recently changed 95th. This should be 2 credits. But the deck builder website is not updated yet. And interestingly, he does not run Sunrise divisions. So, yeah, what do you think about that?
I think that is really harmful in the mirror. But with the extra healing with Road to Berlin against some other aggressive decks, and decks with more burn at the end, it is advantageous.
And last but not least, this US-Italy ramp deck. Do you want to say something about this? Well, I set up the matches.
I sure can. So, this deck only runs one Bologna regiment for sort of early game defensiveness, and you could also argue air defense also serves that purpose. But it's really reliant on finding that second California and Mare Nostrum in the mid game to come back on the board, come back in terms of your life total against these aggressive decks. And I think it might be a little bit difficult to get there, but there's always a chance, and we all know how strong Mare Nostrum is.
All right. Well, let's get straight into the first game. I'll just tell the players that they can start. And yeah, well, you'll have to bear with me a little bit, as this is the first time using spectator mode. Hopefully this works. In the meantime, you can look at the deck lists for yourself. Link is in chat, as well as enter the giveaway with code King's Cup. Alright, we might be getting a bug with spectator mode. Alright, yeah, I think I have to restart my cards. Bear with me.
I tell the players to rope out their first turns just to so I don't miss too much.
It's okay. They can play how they would normally.
I just meant like play slowly until we get there.
Yeah.
But alright.
Alright, well... technical difficulties. This spectating feature does not seem to be working for me. Okay, I think I've solved the issue. Yes, okay. Getting into the game. And just have to refresh this. Okay, we're into game 1. It is self-damage versus, here we go. This should be solved going forward. It is self-damage versus the combined arms deck from Cappuccino. We will be getting Cappuccino's hand shortly. And this does not look like really the start you want from Cappuccino. Vinny is at full health on turn 4, has more units on the board than Cappuccino, and still has 3 cards in Vinny's hand that can act as removal. And there we see Cappuccino's hand, and it's not looking terrible, but it's not looking great from my perspective. He does not have any of the... Oh, okay, that's untrue. He has the 1 op cost reduction. He can get the tank up. He's presumably going to trade. And then I would be surprised if he didn't play the combined arms on the Hummer in the backline. That's exactly what he does.
And now all of a sudden it's looking super good for Cappuccino here. With none of Vinny's units trading particularly well here. He may try to just slap a Shiden and hope that Cappuccino won't be able to trade effectively. Although we can see the dive bombing in Cappuccino's hand, which really is effective against the Shiden and its ambush effect here.
Vinny does have the choice to play Desperate Measures now and attack with the Raiding Brigade into the Panzer A, which would destroy 3 of Vinny's 4 units, and still leave him with enough credits afterwards to do Shinhodo or dive bombing to hit the Hummer. However, he chooses to go for the bombing raid, likely because he's worried about a potential, just one, getting the Desperate Measures out first lowers your credits. The sooner you lower your credits, the worse it is, because the more total number of credits it destroys. As well as his other play did not leave him with enough credits to kill the Hummer if it's buffed a second time. Cappuccino just decides to go all face. He probably has the read on the Desperate Measures. This play from Vinny does very clearly look like a Desperate Measures setup, but there's nothing Cappuccino can really do about that, so he drops Vinny to 8 and gets his board cleared. And it is worth noting Cappuccino does not run Comet in his deck. So in this situation, it is actually very dangerous with his potential inability to get this extra damage in. However, the dive bombing on the Shinhodo means that the autocannon cannot die unless Vinny top decks second Shinhodo, which is able to blitz straight to the front line and trade with this autocannon, which was likely Cappuccino's last real chance at winning this game. I think I can't imagine he's able to find enough cards from this point to be able to get in that last 6 damage.
Yeah, Blitzkrieg would be close, but without one more unit already there in the front line, and without very effective draw apart from Enigma, which is obviously not very useful at all here, it would be extremely tough.
He can put Vinny down to 4. However, in doing so, he will drop himself down to 4 if he trades the pair of C into Akita, which means he will just die to Shiden. So it's really looking like game 1 is going to be going to Vinny.
I can't imagine Cappuccino feels too bad about a loss to standard Feigned Retreat Aggro in this sort of format.
Yeah, this is certainly a deck that I think if you're Cappuccino, you just expected Vinny to win with regardless.
If he didn't win with the Aggro, this game likely would have won with it fairly shortly after.
And Shiden comes down, killing Cappuccino. I would like to highlight a very interesting play Cappuccino made at the end there. He decided not to move up the 35T, and I think that's because he knows his only chance of winning is if this Sendai comes up and he's able to draw a buff for the 35T, kill Sendai, get these 2 units on the board. So even at the end, excellent play from Cappuccino. However, it's not enough to overcome the Feigned Retreat deck from Vinny, which means Vinny takes a 1-0 series lead. And going into game 2, do you think Cappuccino just brings the same deck again? Or does he bring one of his 4 other decks? He certainly does not lack for options.
I think I'd bring a different deck just to keep Vinny on his toes.
Yeah, that is true.
If you're bringing the same deck, there's a pretty decent chance Vinny can predict. Maybe you like to bring the same deck back. But if you're switching a deck, you have 4 other options, and at that point, Vinny has about no clue what you're doing.
All right, they're getting into game 2, and it is this Vinny on self-damage, and Cappuccino has switched to his US-Italy ramp deck. Very quick mulligans from both players. And I can edit this. Vinny is up 1-0. And ramp into self-damage. Cappuccino hits the War Machine into Hour of Need with California War Bonds strap bombing. This is looking like a pretty good hand from Cappuccino. I know you've played a lot of self-damage. If you're self-damage in this situation, seeing the hand from ramp, how are you feeling?
I mean, it's still really hard to say at this point. Sometimes when they use so much ramp, it's actually okay for you just because they have fewer resources in hand.
Mm-hmm.
The main thing that I would be feeling as Vinny here is that, I don't have any red dawns, and when Cappuccino's deck is so reliant on the California regiments, that's something that I do not like to see.
Yeah, and strap bombing coming out from Cappuccino rather than using the California to kill the 4-5-6. And I actually really like this. Limiting Vinny on credits. This self-damage deck does like to get up to more credits, just so it's able to throw out a lot more of its cards at once. And he knows that Vinny's likely not going to play another self-damage, which means this 4-5-6 is still going to be in range to just be killed by California. This high-altitude bombing also gives him another choice, but I'd expect him to save that for one of these Sunrise divisions in 34ths. And, I mean, turn 4, this is not really where you want to be by self-damage, or as self-damage. However, he does have way more resources in hand than Cappuccino.
The Sickles first is a little interesting. I was kind of expecting a 456 to come down that turn, or a 33rd Recon with Winter Warfare.
So yeah, he does go for the Recon play. I mean, Recon and Winter Warfare and Sickle, both plays draw cards. I guess Sickle, he's committing less credits in case he draws something off the sickle that he really wants to play. I'm not sure really what that would have been, because he drew sickle off the sickle, which I would think is really the only other option.
Yeah, and I also like that he's holding back his engineer battalion so that he can drop below 10 strategically to play Sunrise Division before worrying about your health and starting to build that back up.
Yeah, that is a very good point. He only spent 3 of his 4 credits last turn, just because he had several 1-credit options in hand, but he just didn't want to play any of them. That is something I feel like is a lesson you learn as you improve in cards, is just because you can play something doesn't mean you need to play something.
And Vinny has a lot of card draw just on the board with these recons right now. While Cappuccino has more effective cards in hand, Vinny is going to keep drawing cards at a very fast rate, and I think that's really scary for Cappuccino.
Yeah, and I would suspect he's just going to trade the 5th Rangers into the 34th Guides and play down Thunderbolt. But you're still very scared in your position. You're down to 13 health, and you haven't seen a Mare Nostrum yet.
Thunderbolt is very effective on this board, in that it does help you catch up on this card draw.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of great ways to deal with it. I suspect Vinny is going to be dropping his Sunrise Division this turn, just getting a 9-9 down, trying to end this game as early as possible.
Red Dawn just for the Sunrise Division seems like a very strong play here. We do know that Cappuccino does have this Lion for a Day, which is probably going to be coming out, but likely the next turn once it moves to the front line, because as an infantry it doesn't provide much of a threat right away.
I also think goes for the double ramp. That's very interesting. That will let him play Seaborn Invasion, push all of these units back to the support line, potentially even return them to hand if more units come out, as well as play this Lion for a Day. And he can even do Lion for a Day, Seaborn Invasion, and attack with the Thunderbolt. That's 15 credits, will let him do a whole lot of options. And I think that's a very interesting choice. I was going to suggest he doesn't need to play the Lion for a Day that turn. Maybe he can just be 17 and save the Lion for a Day next turn. And he sees the play to not... He doesn't need to Lion, but instead of going for the B17, he decides, I'm just going to ramp, so I have the ability to play 2 or 3 cards from hand. Although this KV is posing some difficult questions, he can set up for a 2/3 chance to kill it with high altitude bombing, which I suspect is what he's going to do, because he cannot survive with KV on the board much longer. This Thunderbolt will actually take another 2 if he attacks with it first before playing high altitude bombing.
Something I was thinking about, is Thunderbolt's wording when it attacks and kills, or just when it kills a unit? It's just when it kills a unit, right?
Yeah, it's just when it kills.
So Vinny also had the option to attack with his recon into the Thunderbolt to deal 2 damage instead of 1 last turn. But, of course, you lose it on the board.
Yeah, and this 33rd Recon is still posing some problems, even if it's just 1 damage a turn. Cappuccino's at 5 health, but with the strength of these huge attack blitz units in Cappuccino's deck, if he finds just 1 Mare Nostrum, he can heal 9 instantly. And healing 9 in this situation might just be enough to end the game.
Yep, Vinny really running low on resources where Cappuccino is not. Really making the most of his more expensive units to pull ahead and getting a lot of 2-for-1s with these cards.
Vinny has quite a few options in this situation. He can go for the 7th Alpini B17, 7th Alpini Seaborn Invasion, 7th Alpini Thunderbolt, play down the 5th Rangers as a 4/4 in attack. Decides to go for the Seaborn Invasion and 7th Alpini, and rolls the 6/6 and Jasko. And I think if you're Cappuccino, you're pretty happy with this. Potentially even one of the best options, because although Vinny does not have a Red Dawn in hand, if you roll a California or if you roll the Airborne division, you are worried that that 3 health is just going to get taken out with a Red Dawn. But this 6/6 is almost certainly going to force a trade from the 34th Guards. And looking at Vinny's deck, does Vinny have any way to get rid of this guard in the support line? He's not running Sendai's. He does have the Naval Brigade in his deck. I believe the Naval Brigade is basically the only way to get rid of this 7th Alpini without it healing.
I don't care for Vinny's line here. He took 3 different instances of dealing damage to himself this turn, and he still chose not to play the 456. Which I feel like once you're this low on cards, even if you have a higher tempo play, you really need to squeeze all the value out of your cards that you possibly can. And that is not what he's going for here.
Yeah, and I think that was a bit of a slip up from Vinny. I think he did not. I think he lost track of how many units he had on board, because when he hit the rope, he started trying to play out the cards in his hand that he had the credits for, but he played the 33rd Recon first, hitting the 4-unit cap in the support line, meaning he couldn't actually play out the 0-cost 34th. Although, seeing Cappuccino's hand, I don't think it would have mattered. This 34th
Absolutely
is
not.
not doing anything. And this, he has to play the Red Dawn to gain guard, or else he's just dead. But I think it's fair to say he's just dead regardless. It's really looking like this very strong showing. He decides not to play the Red Dawn, which means he's just dead on board. Cappuccino bouncing back, winning with his US-Italy ramp deck, very convincingly, I thought. Especially considering he never drew a Mare Nostrum.
Yeah, he had pretty much the perfect ramp start, and then he found everything he needed. A little scary going down to 5 life, but once you wrestle back control of the board, it doesn't really matter, because KV was the only burn in Vinny's deck. Or, sorry, did I confuse the players there?
No, you're absolutely correct. KV is really the only burn in Vinny's deck. Yeah, so now it's a tied game, open slate. Each player has 4 decks remaining. I mean, at this point, I don't think it's... I think there's way too many options to potentially predict what they might play in Game 3. It looks like Vinny is bringing self-damage again, and Cappuccino is bringing the Combined Arms deck again. How do you feel about Combined Arms versus self-damage? Obviously, if Red Dawn can come out and kill the early Hummer, that is potentially just game-ending. Very, very smart play, I think, by Cappuccino, choosing to play out the Panzer A before the Hummer, because you expect the Red Dawn on 1. And I think very smart play by Vinny, keeping the Red Dawn back, saying, I don't need to kill a 1/3 smokescreen tank. That's not really much of a threat. However, this will result in the the combo everyone knows and loves to hate from Combined Arms, the Jaeger and Combined Arms, which is going to make a 0-op 3/5 tank, if he so chooses. I mean, I don't really see any better play. I guess you can play the Greif instead of the Jaeger. would assume Jaeger is just better in this situation.
Looking at Vinny's hand, he really doesn't have very efficient ways to deal with this. He skips out on the Winter Warfare into the 1/1 parachute, which means if he wants to get rid of that, he'll have to use 2, which doesn't even deal with the tank in the front line. It's all just awkward in his hand right here.
Yeah.
I would say this is a very favorable matchup for self-damage, but everything just isn't quite lining up how you want it to for Vinny here.
And this Sunrise division actually might come down to being the game decider. I can see a world where Vinny's essentially just out of resources, Cappuccino's has like a unit or 2 hitting face each turn, and then this 9/9 comes down. And this 9/9 might be coming down much sooner than we previously expected if Vinny chooses to, and I suspect he will, Red Dawn the 2 units in the front line, move up the tank to kill Hummer, and slam a Sunrise division.
Yeah, and that's probably going to be game. Cappuccino getting really unlucky drawing Enigma and Blitzkrieg, which is not at all what he wants to see here.
There is still the hope of Para C. The Panzer A is a good card to have if the next card on his deck is Para C. He can either choose to play it down now in Smokescreen. He will have enough credits to play it down, play Para C, and attack into the 9/9. And, I mean, if the next card in his deck is Para C, I think it is entirely possible he can mount a comeback. However, he's really only going to have 1 turn to find that Para C, or it's just game over. I don't think he can afford to attack into the T-80 with this tank, because otherwise you're virtually guaranteeing that this Sunrise division will hit face.
Well, it's hard to know that in 2 cards, Vinny will have Winter Warfare or Sickle, or does he run 95th as well?
I do not believe Vinny... Well, I can check that right now. Vinny does not run the 95th.
So I don't think there is too high of a chance that Vinny has the removal in hand. Like,
I mean,
obviously a pretty decent chance.
There's still 4 Sickles in the deck, and even a 4th Red Dawn. So I think there's 7 cards in the deck. He has 2 chances at 7 cards to kill the Jaeger. I mean, that's actually a really good draw for Cappuccino, because now Vinny has to make the choice, do I kill the Bomber or set up 2-turn lethal? And he kills the Bomber because... and it's a very good thing that he did, because if he had not killed the Bomber, he would have just immediately lost the game to Para C on the Bomber.
Well, immediately lost the game is strong. He can still draw things.
I mean, but the Bomber sticks. Cappuccino would get a second spoils. Vinny's probably just going to drop Cappuccino to 3, I would expect. I mean,
and then he has lethal with KV.
But this means Hummer is getting to the front line, which means Combined Arms is actually just lethal. I don't think you should play the Blitzkrieg this turn. I think you should just move up, hit face for 2. And 4th Red Dawn from Vinny. That draw is huge. But if he doesn't play the Winter Warfare, he will die anyways. Is that true? That's not true.
That's not true, but he will get an unfavorable trade into his 456, because it'll be a 2/4, and then Blitzkrieg, you trade in, you get 1 hit to face for another 4 damage.
And he has to make the decision on whether or not to take the 3, because if he takes the 3, he gets the guard and buff on his unit. This is a really hard decision in Vinny's situation. I'm very glad I'm not sitting in Vinny's situation right now, because there's 3 cards in your opponent's hand that have been there for a while.
with no Comet in Cappuccino's deck, I think it's pretty easy to take the damage yourself, because fighting for board is all that matters at this point.
And that's not going to be enough to end it, because this unit will gain guard after the first attack. However, he can put Vinny to 3 health.
Probably just going to use 1, though, this turn, I imagine.
Yeah, with 4 Red Dawns gone, this Hummer is almost guaranteed to stick. There's the Naval Brigade as really the only option. If he does go for the double Blitzkrieg, it increases the odds he can Enigma for a card. But it also stops
answer
lethal.
Would be Zhukov into
anything, yeah. He decides to go for the 1, he attacks in the correct order, killing the unit first so it doesn't get the extra buff. And 456th plus Winter Warfare is going to be enough to keep Vinny alive.
Even without the Winter Warfare, it's enough to keep him alive.
Yes, but without the Winter Warfare, he is putting himself in a pretty risky spot where I guess he's technically not dead to any buff, because there's currently only a tank on board, so Combined Arms would be +1/+1, Henschel would be +0/+0.
And I think Cappuccino only runs 2 Blitzkriegs in this deck.
Yes, that is correct. Panzer A is lethal, 35T, I believe that is lethal. We have Cappuccino taking game 3. I just realized that I have not updated his score on this screen. He's going up 2-1 in the series. Strong showing from Cappuccino on that on the Combined Arms deck. That was a very strange game. That is...
Yeah, very close both ways. Both players running low on resources at the same time, and really struggling just to finish the game from both players.
And I'm pretty sure Cappuccino is glad to get that Combined Arms deck out of the way. If I were him, I would probably be pretty nervous about having that deck stick around any amount of time into the series. I would not want to be up 4-0. Well, not 4-0. You're probably pretty safe up 4-0. But I would not be wanting to be at 4 wins with just Combined Arms left. Players are getting straight into game 4 here. It is going to be the US, or the Britain-Poland. We're getting the first glimpses of Britain-Poland from Cappuccino versus self-damage again from Vinny.
And I'd be pretty shocked as Vinny here to be 0-2 on self-damage. One of the strongest decks in the meta at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think that US-Italy deck was very hard teched against self-damage, with the Californias, the 5th Rangers, the P-47Ds, just so many ways to deal with these large infantry entering the front line. However, I don't think that is quite going to be the same for Cappuccino. He does have this 5-credit Carpet Bomb in hand, though. I'm not sure just how effective it's going to be.
It's usually a pretty good card in this matchup, but it's nowhere near you just play it, you clear the board, you're in a good spot. You play it, and you deal a whole lot of damage to the enemy board, but you still have to get the rest of that damage through, usually through some sort of unit combat.
This is a very odd to me. I suppose Vinny is... Oh, okay, I see. Vinny is going to get the 4-5-6 to the front line, so it can't be retreated. And that is huge.
Vinny with a misplay here, actually. If he played the Sickles first instead of the Winter Warfare first, this 34th Guard in his hand would cost 0.
That is true, that is true. When you're playing the self-damage deck, you always want to draw first, not just because you should almost always draw first in general, but if you draw first, you're getting the 34th in hand, which only gets the cost reduction if it's in hand when you start taking the damage. So yeah, if you're in a choice like Vinny just had, or in a position like Vinny just had, where you're playing Winter Warfare and Sickle, you should Sickle first. And Cappuccino has a lot of ways to somewhat answer this board. Like, he has a lot of ways to not just immediately collapse to pressure, but none of them are super satisfactory. Like, you could just shell and slow the opponent down. That doesn't do a lot. He could RAF the 456 back to the front line. He can underground state. I think what I would have liked to see is underground state 456 to the support line and play Monty. You get the draw, you pin everything into the support line, and then next turn you can RAF the 456 back. I think resetting the stats on this 456 would be pretty important, and more important than resetting the cost on the 34th, in my opinion.
Although resetting the cost turns out to be very effective against Vinny's current hand.
That is true. And another play on West draw, he could just go for just slamming 2 3-3 intels. The Pioneer pickup is huge, seeing as his hand is largely orders. And what does he get off Agency Africa? If it gets Naval Brigade, if he gets First Rifles, unfortunately he gets the 34th Guards. Not terrible, it's better than the Zhukov, but it's not great. And he's also nearing the point. Cappuccino is the one running 2 Uprisings. So far, if these 2 Polish units die, Uprising will be at 5. It's currently at 3 by my count. He's also 1 credit. Oh, there's the Uprising in hand. He has Shelling, Uprising, Carpet Bombing. He also has quite a few options.
I would have liked to see the scouting party from Vinny last turn to just get a little bit of insurance against board clear. Maybe play a Zhukov and a T-80 on the same turn.
Yeah, I actually do think I would agree with you on that. I think you want to probably space out your threats a bit against Cappuccino, just because if he hits an Uprising, it could just mean game over for your entire board.
The way you worded it sounds like you're surprised to agree with me. I think you're right, actually.
And Cappuccino, playing it slow, just returns a 34th to hand, resets the cost to 6 again. And I honestly have to say, I'm glad I'm not in Vinny's situation again. This deck just has so much retreat. We saw the US deck just had so many ways of killing large units in the front line, whether via effects or trading. This deck has a ton of retreat, which resets the cost. It resets the stats on cards like 4, 5, 6. And yeah, I can't say I'm actually that surprised by how this game is currently going. I spoke to Cappuccino a little bit, and he said that he did really have self-damage in mind when he built his lineup. Like, with all of these like retreat cards, with these destruction, the frontline effects. First Rifles will keep a unit on board. Cappuccino could full clear. Actually, he can't, because the 456 has guard, stopping the RAF from making contact with the 34th. He can just sexton the 34th and trade into the 456.
Yep, or you can carpet and then trade. But with the hand size of Vinny, I don't think you want to rip out that carpet just yet.
Yeah. And maybe he doesn't want to play Sexton until after the Uprising. Playing Shelling and presumably passing. Just baiting Vinny into playing a few more units on board. If I'm Vinny, I think I'd just play Zhukov Scouting Party pass. Like, I don't think you want to commit anything more to the board.
Yeah, you can run out a T60 if it dies. it reduces the cost of your 34th. I'd be pretty scared to not develop anything more.
That is true. He should play the T60 as well, because if a board clear comes out, these recons draw 2, which means he'll overdraw 1, because his hand's currently at 7 cards. So he does need to play 1 more card to avoid overdraw if a board clear comes out.
And the damage to his HQ is probably going to be useful to him more than it is harmful.
And second carpet bomb pickup from Cappuccino. Wow. This... And he continues to play it slow. He wants more units on the board. And...
Well, against a very much infantry-based deck, you're perfectly able to do this.
And Vinny can drop himself to 10, but has no Sunrise divisions. He can drop the Sexton to 1, but has no Sickles or Winter Warfares. And he is going to go for the only way he has in hand to get rid of the Sexton, which is Red Dawn to 1, Naval Brigade. And I would expect the Uprising here. Yep, we can see he's testing the amount. It should deal 5 damage by my count. 4 units off Plan West, 1 off of the 4-cost retreat card.
Yeah, he's maybe thinking, like, okay, I'm going to play this, I think. Should I radar first, see what I draw? Do I want to be developing that research further?
I mean, developing research further might actually be the way to go. He could potentially go for a Bletchley Park this game. There is a handful of 6-cost units in Vinny's deck. The 34th has its cost reduced, though. The Naval Brigade is out. One of the 34th is out. He nukes the board, and Vinny draws counteroffensive, which means he only needs 1 unit in the front line for 1 turn, and he could potentially end it if he can pick up a Winter Warfare, which I believe he still has 3 in his deck. No, that's not true. He played 1. I think he has 2 in his deck.
I would not be surprised to see just Lancaster trade into the front line. Not a whole lot of ways left for Vinny to punish something like that.
Yeah. And Vinny, we can see he's getting a little worried at 10 health. Decides to play with this Engineers, which is actually the unit he hit off of Zukov. I forgot about that.
Yeah, not ideal to get the Zhukov on that unit, but 1 credit to cycle isn't that bad.
And I'm not a fan of that play from Cappuccino. Lancaster plus Synthetic is only 8 damage. You are relying on your opponent to deal a little bit more damage to themselves, and you're just killing yourself to Winter Warfare counteroffensive. And he now sees the counteroffensive in hand, which he would have done if he had played Agency Africa first, which is probably what he should have done. This guard, at the very least, will stop it. However, not with the Red Dawn. If this Great Patriotic War had been a Winter Warfare, then he would just have had lethal.
Yeah, and it's starting to look a little bit dangerous now for Cappuccino.
Although
he does have the option to play both carpets.
Yes.
In the same turn.
The double carpet. That I recently lost a game on ladder because I thought I was perfectly safe with all of these units that were way out of carpet range, and then I got hit by the double carpet, and my opponent managed to turn around a game they were losing very hard. And the same might not necessarily be true to Vinny, because he can get his entire board cleared, but it means Cappuccino will finally lose all of the units in hand. Vinny will heal 8 up to 20 and draw 2 cards. Cappuccino can see Vinny's entire hand because of intel.
Except for one.
Oh, that is true. The second 456 does not have is not revealed yet. I mean, just knowing how slow Vinny's deck is. I mean, with the red dawn in hand, though, you have to be worried that this Lancaster. I mean, I suppose you just play double carpet this turn, and then hope that you can just do Lancaster synthetic and end the game before your opponent can get any like sort of tanks or yeah, tanks would really be the only thing. I mean, the unfortunate reality is I guess he has the Plan West in hand.
You definitely have to play something here, or you're just you're putting yourself into too much risk for Winter Warfare. Wow. She does draw.
And Vinny actually might be turning this game around. This is a very dominant position. Cappuccino can only take out one of these tanks, and he cannot summon guards at the same time. Blackwatch pickups all right. Blackwatch plus he can even play the synthetic rubber on the Blackwatch now because he knows the Naval Brigade is gone. Maybe he doesn't even want to play the Legions because he's afraid of Winter Warfare counteroffensive getting buffed even further.
If he doesn't play the Plan West, I think he might have denied lethal with Blackwatch from the cost increased. Because if you play Winter Warfare and counteroffensive on the KV, you've dealt 1 damage to the Blackwatch to trade with your SU. But it's gotta be far too many credits now. Because that's 7
yeah, that's
plus
13
9,
credits.
13.
He chooses to throw out the 6-6 instead of the Plan West. I think that's actually fine. You also want to maybe save Plan West for intel. And this Blackwatch, there's... I mean, Vinny's best play might just be rip the counteroffensive this turn just to trade with the Blackwatch. If he plays it, he can buff the KV to 10... what would that be, like 10-13? So he can kill the Blackwatch, he still has a 10-1 KV that does 2 damage at the end of the turn. And he can get up a 3-4 guard to protect the KV. I think that's probably his best play. Do you think there's anything he can do instead, but with just these 2 more 4-5-6? Just...
Not really. You kind of have to do everything you can to keep both these tanks alive. In terms of us knowing that Cappuccino has the Lancaster in hand.
He decides to just go for the raw stats play. And...
that seems perfectly reasonable, especially not knowing Cappuccino's hand.
yeah, and unfortunately for him, Cappuccino now has the ability to kill the SU with Lancaster, kill the 4-5-6 with the 34th, just take out these 2 units in the front line, and Vinny will still be unable to set up any sort of lethal. And I think that is his best line of play. Second Winter Warfare, we're nearing the possibility where Cappuccino might just die. He still has 3 healing cards in his deck, the 2 3-cost Orps and a Fortification. But if he takes slightly more damage from this KV, double Winter Warfare can just finish the game.
Yeah, he needs 3 more hits, which seems hard to manage, but it's on the table.
Yeah, if this KV sticks for 2 turns, on the 3rd turn he can just do Winter Warfare. Like double Winter Warfare end turn. If Lancaster... I mean, problem is, Lancaster is probably not hitting KV. Maybe he can get the Black Watch up, though. Yeah, I think the Black Watch is getting to the front line, which means it's going to be very hard for Vinny to actually...
Alternatively, he can just double trade in the front line and attack KV with the Lancaster.
That is true. I think if he gets up the Black Watch, he'll still have enough credits left over to do the Legions and KARDS.
Yep, I don't think the Legions matter all that much.
I think the Legions actually would stop Winter Warfare counteroffensive, trade with the infantry, and then actually kill him.
Yes, you're right.
5-year plan. I mean, I think you're going to need to rip a 5-year plan and then potentially like kill the bombers with double Winter Warfare. But then you just like kind of die to the Black Watch. Like this Black Watch is huge.
Well, you can still play Winter Warfare and counteroffensive to trade with the 5-year plan, can't you? And then you're not dead immediately.
I think you need to play 5-year plan, because if you
I think so too.
just do Winter Warfare counteroffensive, trade your infantry into the Black Watch, your opponent can kill KV with bombers. Like, I think you needed to 5-year plan for a sickle to kill the KARDS and then hope your KV sticks. Five-year plan last. I mean, he hits the Sunrise divisions, but you're just gonna die before that. Realistically, there's nothing left in his deck that does any bit more burn. And Cappuccino draws his first healing card. Only heals 1, but, I mean, that's enough.
Doesn't really matter either way.
And does Vinny run an Ura? He does not. Yeah, Vinny does not run Ura, so that means he has no way to get the last bit of burn through.
You can play 3/9/9s and then lose.
And yeah, that's exactly what happens. It looks like Cappuccino is going to take game 4 to take a 3-1 series lead. He just has his... Cappuccino needs to win with his Feigned Retreat and self-damage. After this point.
Which doesn't seem like a very hard ask.
Yeah, they're just playing the last few moves out. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, wait, he's taken out both bombers.
Oh, he sure has.
And Cappuccino does not have a way to end this game in hand. Uprising will let him just full clear the board, though. Although he might need to double... Yeah, but there's nothing in Vinny's deck that has Blitz. So he can just trade, Uprising, Kitty Hawk.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised to see Cappuccino not just set Vinny to 2 health last turn with the Kitty Hawk in hand. I think that was a misplay, because I don't think there was any possible answer from Vinny for that line of play.
Yeah, and he's just playing it safe. He doesn't even set up a 2-turn lethal here. And yeah, Vinny surrenders. He just knows there's absolutely nothing. And with that, Cappuccino is up 3-1 with just self-damage and Aggro left, and I'm sure he's feeling pretty happy about the situation. However, we know Vinny's decks are pretty strong. He has decks left. Like, Vinny's lost now 3 times in a row with self-damage. And that means Cappuccino could also lose 3 times in a row with self-damage. You never know. Let's pull up Game 5.
Okay, I'll pull up.
And hopefully, yep, okay. We finally get the mulligans for once. We see Vinny has switched to his own British Polish deck against, oh boy, it is against Feigned Retreat with a pretty strong hand. Although, if Vinny can just slam down this turn 3 tar now, Cappuccino does have Sendai in hand to answer it.
It's coming 2 turns after the tar now hits the board.
And Shelling in hand as a follow-up. Second Sendai. I mean, Vinny just, or not Vinny, Cappuccino probably just puts Vinny down to 8 health this turn. Just forces Vinny to have the intel in hand. And he's gonna need to draw one. Unfortunately, I mean, Vinny's gonna need to draw a second intel card off of the tar now draw if he wanted to get a second Legions out.
Ah, I see. But it does...
Bold play by Cappuccino. Doesn't Sendai the tar now, instead Sendai's the Legions and drops Vinny to 4 health. I actually think this play is fine.
Yeah, especially with the second Sendai.
Yeah, and he has Arado in hand to search for what is now a guaranteed Bombing Raid or Desperate Measures.
If Vinny just goes for the Bomber and trade, which I kind of feel is what I might do here, I think he just loses.
Yeah, he sees second Sendai in hand, though, so he's choosing to go for the Akita, go for a 50-50 hit. He loses the hit. He's technically not dead yet. Mido draw. I suspect we're going to see the Mido come out. Vinny does have 4 pieces of healing in his deck. 2 3k orbs of fortification and this radar.
We can see Orb plus radar and trade here, which looks pretty powerful.
He's healing up to 6, which will actually keep himself out of range of this Mido Destruction plus Bombing Raid or Desperate Measures, which means Cappuccino is going to need to find additional ways through. And this Sendai is not enough. Shiden, he's probably not going to be hitting face for a very long time. The Orbs miss the Feigned Retreat, so if he really wants to, he could just slam Feigned Retreat here. I think it might be... Oh, he's just going for it.
I mean, like, his cards in hand either aren't too effective or got their cost increased. So I kind of like it.
Yeah, I respect this play from Cappuccino. He knows if he's just plays the second Sendai, it's up to turn 7. If he plays second Sendai and Carpet Bomb comes out, then he's just essentially wasted a turn. Not playing Feigned. And this choice to run 3 Mitos might actually end up winning Cappuccino the game, potentially, if Vinny can't find more healing. And this is actually a problem the Legion's deck faces fairly frequently, I find, is when your support line just gets full, and Tar now kind of stops doing anything.
Well, he does get to take the front line here.
AA gun, it's an extra draw. Warble, he really needs to find a signal now. Type 94 is okay, he can pin the 5-5 in the front line, probably. Because, yeah, if he can keep this AA gun alive. Chooses to attack instead, just free up a spot in the support line going forward.
Thinking there's probably an answer to the AA gun
Yeah.
in Finny's hand, which I think is a reasonable call.
And Vinny draws this 3k Orb, which will heal 2 or 4, depending if he hits the Bombing Raid or Desperate Measures, both of which are very good for him to have in this situation. Gets the Bombing Raid, which lets him take out 2 of these units and hit face for 6. Decides actually instead to Shelling and get another unit to the front line.
Also, instead of hitting face for 6, even if you go for the Bombing Raid, you might want to move a unit up so you get that unit back from Sendai.
That's also true. And you know the surprise attack's in hand, so... And draws the Desperate Measures. I wouldn't be that surprised to see him double, or like pin both.
I would have liked to see Cappuccino draw first, though.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, because 2 of his units are pinned and the other 2 don't have Blitz, it wouldn't have mattered a ton. I don't think there's actually any card in his deck that would have influenced what he plays that turn, unless he draws something that makes him want to not play Desperate Measures at all and just pass instead. Vinny going for the Carpet Bombing. He destroys everything. He gets back his Legions as a 2/2 and probably hits face for 4. You've seen
he also doesn't really need to worry about keeping KARDS back because he knows that Shiden is already gone.
Yeah, and I mean, Bombing Raid could clear this front line, but honestly, if Bombing Raid hits anything other than face, you're fine with that.
Yep. Well, maybe.
Is this just game? So Vinny can take, or Cappuccino can take out one of these, presumably the 5 attack one, leaving 7 damage in the front line, plus Bombing Raid. I think Vinny is 1 credit off lethal if he draws a... Doesn't hit... He hits the 4-2 instead of the 5-1, which means... yeah, I think Vinny is 1 credit off lethal. By my math. Which could be wrong. No, the Underground State's 2 cost. He actually has lethal here. If he plays the Bomber, Underground State, Bombing Raid face, and then attacks, he hits face for 12 and plus Bombing Raid.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, this is just straight up lethal for Vinny here.
He's the Underground State first.
Yeah.
He's decent.
And, wow, we've seen Britain-Poland Legions go 2-0 against Aggro and self-damage. That Vinny brings it to 2-3. Cappuccino still in the advantage for the series, but it's starting to slip. I mean, if you're Cappuccino, you're probably starting to get a little bit nervous. When you have a huge advantage like that, you never really want to start losing that advantage. It's like if you're playing a best of 5 and you're up 2-0 and you lose game 3. Honestly,
the card starts to crumble.
Yeah, honestly, sometimes it feels worse than if you lose game 1 in a best of 5. And here we go into game 3. It is going to be the self-damage mirror. And oh boy, are these mirrors brutal, brutal matches to play. I mean, sometimes they're just
very difficult.
Yeah, sometimes it's just over by like turn 5, based on one player just getting the like 34th out by turn 4. But usually it's just an absolute slog that goes on for quite some time.
All right, I heavily favor Vinny already.
He's
Engineers, a pretty bad card in this matchup. Winter Warfare, pretty bad card in this matchup. Scouting Party, probably the best card you can possibly have in this matchup. Because it's something that you are able to get units out, you're able to spend your credits early, and then what can your opponent do? They're trying to play these self-damage cards, but if they're playing it into your scouting party, you're coming so ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think Cappuccino might. Oh, Cappuccino's own scouting party draws pretty good as
Ooh.
well. That stops any Winter Warfares from Vinny. And I think these Red Dawns, in my experience, are often the keys to this matchup. If one player plays a 34th and you respond by playing 2 Red Dawns to kill it and then your own 34th, sometimes that's all the tempo swing you need to turn the game around, but these scouting parties are going to slow down any of these huge infantries getting to the front line.
Yeah, at this point, I'm starting to favor Cappuccino just mainly because of the card advantage. And
Why
yes, the Red Dawns are.
why do you think Vinny chose not to play the T80 there and just float 2?
He just doesn't want to have it get Red Dawned, but it's coming out at some point.
Yeah. And also, like, it increases the speed at which you get your own 34ths out.
Mm-hmm.
And both of these players have 9 cards in hand right now. I'm
Yeah, Cappuccino
not
could have
convinced.
chosen to mill Vinny 2 cards that turn with the Winter Warfare and double trade.
And Cappuccino's gonna mill 2 cards of his own. And with these 3 lessers, this game, it's entirely possible this game comes down to fatigue. And if it does, Vinny is heavily favored. Mills 2 sickles from Cappuccino.
Ooh, some of the best cards.
Especially with
For
2
that.
34th guards sitting in your hand.
Yeah.
I suspect the SU is just going to come out. And First Rifles Mill is very good. First Rifles is one of the hardest cards to deal with in the mirror. Just because you essentially just have to trade into it twice.
Yeah, it pretty much trades with a 34th guards most games.
And Cappuccino's not running Sunrise Divisions. He has this bit weirder, like, more burn-centric, combo-centric version of the deck. So him getting Engineers out as early as possible is good from his perspective. We see this Great Patriotic War in Vinny's hand, so it's not going to maybe have too much of an impact, since at any point Vinny can just choose to negate all of this healing. And at the same time, Vinny has his own Engineers in hand, so if Cappuccino's trying to win by just burning Vinny out, like letting Vinny do a bunch of self-damage and then playing out these, like, counter-offensive, Ura, the 4-6, Utsuno Maya, something like that regiment.
Oh god, for
This is-
refund?
I am not a fan of this. I don't know. This is going to be a whole lot of cards if Cappuccino chooses to go for the Winter Warfare, and I suspect he is.
I also think Engineers is a pretty big mistake. I find in this matchup, you pretty much know. You're honestly happy when your opponent plays Engineers, so that because it means you're able to keep them off of Sunrise Divisions.
Yeah.
Although one of these players doesn't run Sunrise Division, right?
Yep, Cappuccino does not run Sunrise Division.
Yeah, so I'm fine with Cappuccino playing it, but
And I suspect here he's just going to slam. Is he going to throw out the SU as well? Chooses not to throw out the SU. Mills KV is huge, I think.
I think with the Engineers, the effect of KV is probably not going to matter much this game.
Yes, however,
I think it's almost purely board control.
he has this Great Patriotic War in hand, and Cappuccino's running these lessers, which is not great with KV.
How do you feel about the Yak coming out? I mean, that's just always going to burn more cards, isn't it?
Yeah, if Cappuccino is like one Winter Warfare away from essentially just closing this game out. The Ura pickup's also huge.
Yeah, I guess that's
He can
a
just
good reason to
drop.
play Engineers.
He could just
is
drop
the
Vinny
Ura.
to 6, I guess. So yeah, you probably don't want to play it this turn. But counter offensive plus Ura is they're both one-ofs in Cappuccino's deck. So Vinny can't realistically play around it, chooses to take out the engineers. This is definitely a sign to Vinny that...
Wait, oh, okay.
Yeah, double trades, which means Vinny is going to burn another 2 cards. He burns a Sickle and a Red Dawn. And at this point, Cappuccino is just constantly one Winter Warfare away from instantly winning the game. As long as there's a unit in the front line.
This is a big if.
Yeah. Vinny can choose to take out one of these 34ths, or the 456th, while playing down his own 2 34ths. Chooses to take out the 456th before it has a chance to grow anymore.
I think it's totally reasonable.
Oh, actually, my bad. He gets to take out both of these, because the Yak can still attack, and now he makes room for another 34th. And that 34th was off of Zukov. I just don't remember Zukov being played. I think we missed turn 1. I guess Vinny had Zukov. And
yeah, I think so.
7 health in the front line. That basically means 7 extra health if he's going for a Combined Arms Ura play.
Combined Arms?
Or CACO, same thing. Counter-offensive. First Rifles is very good at just slowing this game down. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the credits to guard everything. And this Ura only works on Soviet units. So he couldn't, for example, play the 456. Maybe he wants to do First Rifles, 456, and not guard HQ. I think that's actually a reasonable play.
Yeah, these games almost always come down to board control instead of life, I find. It's a bit different with Ura and counteroffensive in the same deck, but...
Decides to play the Utsunomiya. I need to figure out how to pronounce that card. 5-year play and pickup from Vinny is not really what you want to see.
I think it should be something along the lines of Utsunomiya.
Yeah, and it's gonna stick. Vinny can't kill it. And also means that he probably doesn't want to play any of the cards in his hand. Well, at least any of the units in his hand. Or orders, sorry. And if he's not playing orders, he's not dropping down to Sunrise.
How do you feel about this trade?
I guess he's thinking about Ura. Like, you've seen Cappuccino kill the engineers. You assume he has Ura in hand. Is this... So he hits one of them down to a 4-6. There is going to be 4. That means 8, 13. This is lethal. Trade the 4-6 infantry into one of these 4-6 guards, and then play counteroffensive on the 8 whatever. And oh yeah, and you can even throw in the that's not true, can't actually throw in the 4-5-6. But if my math here is correct, oh, I don't... Oh, it has 1 operation cost? I thought it had 2. Yeah, no, this is even more lethal. Yeah, Ura counter-offensive 16 to face from the support line, showing the strength of this combo. He has 1 in 1 of each in his deck, so, I mean, you're far from guaranteed to find it. But that's what the Lesser of Two Evils is for. I mean, you're just searching through your deck, trying to find this. Vinny tried to play it around it to the best of his abilities, but, I mean, you can't pressure your opponent down without moving units to the front line. And with that...
I'd be mad.
Yeah.
You would've.
Yeah, and we are now in a situation where Cappuccino just needs to win with Feigned Retreat Aggro, and he's going to have 3 attempts to do it. One of which is against Ramp. I mean, yeah, it's looking like this is going to be Cappuccino's series, but, I mean, we've seen Vinny do some remarkable things before. Do you think Vinny has what it takes to win 3 in a row against Feigned Retreat?
No.
Okay, honest answer. We see it's going to be game 1 on self-damage, which is usually very favored for self-damage when played correctly. And Vinny, again, hitting Zukov. I think this is the third time in 4 games he's had Zukov in opening hand. Unfortunately, it does not pull the free Cossacks anymore. And Cappuccino passes on 1.
Oh, man.
I think...
Oh, man.
Oh. Oh, no.
Great hand for Vinny.
Yeah.
Exactly what you want to see in this matchup.
It's,
you want sickles, but you don't need them when you have 2, 4, 5, 6 and engineers.
this Raiding Brigade's gonna help. Arado's gonna help. He actually has 2 Arados. Desperate measures. Yeah, if Vinny... He might just play second 4, 5, 6, then go straight for the Red Dawn. Just like start with the buffs.
Yeah. Raiding Brigade is really huge for Cappuccino here.
For sure. And, I mean, honestly, he's like a Sendai away from essentially dealing with Vinny's early aggression. He might just slam a 34th.
Yeah, this is the kind of situation where I don't like counteroffensive. Because some matchups, of course, it can make a really huge difference, but sometimes it just hurts your consistency in the early game.
And Shiden pickup, not what you want to see. You can Arado for a 50-50 to get Bombing Raid, but that doesn't answer this particularly well.
Signal Regiment.
I mean, at this point, you probably just play Cavalry, get out the beef while you still can. Like, if this 6-6 gets to the front line. This is actually probably slightly better.
For those who have not experienced this matchup, Signal Regiment can be more of a liability than a benefit against these 4-5-6, because it means anytime you trade any unit, the 4-5-6 gets +1/+1.
Yeah, Bodo and I very recently played a Jagro versus self-damage with myself on Jagro.
And J-King got bodied!
Yeah.
Too easy. Daddy low.
5-year play on top deck, and he's just gonna play it. And honestly, this is fine for him. The signal in hand with 3 units on board, if it wasn't for Vinny's engineers, I would say Cappuccino probably has enough to burn out Vinny before this 4-5-6 is gonna be able to start doing anything, but he has answers to Signal if Signal comes out and he needs to kill it. He has engineers to just not really care. Yeah, I mean, I think this is Vinny's game to lose. I don't really see how Cappuccino can come back.
One thing that I can see happening, he plays Signal Regiment, he moves all these units up to the front, and then Vinny can't kill off his own units for engineers to heal him?
That is true. That is a good point. Looks like Cappuccino is just going to play the more board-centric approach. Kill this 4-5-6. Maybe even go face for 2.
3, you mean? Wait. Oh, no, sorry. I was thinking he had an infantry on the board after all of that to play Fancy Pretty Fifty.
And he passes, and I agree with this. No point in throwing out a cavalry or a bicycle regiment that's just going to get picked off by sickle. Keep these 1-cost blitz cards for when this 34th gets to the front line. And Vinny dropping to 9. I mean, Sunrise Division comes out, but how safe are you really feeling?
I mean, you can never feel that safe against Jagro at 9 life.
Yeah, and this Type 94 is going to be able to, like, pin one of these large units. He still does have Sickle and Red Dawn to answer a signal, but if Cappuccino just throws out Signal and then blitzes like a whole bunch of units in now to get some immediate value out of it, this could potentially lead to just the narrowest of margins. Feigned Retreat pickup, I don't think we're going to be seeing a Feigned Retreat on 6 like we saw last time.
You never know.
And yeah, he's looking at the signal. He decides he wants to errata first, pick up this bombing raid. He now has 5 damage from hand with orders. Yeah, he's even able to kill the engineers in the future with these 2 cards if he really needs to. I'd like to see Signal attack in a Bicycle Regiment, hit face with the plane, drop your opponent to 7, and then do Type 94, pin the 6/6. Well, actually, I guess you all of your units are so low health, I don't even think you need to pin the 6/6. I think you could just throw in a cavalry. Drop your opponent to 6 health. Like, he can't trade off any of his units. He decides to play it slightly slower, but throws out the Signal Regiment this turn, and that's probably going to get picked off. However, if he does do Sickle, he drops to 7. Presumably he does the 4 credits to get the From the People. Take out the Signal. Attack face to 6. Cappuccino is going to be 1 credit off of lethal.
Is this the Zhukov 34th to move up?
It is not. 34th was on the 456th. And yeah, this is dropping uncomfortably low. Cappuccino can drop Vinny to 5. And actually, because of the placement of this 34th, it means if he does Bombing Desperate, engineers won't die. Well, I suppose that wouldn't really matter. It doesn't heal off of itself, and if your opponent's dying in the process. So yeah, he just needs to drop Vinny to 5, and, I mean, really just do nothing.
Well, I think he's dead.
Oh, he's dead to, yeah, counter-offensive.
Yeah.
Oh, what a close game.
I don't think there's really anything for Cappuccino to do here. Like, I mean, he goes with the play that he sees wins him the game probably most of the time. There's no other reasonable option.
He does have enough credits to kill the 6/6, but then that's going to heal him back up to 7, so you're not going to.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense to do unless you know your opponent's hand.
Yeah, and I think Vinny only runs the 1 of counter-offensive, so again, it's these 1 of cards where it's like, you can't reasonably play around it, like, turn your entire playstyle around it, but
you can still reasonably lose to it.
Yeah. Oh, and maybe he has a read on it? No, I'm very confused by this line of play. He's still dead to counter-offensive. It doesn't set up lethal. And yeah, Vinny sees it. This is going to be game 7 going to Vinny, which means we're going to go into a game 8, as we predicted yesterday. We said this series was almost certainly going to be a game 8, if not a game 9. And that is what we are seeing now.
Although, it was pretty close to a 5-2, which I don't think...
Yeah.
I mean, neither of us were expecting that to even be, like, possible.
Yeah, there's 1 credit away from Cappuccino taking it 5-2, but instead it is 3-4. Cappuccino still only needs to win with Aggro, and I think this the self-damage was probably the best deck Vinny had into Aggro. He is left with Alpine, but it's Alpine with these huge healing guards, as well as Ramp. And we spoke about Vinny's Ramp deck earlier. It's risky. If Cappuccino can get a good start, it is potentially just completely unplayable. But we're going to see Alpine first. Turn 1 Signal. Vinny, if I recall correctly, Vinny runs one Flampanzer. Yes, Vinny runs one Flampanzer, one Sudden Strike in his deck. So, not a great start from Vinny, but not actually terrible. I think you'd
Yeah,
rather
I mean,
go second
looking
if
at
you're not having one drops.
yeah, looking at the hand right now, it looks like Vinny's gonna just curve out, and Cappuccino's not really gonna have the credits to, get these trades that he needs in the early game.
And a seventh Alpini. I mean, obviously you can't play it for quite some time, but I mean, this is really the card that Vinny wants to see in his hand. If this 7th Alpini comes out, there's a couple answers. The Sendai, 2 Type 94s for the surprise attacks, but...
What would you have played here, J. King? Would you have played second Alpini and dive bombing? Or perhaps a 1-drop if you found it?
Yeah, I definitely would have done second Alpini into dive bombing, because this lets your opponent clear the board with just what's on board 2/3 of the time. And we see Desperate Measures in hand. I would be shocked if Desperate Measures came out. I think you attack the Akita into the 5/4 Gebirgsjäger, and if it hits face...
Hit face, yeah.
Whoa! Cappuccino is just saying, I don't need to trade, you can trade. And honestly, I think it's not a terrible decision. Seeing his hand right now...
Decision?
I'm not sure. The downside of this series of plays is that you're letting, well, worked out for him, I suppose.
Yeah. I probably would have left one up and played a third Alpini.
And, yeah, seeing how he played last turn,
3/3.
I suspect this Wirbelwind's just going to go face, as well as 22nd Type 94 coming out.
Yeah, surely.
I think Cappuccino's just playing in a way where he has signal. He knows his opponent has very few answers to signal. He knows if the game goes on long enough, his opponent's going to stick a 7th Alpini and start healing up a ton. And also, he does not have Feigned in hand. He does not have a way to get Feigned in hand. So I think Cappuccino just read the situation as, I need to go face. Like, I win this game by my opponent either playing too slowly and I get too much damage in with these Akitas, or I force my opponent to make mistakes by pressuring him. A Rado pickup's going to be very good for Cappuccino. With Bombing Raid in hand, it's a 50-50 to get Feigned. 2nd to 7th Alpini from Vinny. He's a turn away from just slamming down these huge Alpine guards that heal.
You have a few nice options here. You can dive bombing with the Panzer 35T, move that 35T up without it taking any damage. You can Gebirgs Pioneer and Alpine.
I mean, this play's okay. I'm getting rid of the 20 seconds, probably fine. You want to
I
limit...
think this is the only way that gets rid of the draw entirely and clears the front line.
Yeah.
At the cost of being less efficient for board development.
And surprise attacks coming out to pin this. However, I suspect Vinny is just going to be slamming a 7th Alpini.
Which will get Sendai'd, and then he has another one.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Which means he gets 3 damage in. So he's going to... I suspect the next few turns is going to go 7th Alpini, Sendai, drop Vinny to 8. Vinny's not?
I don't hate this. You can clear the front line and then take it yourself.
I mean, I guess. You're dropping yourself to 9, and I don't think... Because if by clearing the front line, it means you can no longer guarantee these 7th Alpinis can heal on demand. And with being at
think of how efficient it is in terms of development shaking.
Being at 9 with signal on board and against Jaguar running 3 Mitos, you're just 3 Mitos away from dying. Desperate Measures coming out, clearing the front line, getting rid of this bomber. Mito gets to the front line.
I also don't love the bombing raid positioning from Vinny that last turn.
Yeah. I mean, 7th can come out. if you do 7th, trade, yeah, this is... I think Vinny needed to play the 7th last turn. Like, the game's not over by any means, but I think
Well, I
it's...
still think Vinny's winning by a wide margin, but
I don't know about that. Because if he plays the 7th... This is also unfortunate positioning, because if he plays the 7th next to the HQ, this Mito can get traded, drop Vinny down to 4, and then the 7th can't heal. But if he plays it between the units, then obviously these 3 units can go face. I mean, being at 4 health, this guy heals 6, but it only heals 6 if it can attack something.
yeah, but he has the Obiche.
That is true. The Obiche is a 1-of, and he drew it this turn. So, the fortunate draw for him, the Sendai comes out, though. He's probably just going to play 2nd, 7th Alpini. And, honestly, like, maybe you just do... Like, I don't know if you want to play another unit, because it lets your opponent trade off for Sendai. Also, you're just dead to Bombing Raid, and you know the last card in hand's in order. So what seemed like a very fortunate pickup for Cappuccino at the time actually might have been the worst outcome from the 50-50 draw in order from your deck. Because Bombing Raid would have ended the game here.
Yep.
Do you think Vinny plays the Geberg's Pioneer? Or do you think he plays Spoils? I'm leaning towards he should play Spoils, personally.
I think Geberg's is fine. I don't think you can actually punish it. You don't move up the other Alpine because then you get punished by Akita sometimes, but...
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's nothing that deals 2.
Yeah.
Sendai might be lethal. This is probably...
Sendai's lethal either way.
Yeah, he should trade Arado, probably, and then play out Cavalry. Okay, it goes this path. I don't absolutely hate this, but this is just going to be an Obiche turn. Heal 6. And it's...
From Cappuccino's perspective, this just seems to lock out Vinny because he can't move up to start getting those trades, and if he develops units, then he's able to trade in things like Arado or any sort of tank. But thankfully for Vinny, Obiche is coming in clutch.
Yeah, and he's going face. He wants to end this game as quickly as possible. Because he knows Cappuccino has a Sendai in deck he could draw. But other than that, unless the first card is...
Type 94s, is it called?
Yeah, but... Yeah, he now needs to attack into this, and it does heal.
Oh, he can get one more draw. Although, even if it's a Sendai, he has to trade in. Oh, jeez.
And, yeah, he just surrenders. I don't think he was dead on board.
No, but...
Yeah, he was dead to 35T in hand, and it was not looking great for him. And Vinny has tied this up. This is going to a game 9. This is our first series, and it is going to be game 9. It is tied 4-4. It is going to come down to Ramp versus Aggro. I mean, if I'm Vinny, that is definitely not the matchup I would want to decide a best of 9. I mean...
It's fine. Vinny's opening hand, War Production, 2 C4s. Easy game.
By War Production, I assume you mean War Machine.
Yes.
Unless he is playing a very, very ambitious version of Ramp we have not seen before.
Yeah, just cheat.
Jasko opening hand.
Oh,
and
God.
going first. Ooh. Ooh. That is what you want to see. The rest of his hand's terrible, though. So, that Jasko's going to need to carry. And Cappuccino with double blitzers and Type 93. Like, Jasko's going to stop a lot of damage, but it's not going to stop all that damage. He's still going to be able to get in. Regardless of which one he plays, he can still deal 2 damage on turn 2. and 4 damage on turn 3, assuming that he plays his 3 1-drops currently in hand, and he picks up the Raiding Brigade and double Bicycle. Double Bicycle Type 93 with Raiding Brigade to answer Jasko. And, I mean, Vinny's gonna need to draw War Machine into Hour of Need, or War Machine into C4 if he has any hope, I think. Yeah. Second Type 93 pickup.
Well, this just seems kind of weird, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think I would have liked to see the Bicycle.
Oh, maybe he's thinking double Bicycle this turn, and so that he's able to still get 1 damage in with the cavalry.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it works out to the same amount of damage if he's playing this way. Either way. Yeah. Although, if you had done double Bicycle, it would have been more. Turn. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's because Vinny is running Honey. That is why he played the cavalry first, because the cavalry can attack into Honey and kill it. And another cavalry. Save? Yeah, I think I wouldn't play Raiding Brigade this turn. I would just play, like, second Type 93, second cavalry, second Bicycle. Put cavalry into Honey.
Significantly more damage. To do a little less damage this turn and do a whole lot more next turn.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this, because if Vinny hits, like, an Hour of Need into Carpet Bombing, unfortunately for Vinny, he passes. No, it does not. I don't think Vinny's gonna survive long enough, unless he draws a Seaforth. I mean, looking at Vinny's deck, I think Seaforth is the only card that will stop just total annihilation next turn. And this is game. Gonna be a turn 5 win from Cappuccino. And yeah, I mean, Vinny had Jasko and Honey, but he did not have the War Machines, he did not have the Seaforths. And that is just I mean, goes to show. I think that it's they both had ramp, but Cappuccino saved Italy ally for ramp, which really helped into aggro. Whereas
he didn't even play Mare Nostrum.
That is true. But yeah, he did have a very good hand. But yeah, good games from both our players. Cappuccino is going to take it 5-4 and advance into the finals. Vinny is going to go to the 3rd place match, and yeah, we will take a quick break between games. And, yeah, be right back. And if you haven't entered the giveaway, remember to enter the giveaway. If you want to take a look at the decks yourself, we will have links in the chat to the decks. Be back in a couple of minutes with Wild Eyes versus Kolbasnik. And we are back. We're going to go get into Wild Eyes versus Kolbasnik shortly. First, we will briefly remind you of their decks. Wild Eyes is bringing his Britain Italy Air, the only player actually in this tournament to bring Britain Italy Air. Slightly odd version of it compared to the tournament list we've seen in the past. He's running ATS, 3 copies of Sea Patrol, Wellington, really going for ways to deal this 3 or more damage, trigger this ATS, draw the extra card. And to fit this in, he's cutting Para-C, which, I mean, we spoke about it yesterday. Cutting Para-C is a bit of a bold choice from Air. We'll see if it pays out for him. Personally, I don't think I would do that. I think Para-C is just too powerful with bombers. But, yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit sketchy, but we'll see how it works out. It does seem, I mean, you still like Para-C into self-damage, but he does find the room for these 3 Sea Patrols, which that over-the-top burst into self-damage is definitely really strong.
Yeah, and sorry, I'm trying to do a bit of production behind scene. Let's go into his second deck. It is the German US Heinz with half tracks with 35 Ts. Actually, scratch that. He's not the one we're running 35 Ts. Yeah, but he's running half tracks in Heinz. He's running 2 Flam Panzers, which is
Triple.
Yeah. Oh, triple Flam. Okay. Yeah, that's going to help out quite a bit in the aggressive or mid-range mirrors. Only 2 Blitzkriegs though, so it's lacking a little bit of burst potential. Maybe he's a little bit more on the mid-range end of Heinz. He's running the 2 Panzer H's. Yeah, he's got a bit more beefy tanks, which might like offer a fight against a US mid-range type of deck. Then we have a Japan-Soviet aggro deck. This is something we have never seen before, but essentially it's virtually all units. The only orders in this deck are Bombing Raid, 5-year plan, Feigned Retreat. He doesn't even have Desperate Measures. And yeah, this point of this deck seems to just be all gas, all the time. Get a very strong opening start, and just never stop attacking your opponent in the face. And you have 2 large draw cards at the end to help you get there. I think we're both interested to see how this deck works out, because
it's very exciting.
Yeah, we've never seen anything like it.
Either it's going to turn 3 win, or it looks like the worst deck in the world. That's my view.
Yeah. Then we have self-damage. This is the 3rd self-damage deck, but I promise you, there is not 4 self-damage decks. We will see a different Soviet deck from Kolbasnik. And this one, I think, is a copy of the one I brought to the last OCC with the 2 Shinhodos, 2 counter-offensives. So it's running slightly more counter-offensives, slightly more consistent at getting that, and the Shinhodos to blitz it out. However, you do have to pay costs for that, so I'm not... he is only running 2 Sunrise Divisions. He's not running any Sendais that some players run. And as a result of running 2 counter-offensives, these can be pretty dead cards in certain circumstances. So, I know I'm thoroughly team counter-offensive. Birdo is thoroughly team counter-offensives are bad. Well, bad might be a strong word, but not optimal.
I don't think they're worth running, but I don't think they're bad.
And... oh, did we go in a full circle here? Oh, no. US deck. US-German midrange. And this is a very aggressive version of the US-German midrange. It's running 2 Blitzkriegs. It's only running 3 Shermans. It's not running any sort of Californias or some of the slower units. There is 3 Rangers in this deck. They don't show up on the deck list, but there's 3 5th Rangers. But I suspect we will be seeing most of those come down in 4/4 0 operation cost for him to just get to the front line. Again, 3 sudden strikes, 2 dive bombings. Wild Eyes is definitely teching for more aggressive decks. And that is his 5th deck, so let me bring up Kolbosnik's now. And with his first deck, we can see it is air, but it is not not the typical air we've been seeing lately. This is Britain-Japan air with a few combo pieces. There's the 1 Burst of Fire, 1 Burning Sky, 1 Dawn Operations, 1 Calm Before the Storm.
Thinking you have not updated the.
Whoops. Sorry. Yeah, so it's got a lot of the typical air pieces. You see the 2 Lend-Leases, 3 Convoys. This deck's not going to run out of draw anytime soon. But it's bringing back Hurricanes, and it's bringing back these Hurricanes because of the Burning Skies and the Dawn Operations. It's going to play very similar to Britain Italy Air, with slightly less early game, so it's going to be slightly less aggressive and slightly less consistent out of the gate. However, these handful of tech cards are going to offer just crazy burst potential in the late game. If your opponent doesn't have a guard, if they don't have a countermeasure defending it, you can just actually deal more than 20 damage in 1 turn pretty easily with this deck. And as we saw in the last set, you don't need 3 copies of these cards to like consistently hit it every single game. If you're just running 1 copy and you happen to draw it in the right circumstance, you can just end games. So yeah, I'm very excited to see how Britain-Japan works. Then we have another German-US Heinz deck. This one is slightly different. It's actually running fast Heinz. It's running the 35 Ts. It's running slightly less draw. It doesn't have the Panzer H's. 1 Enigma. Yeah, how do you feel about this deck versus the other one? It lacks the Flam Panzers, and that might be the blow that gives Wild Eyes the advantage. What do you think?
Yeah, in the mirror matchup, I think Flam Panzer is very powerful, albeit a little bit slow. Sometimes you can definitely just get Panzer 35Ts out, and then that is really rough, especially if you have combat engineers on the board to trade into those 1-3s.
Yeah.
I don't think that it is too favored either way, but I think Flam Panzers makes a pretty big difference. More of a difference than the choices between cards, I think, is if you go first or second.
Okay. Then we have a very interesting Japan deck. This is not the 2 Feigned Retreats we saw in the last series. This is not the Japan-Soviet all-in aggro. We have Japan-France Resistance.
Can you imagine putting Feigned Retreat in this deck?
Yeah, I mean, this is very similar to the versions we saw at the World Championship. It's not running the 61st. He is running 1 Utsunomiya regiment, which I think brings his total number of units to around 6.
Yeah, it's exactly 6. I counted. Yeah, 6K draw 6. That's pretty good.
Yeah, so I mean, we'll see how this works out. We saw Wild Eyes has very aggressive decks, and the hit to Japan-France Resistance that made people stop running it was the nerf to long-range recon. So the reduced healing might end this deck. Might make this deck much more difficult to win against Wild Eyes' lineup. However, with 4 Toratoras, 1 Naval Operation, and 4 Imperial Decrees, you get a bunch of low health units to the front line to win with Blitzkrieg. They might not have a front line. They're going to need to play a bit more conservative, I think. Keep some units back. We'll see how well Kolbastik can pilot this deck, because I think Japan-France Resistance is one of the harder decks in the game to play, and I mean, I don't know how much experience he has on it at the moment, but I know I personally have not played this deck in a while.
Also one of the harder decks to play against.
That is also true. Not sure how many people have been playing against top-level Japan-France Resistance lately. Then we have a different Soviet deck. It's Soviet Italy. Soviet Italy Control, I mean, this deck is pretty hard tacked against air. 3 Red Dawns, 3 Fiats, 2 52Ks, he's got the Yaks. I think Wild Eyes is going to struggle pretty hard to beat this deck with almost any of his decks. This is pretty anti-aggro, and Wild Eyes is essentially running 5 aggressive decks. So I would be surprised if we saw this deck more than twice in this match. I could see Wild Eyes potentially getting a win off it once, but I would be shocked if Kolbasnik struggles to get one of his wins with this deck. And then we see another US-German midrange. This one is quite different than Wild Eyes. This is my personal preference with midrange. It's really putting the midrange in US midrange. It's running 3 Weakened Duets. It's running the Medical Battalion. It's running Island Hopping and Research rather than Blitzkriegs. So these cards that are meant more for getting value over a long-term period of time rather than just ending the game if you get a large front line.
I'm sorry, it really puts the mid in mid-range?
I mean, everyone calls US-German mid-range kind of regardless of its playstyle. So we've seen versions with like 4 Californias, 3 Weakened Duets, and we've seen versions with like 3 Blitzkriegs. Yeah, and we see tactical strikes rather than dive bombings. This is another choice, which is more about long-term value and just grinding an advantage rather than just tempo getting units to the frontline Blitzkrieg. So it's going to be interesting if we see a mirror between these decks. And yeah, that is the last of the decks for Kolbasnik. So I will pull up the bracket. As we can see, Cappuccino is waiting in the winners finals to play the winner between Wild Eyes and Kolbasnik. Let us notify the players that they are ready to start. And I now have to quickly make sure spectator mode is working.
Yeah, it certainly wouldn't break twice.
I actually did figure out the issue with it. It was on my end. Okay, I'm just waiting for... Okay, it looks like we're just waiting on Wild Eyes. So yeah, I said it during the deck selection, I do favor Kolbasnik in this matchup. I don't think it's going to go to Game 5, to be honest. I mean, I think they're both strong players, and I think they both brought strong decks, but where there is deck differences, I think it leans towards Kolbasnik. I'm not sure how you feel about that. Should also... Yeah, just need to get rid of these. Okay, it looks like they're having problems with the challenge mode.
Nothing too out of the ordinary here.
It wouldn't be a cards tournament without struggling to actually start the challenge. Although they have the new battle code system, which I'm not sure if you have tested that out personally yet, but...
Yeah, I've used it a little bit. Haven't had any issues yet.
Okay, yeah, it looks like we're getting them into a battle code. Yeah, sorry for the technical difficulties, everybody. But pretty standard cards tournament stuff. And I will take this time to remind everybody that there is a giveaway. Also, that there is, if you want to look at the deck lists, get the codes. That link should be floating around if somebody wants to post that.
I can post that. Whoa.
Okay, yeah, they both need to restart. They got into the battle code, but the deck selection screen is black. So bear with us. I'm gonna say.
It's funny.
Yeah.
It is funny that with the black deck selection screen, you still are able to select a deck. You just can't see which one you're selecting.
Yeah, you just have to be supremely confident.
Honestly, for a lot of tournaments, I'm like picking the deck that I have the muscle memory of spamming on KARDS ladder for. So it's like, oh, yeah, I'm just doing air again. And I just know where it is because I've done that motion like 50 times. Sorry, what were you going to say?
Oh, we're getting into game 1, it looks like. So let me pull up mulligans. It's going to be Kolbosnik on air versus Wild Eyes on his Soviet aggro deck, and hitting Feigned Retreat. I would keep that if I was Wild Eyes. I was going to say, I'm predicting Kolbosnik 5-3. Yeah. What do you think? Are you just going to play Devil's Advocate, support Wild Eyes, or...
Yeah, I'm going to be a better teammate than you. Go Wild Eyes.
And we are in game. We see Kolbosnik, bit of a slower hand, but he is going first, so this Albacore can pick off the cavalry. And it's worth noting that in this matchup, Wild Eyes does not have access to the Warblewinds, he does not have access to the Beefs, and he does not have access to the 35Ts, which means it's going to be much harder for Wild Eyes to deal with these bombers in the support line.
Yeah, I think for Wild Eyes here, you're kind of you're just all in on Key. You just hope Key works out, and if it doesn't, well, go next.
And if I recall correctly, I believe Kolbosnik is also not running Parasies. And we spoke about it. Yeah, he's not running Parasite. We spoke about it yesterday. That is... I personally would have just gone for the HMS Illustrious and saved the close air support for next turn, because you don't have to fear a 35T coming in. I don't know what you would have done.
You gotta look at his deck list. What can he punish with? And I'm confused.
And this Spitfire, it won't quite answer Key, but you might force your opponent to trade Key into it. Like if
Maybe now Wild Eyes is scared, is like, oh, well, he already used a close air support. He probably has a bunch in hand if he just, like, wastes more like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that Kolbosnik is just, like, the muscle memory of playing against Japan aggro. It kicked in there, because against Japan-German aggro, I think that play is fine. Because if you go for the HMS, you risk there being, like, 35T Type 93. But yeah, I mean, against Wild Eyes' deck, the Akita in the support line isn't that much of a threat. Wild Eyes choosing not to play Key. Shelling can come out here now on curve to slow Wild Eyes down and kill this Akita. He could also play Hurricane and attack phase once, attack phase twice and throw out Swordfish.
I kind of like Shelling here. I mean, from my perspective, I don't think that Wild Eyes has too many one health guys in his hand, which he does still have two, but in terms of one drops, he hasn't been playing that many by this point in the game.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I'm fine with this play. The advantage is that you're putting Wild Eyes down. We have seen some unfortunate Akita hits today. You're putting Wild Eyes down to 12, and with HMS Illustrious, you can pretty easily put him down to 10, which means at any point, if you draw Finest Hour, you are just going to kill your opponent with Hurricane Finest Hour. They don't have Whirlwind to stop it, there's no healing, there's no guards.
Yeah, although I think Wild Eyes deck is all in enough that you could have just traded from the start of this game and been pretty content.
Yeah, HMS Illustrious will let him just trade down the entire board while developing 2 additional bombers. I would be pretty surprised if we didn't see that play.
Mm-hmm. And then I'd be surprised to not see Key coming out from Wild Eyes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this seems like just a Key Akita. You know your opponent doesn't run Para-C. Obviously, the fear is just Empire Strikes. But I mean, at this point, if your opponent has Empire Strikes, this game is as good as over.
Yep.
So just play Key and pray he has to, like, triple trade. And looking at the hand, he kind of might have to. Like, you can play Mosquito on Key. But if this Key hits face for 7, I don't know. I think you have to do Mosquito. And probably, like, do you even move up an HMS? Or by an HMS, I mean Swordfish. Moves up 2 and Shellings.
Interesting.
It picks up the Empire Strikes. And he drew the Swordfish off the Key last... Or yeah, so he had the Swordfish in hand, now he picks up the Empire Strikes. This is probably going to be enough to just end the game in, like, 2 turns. Like, I suspect he's going to play Swordfish, Empire Strikes, and Wild Eyes is just going to surrender. To be completely honest.
Yeah, hard to imagine anything else happening this turn.
Empire Strikes, clears the board, Akita goes off, but it's still not enough to kill anything. And Wild Eyes goes down to 6 health.
Instead of Hurricane, which doesn't set up lethal like Hurricane would, but...
Yeah. I mean, at this point, I think it's fine. Like, you have...
Yeah.
I can't see a way where Wild Eyes is able to win this. You can clear board again, put him to 5.
Yeah, or...
You could even, like, have air subbed.
If you really wanted to, yeah.
I mean, Wild Eyes... Wild Eyes isn't running Shiden. So... Yeah. This is just game.
This is just lethal on board, yep.
Yep. The surrender comes in from Wild Eyes, and it goes up. Kolbasnik takes game 1 pretty quickly and pretty dominantly. 1-0 lead.
Turns out Brit Air is pretty good. Who knew?
So, I think this Japan deck might be the weakest coming from Wild Eyes, and in a format like this, your lineup is really as strong as your weakest deck is. So, the Brits through, I'm not that surprised. But this is one of the more aggressive decks from Kolbasnik getting through. So he still has his Soviet-Italy control, he has his Japan-France resistance, and then his German-US and US-German. He might be saving the control just for the end. If he brings air first, I wouldn't be surprised if we see US or German next.
All of these decks from Kolbasnik seem pretty dang good into Wild Eyes' Japan deck. Do you think?
Sorry. I missed that. I was doing some stuff behind the scenes.
I was saying all of Kolbosnik's decks seem pretty good into Wild Eyes' Japan deck.
Yeah, I do actually agree with that. I think the one that might struggle the most is US against a, like, strong start. And we've seen a German versus US. Kolbasnik on his German deck. And I think we said in the intro, Kolbasnik's German deck is slightly more mid-range to potentially compete with US mid-range, and Wild Eyes' US mid-range is slightly more aggressive.
You're still on
yeah,
the
I know. Kolbasnik finds his one Red Devils with the Combat Engineers and pulls the beef. This is a very strong start from Wild Eyes, from Kolbasnik. And I believe...
that is exactly what you want to see in this matchup. The beef isn't... It doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah, it's just going to get traded.
Just good. Mm-hmm.
And... Wild Eyes...
The PIR is a very good answer, though.
Yeah. Wild Eyes is running Sudden Strikes. He doesn't have one in hand. And, yeah, this is a situation where... I need to move... The mouse keeps hovering over cards. This is kind of a situation where I don't really like Heinz. Like, in this situation, if you do 38T, you're just kind of going to lose the front line. If you do Blitzkrieg, you put your opponent to 10, but then you lose the front line. And, yeah, if you trade down like this, it's not great. Wild Eyes can just trade the PIR into the beef and then do his own Red Devils. He won't be able to attack into the other Red Devils, but he could do Red Devils 30-second or even 2 30-seconds, which might be a little bit better.
Yeah, I think I'd probably just Red Devils into your opponent's Red Devils, play a 30-second.
He wouldn't have enough credits to that, because Red Devils attack into Red Devils is 3.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that.
So I think you want to trade the PIR here. You have so much of card advantage in hand, and just your cards are slightly better than your opponent's cards, I think. That I think you're fine trading the PIR to avoid taking too much damage.
Yeah, that's fine. Although damage doesn't really matter by the point that you get the front line.
That is true.
Either way, pretty good.
Kolbasnik is running one Enigma, and we don't see it in hand, so Wild Eyes has to be aware of it, but I mean, I think you're fine if your opponent just, like, plays Enigma here. Like, you're not... It would be unfortunate, but you're not expecting it. Goes face. I mean, yeah.
I don't like it.
I think that's fine. Forcing US midrange to spend their credits to remove your units is fine.
Well, even if you develop, they're still forced to remove your units because of Blitzkrieg.
Yeah, I mean, 38, like a 35T here or something, you put your opponent to 1. Like, you're probably going to lose the front line in a couple turns anyways.
Which means that dealing damage doesn't matter and you should develop.
Yeah, but if you can get the damage in now, like bring your opponent to like 3 or 2, you only need the front line for 1 turn. And yeah, I don't know. I'm support this play by Kolbasnik. I'm not sure about the combat move up though. I think that might be a bit much. If your opponent has a second 35T, you're...
No, I completely agree with combat move up. But with the Blitzkrieg in hand, it means that if he trades and he doesn't have another Blitz to deal with your 2-1 in the front line, then you win the game. And you're so low on resources that I think taking that risk is, like, necessary.
Fair. Well, if he had... Well, I suppose if he hadn't moved up the Combat Engineers, the Red Devil would be in the front line. But yeah, he's 1 credit off lethal. Because unfortunately he does not have an infantry to get the 0 operation cost out of this 35T. Retreats 30 seconds, brings his opponent to 6 health. And looking at Wild Eyes' hand, this might just be game. No, that's not true. He can trade
like this
1.
Yeah, 6 health is the same as 10 in this situation. But I still like the play to slow your opponent down as fast as possible.
And I have to update this score as well. Kolbasnik is on 1. And he can actually get the Yagged Bomber down. Force his opponent to have a response in the support line. Unfortunately for him, if that is what he goes for, Wild Eyes does have half tracks.
Yeah, Wild Eyes runs 3 half tracks in his deck, so it's a pretty scary line to go for. It doesn't mean it's an unreasonable line.
And he goes for the Yegg Bomber instead of the Blitzkrieg, and in general, I like this play. You saw your opponent struggle to remove stuff. Unfortunately, it is going to get punished. And with double Blitzkrieg now in Wild Eyes' hands, Wild Eyes does not need the front line for particularly long to end this game.
It must feel like Kolbasnik maybe needed to retreat the 101st. Like, you heal it and you give him that deployment effect back. But in terms of, it does significantly slow down your opponent more.
Yeah, and if he doesn't Yegg Bomber the 101st or the half track, he's actually just dead.
The 101st, if he Yegg Bombered the 101st, he wouldn't have been able to take the front line this turn. And he would have won with the Greyhound top deck.
And he's dead to double Blitzkrieg if he doesn't send back the 101st or the half track.
Literally, you send back the 101st.
Yeah, I mean, Yagged is by far the best option out of here. Actually, if he does weaken do it, he survives at 1 health against double Blitzkrieg.
It's just so hard to take back the front line this way, though.
If Wild Eyes does do move up... Oh, wait, does he have lethal with 4, 5, single Blitzkrieg? That's 9, 14, 19, 22 damage with Hellcat Blitzkrieg. And, yeah, Wild Eyes has lethal here, if you can see it. I mean, double check my math, 19, yeah, 22 damage, exact credits. It doesn't... Wild Eyes is looking at Sherman, though. If Wild Eyes doesn't see this, it's entirely possible Kolbasnik comes back, because with this Panzer F, Greyhound, he can potentially get to the front line.
Yeah, it looks like he probably sees it.
Oh, he sees it. Wild Eyes plays Hellcat, moves up, Blitzkriegs, and this is going to be...
22.
Yep, 22, all at 0 operation cost units in the front line, showing the strength of Blitzkrieg in this US mid-range deck, and tying up the series 1-1. Also, yes, I am aware the stream is lagging pretty hard right now. I mean, there's not a whole lot I can do about that. I'm plugged into Ethernet. I'm the only one using the internet here, so yeah, I don't know if it's probably just my service provider. Not a whole lot I can do about that, unfortunately. But yeah, it's now tied up 1-1. With Wild Eyes, a win on his US deck. I think that's... I mean, I don't think it's a deck that he was going to struggle to win with for particularly long. However, it's obviously good to get a win. And even just, like, for the mentality of winning your second game, I think going down 2-0, even if it's a best of 9, and you're still going to have lots of time to come back from being down 2-0, just the mentality of losing your first 2 games, it's not really something you want to see.
Yeah, I can agree with that. And I think Boston could have won that game with just
Yeah,
a
slightly sharper play.
tiny bit different play. Yeah.
And we saw actually Wild Eyes was very, very close for going for the Sherman. And I think if he went for the Sherman, I would have to do the math, but I think if he had gone for Sherman, I think it's possible that Kolbasnik actually had lethal. With his combination of tanks and blitzkrieg, I think he could have taken the front line if there was just 2 units there.
One credit off lethal, I think.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Thinking back to a game, it is hard to do, but
And they are into game number 3. It's going to be Soviets from Kolbasnik versus Japan Soviets again from Wild Eyes. I mean, Soviets isn't running sickles. This is a Soviet deck without sickles. He is running Red Dawns instead, which might be a saving grace for Wild Eyes if Wild Eyes gets a very flood opening. Kolbasnik keeping Red Dawn decides not to keep the 52k because there's only the key. But Wild Eyes has key for the second time, decides to full keep the hand. And these double Type 94s are going to be able to answer this Armored Train from Kolbasnik, or any other guards he plays out. I don't think you Red Dawn this. I think you just pass.
yeah, Red Dawn would be a little crazy.
And 3 units into the front line on turn 2. This is a very aggressive start. Fiat can come out. And honestly, I think I would like to see Wild Eyes just pin the Fiat. Not even necessarily kill it.
I think if you're pinning it, you'd probably kill it.
I mean, keeping the pin in hand for next turn feels pretty good.
Well, what are you gonna pin next turn other than a Fiat?
I mean, I guess. Kolbasnik's also played this Fiat on the wrong side of the headquarters. It's worth noting. When you're playing against a deck with Sendai, you want to play all your units on the left, because when a Sendai dies, the unit returns to the right, and Sendai typically targets guards. And yeah, I think you really wanted to have played that surprise attack on the Fiat, 1 or 2, because Fiat heals 4 off the second Marines, because all combat damage dealt to second Marines is doubled, and Fiat heals based on combat damage. So he's actually healing double off of that. He does get the key down, and Kolbasnik unfortunately has Lion for a day in hand, which
He only runs one of, I think.
yeah, checking his deck. Yeah, you're correct. That's his only Lion for a day. So that is very bad news for Wild Eyes. But he's starting to get this damage in. Bombing Raid can take out the Fiat without getting any additional healing. The Fee.
The Fee! That's a cute name.
And this Armored Train can come down, but double surprise attack in hand. I mean, I guess you just do this for... I mean, I honestly would have considered doing 845th Fiat and hoping he double pins, and then you play the Armored Train. Because Armored Train is like one of your single best guides in the deck. So I think playing it now to guaranteed die, I don't know.
Yeah, it seems really sketchy
Without
another guard in hand.
Is he guaranteed dead
if you
through
have
Naval
burst
Brigade?
rifles, like, sure, but...
If he trades into Akita and then plays Naval Brigade, he's not dead. If he trades into one of the 1/1s, he's still not dead?
Do you ever 845th trade Akita, hope for the 50-50?
I don't think so. I think you need to play Naval Brigade this turn. You know your opponent has 2 1-drops in hand. You're dead to Type 93.
Dead to signal.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't have any other options. Like, you have
Yeah, I know.
845th hammer heal to 9, but then you just immediately take 5, and you're still dead to Type 93.
Mhm.
And this is going to stop lethal. Katyusha, though, that is guaranteed lethal for Wild Eyes, which means he's going to get a win with this Soviet Japan deck if he sees it, and I fully expect him to see it since he has enough credits to play and operate with every single card in his hand.
Or he can do the BM Akita trade, hit his HQ. This is weird.
And Wild Eyes
It's
getting
still lethal, but it's weird.
Wild Eyes getting his win with his Japan deck and takes a 2-1 series lead. I think that's going to be a huge weight off his back. I mean, yeah, that's probably the hardest deck for him to get a win with. And beating the Soviet deck. And actually, I kind of missed it in the beginning, but he's particularly good into that Soviet deck just because the lack of sickles. The units really just flood the board.
Yeah, for sure. Man, I still find it weird to not Katyusha into the ambush first. I know it doesn't matter. It just it makes me feel icky inside, you know? Like when you have the arty or bomber into the ambush, you know, it feels so good. And then you just trade and have a guy die for free. I don't care that you have lethal. Trade with the arty first. Come on.
Yeah.
Disappointing play from Wild Eyes.
He's just
To
showing
be honest.
that he is that maybe he's trying to get into Kolbasnik's head. Maybe it's all just a psychological warfare here.
It's working on me. I'll tell you that.
Alright, we're just waiting for them to get into game 4. Wild Eyes now has his 3 decks to choose from. Soviets, Self-Damage, Britain, Italy, Air, or German Heinz. These are like the 3 meta aggro decks left, really. Kolbasnik has to beat them 4 times before they win 3. So suddenly Kolbasnik, I said I thought Kolbasnik 5-3, but it's certainly not looking that way at the moment.
Yeah, you're certainly looking a bit like a dumb bitch.
It's going to be a Heinz mirror, and we did say, because Kolbasnik is running the triple Heinz, or not triple Heinz, triple Flampanzer, sorry, in his deck. Correct? Actually, am I wrong about that? Is it? Which is the one that's running the Flampanzers? So let's pull up the whole game. Okay, in that case, Wild Eyes might actually be slightly favored in this. And how do you feel? You've played a lot of Heinz. Do you think going first is more important in Heinz than the extra card you get for going second?
Yeah, I mean, if both players have good starts, yes. But like obviously you don't always have a good start going first. You have fewer options. I think Wild Eyes is doing a bit better here because the Panzer that buffs all your tanks is so important.
Yeah.
To trade effectively.
And this 20 seconds gonna... The sooner this 20 second comes out, the sooner he's just gonna start farming cards.
Yeah, the 20-second is nice. Really abuse going first here.
And we see this combat engineers. That's not really what you want to see if you don't have the front line. And fortunately, he does not have any of these Flampanzers to be coming out. Like if he had a Flampanzer right here, that'd be so big.
Be large.
I kind of want to just see killing the probably killing the Panzer A, because Kolbasnik does run Fast Times, and then playing out your own Greyhound or Panzer A. I like the idea of killing one of these now, and then you setting up next turn you can do the Panzer F, and then kill the other one with Whirlwind.
Yeah, it looked like Wild Eyes was thinking about combat engineers for a second. Please don't do that. He recognizes the error of his ways.
Chooses to kill the Greyhound instead of the Panzer A. I suppose that's because of fear of the Blitz bomber, the Heinkel.
Yeah, which is
That's valid.
reasonable.
Yeah, that's probably more likely than a Heinz play. Although he now has 3 units in the front line. He could kill 2 of these instead of playing the Panzer F, which only lets him kill 1. Well, what do you think about that?
I mean, honestly, I'm kind of fine to slow play it, and maybe even. Yeah, I don't think you need to force the Panzer IIIF out this turn, but both lines are really good, so.
And I would suspect we're going to see the Panzer E this turn from Kolbasnik. It buffs these 1/3s to 3/3s. Lets him value trade into the Greyhound. We could do, it's just they're gonna die anyways. And your opponent is running Flam Panzers, which it's pretty safe that he doesn't have one in hand, but every turn he draws, he just has 3 in deck, so it's more and more likely that he's gonna find one. And this Fast Heinz has some pretty good potential if Wild Eyes doesn't clear, but it's looking like Wild Eyes is going to be able to get to the front line this turn.
He can get to the front line, but how much can he do with it? He gets out the beef. That's a really big draw.
Do you trade with the Panzer F or the Warble here in your situation?
I trade with Panzer F. I value the cheaper operation. Well,
because you're probably going to get traded into.
Yeah, it gets traded into either way. But I would trade with Panzer F because I value the operation cost over the giving all your German tank splits.
Yeah.
Most of your German tanks have blitz anyways.
So Kolbasnik, I mean, he can start farming these. He can even get the Martyr down and trade. That's just
Enigma?
I believe he doesn't. I don't think he does, because I think Wild Eyes is running the 2 Panzer H's, and
that's what I thought. And for that reason, I prefer playing Martyr on that turn.
Kolbasnik decides to go for a 5-2 to the front line, and sack the 22nd, take 3 damage on the Panzer F, or Panzer E.
That's really not finding any of the cards that he wants to deal with what Kolbasnik's putting out. Having to run into a lot of not so great trades off of Kolbasnik's tempo from going first. Kolbasnik getting a lot of card draw from that 22nd, pretty much negating entirely the downside of...
Kolbasnik's one-off lethal at the moment. If he just moves up, does Fast Heinz. Yeah, that's just 14 damage. I mean, you probably want to trade here. No, he decides he wants to just deal 3. I mean, you're forcing your opponent to have to trade down here. 2 of these units are infantry, which means they can't be buffed by a potential Panzer F. None of these units that are threatening damage are 1-drop, so Flame Panzer is useless. And I think this might just be game. I don't see a way for Wild Eyes to remove enough units here.
Yeah, he can take the front line with Pursuit.
Oh, and Beef. And he pulls
he can even take the front line with the Egg Bomber.
I think he can actually survive if he did a turn. He can't take front line with the Egg Bomber.
Wait, oh, right.
So, yeah, he could have survived a turn with Pursuit. it really would not have mattered, I don't think. And Wild
Probably
Eyes
not.
throws in the surrender, and Kolbasnik ties it up 2-2. So this is closer so far than I expected. And Kolbasnik, he's won on 2 of his aggressive decks. I thought these control decks, the Japan France and the Soviet Italy, are pretty good, generally speaking, into Wild Eyes' lineup. And we've only seen it once. So there is really no saying where this set's going to go. If you're Wild Eyes, though, do you switch decks or do you bring Heinz again? So we saw when he lost game 1, he brought a second deck in game 2, and then the deck that he lost with in game 1 into game 3. So do you think he's going to do the same thing where he'll switch it up, try to get a win, and then go back to Heinz in the next game?
I mean, I don't mind Heinz again. I feel like Heinz is good into all 3 of Kolbasnik's decks. Maybe not as good into control with the triple Flampanzer, but just having that uncontested frontline in the early game, especially when running the actual card fast Heinz, it gives you a lot of options.
And we see he is in fact going to bring Heinz again. And it's going to be Heinz versus midrange. But this time it is reversed. It's going to be Kolbasnik on the midrange, Wild Eyes on the Heinz. And before we saw the more aggressive Heinz versus the more aggressive midrange, now we're seeing the more midrange versus the more midrange Heinz.
Yeah, I do find that Heinz is favored in this matchup, although with Kolbasnik going first and with his starting hand being so good, I don't.
Yeah, if you're Heinz, although Wild Eyes does have, this Red Devils is just going to slow everything down. If this Red Devils was not in Kolbasnik's hand, I would heavily favor Wild Eyes. I mean, Wild Eyes does have the flams. It costs 4 to flam a Red Devils, though.
Greif makes it so that Red Devils is a vanilla 1-3 again.
I mean, is that good enough, though? I think Kolbasnik can just throw out his 4 30 seconds. Like 3 additional 30 seconds. Because this Red Devils is going to be holding the front line. Like, your opponent could actually, if he doesn't move up, Wild Eyes can do Greif, 2 credits to kill Red Devils, and then move them both up for free. Kolbasnik is going to move up the 2-1, which does stop that. So I suspect Wild Eyes will just play a second Whirlwind and kill the 2-1 with Greyhound. That's what I would do.
Yeah, you're not like too pressed to kill the 2-1s right away when you have Greif and 2 Panzer 2As.
I actually don't mind this either, because with Greif and these two Panzer 2As in hand, you're able to just like dump your hand so fast immediately, and I suspect that's what we're going to see this turn.
I think this is the turn to go off.
And combat engineers. Does he? I don't think he'll have enough credits to do combat engineers as well, unless he wants to play only 1 Panzer.
Yeah, which he can do, and still take the front line.
Man, can you imagine if you had a Nakshub in hand?
I can. I've seen it before. It turns out it's pretty good.
So he's going for the double Panzer 2A, which is going to let him clear the front line and get 2 tanks. Or actually, he decides to trade like this. Gets 3 tanks to the front line. The question is, how good is this actually? Because if he trades, and like he's going to start getting farmed, and if he doesn't trade, this We Can Do It might come out. I think I would trade here. If I was Kolbasnik, double trade PIR, 32nd.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's just not enough of a We Can Do It when you're not able to trade on the same turn.
and he decides to trade into the Panzer A, which I think is actually a mistake. Wild Eyes does not run any German tank synergy. Well, he's running the Panzer F, but Panzer A and Greyhound both already have Blitz. So I think it's actually just killing Greyhound is strictly better in the case of playing against Wild Eyes because of the potential Hankel buff.
This is a really delicate turn for Wild Eyes. He has the Martyr to play and then trade for 0 credits, but then with 2 credits he can move up Whirlwind, but then PIR starts to risk value trading in following turns. If you had 1 more credit, it would be pretty easy to play Combat Engineers this turn and do the same thing and feel really happy about it. Can also not trade to get 22nd Infantry down.
I mean, I think you want the Martyr. Like, I think you're running out of cards, and mid-range is going to start popping off with their Shermans and Weakened Duets. I think you need to have Martyr come down this turn.
And you need to move up with Whirlwind to play around Sherman, don't you?
Yeah, he chooses not to. I mean, I guess the idea is... Yeah, honestly, that's fair. Just decides to kill the Greif, and then he's going to have 2 4-attack guys in the front line, which means Panzer F doesn't do a ton. Another Panzer A. Also, I would like to correct a previous mistake. Wild Eyes does not actually run Heinkel. I'm looking at his deck list. There is no Heinkel in the deck.
Wow.
So, it was still strictly better to kill the Panzer A, because of the Jäg Bomber. But, yeah, there is actually no Heinkel. And trades the Martyr in. I think that's just the smart play. He can get the front line now. I'm not sure how valuable getting the 3-attack is over the 22nd for the draw.
Yeah, I prefer the draw there.
And, yeah, we're seeing Kolbastik is starting to get behind. He didn't go for the Sherman the turn he could. He decided to kill the Heinkel. Or, not the Heinkel, sorry, the Greif. And it's not necessarily that killing the Greif was a mistake, but just the way it's worked out so far. He is getting really behind. These Weakened Duets are slow to come out. These Shermans don't do a lot if you don't have the support line, or front line.
Oh, Wild Eyes can play the 4-cost Panzer, trade, move up, have a 4/4, and the 2/2 from the Befelswagen in the front line.
That is true. That seems okay. Kolbasnik, I think he really wants to find his 5th Rangers. And if I remember correctly, Kolbasnik is the only one not running 3 copies of 5th Rangers. I think he's only running 2. Yeah, he's only running 2 copies of the 5th Rangers.
Interesting line.
Hellcat is fine. He can Hellcat kill the Whirlwind, play another Sherman.
Well, or you can Hellcat kill the
Combat Engineers. Actually, yeah, that's probably better. You're just dead to Blitzkrieg, though. I just don't really see how you're coming back. Are you dead to Blitzkrieg either way, actually? No, he'd be put at 1 if Wild Eyes had Blitzkrieg here.
Yes, you're correct.
So he has a lot of options here. I mean, you don't have an easy way of killing this Flam. You can... Well, sorry, this guy.
Yeah,
you can Flam, move up.
Move it up and trade.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
I meant that you don't have a way of, like, super developing your board. He could... He could replace the Combat Engineers with the Beef if he really wanted to. Decides to just go face. Tactical Strike is a very good pickup. But I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Can Tactical Strike the backline still value trade, I think? I don't think Wild Eyes has the credits. I think he needs one more, right?
No, he can Panzer F
Yeah.
and attack face for 7.
Oh, right, true. Wait. Yes. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so if he doesn't trade Sherman into the Flam Panzer, he will just die here. He gets that read. No, there's not lethal here anyways. You can deal 5 with just the... Well, I guess he can deal 6 with the Panzer E. Deals 5 damage this way. Another tactical strike. And this time he does have enough credits to do We Can Do It and attack.
And attack and attacked.
Oh no, you can't play Skytrain here, okay? Okay. Like, you're literally just dead on board if you play Skytrain here. And this is just going to be lethal with the attack buff from Combat Engineers on the Panzer F.
Wild Eyes. Stop.
I mean, he can do this as well. Like, he can play the 38T, then Panzer F, and then move up.
Yeah. Plays around zero-cost air defense.
And with that, Wild Eyes has taken the lead, completely proving me wrong. He's now up 3-2. I mean, technically, my prediction could still technically come true, with a 5-3 if Kolbasnik wins 3 in a row, but that seems unlikely.
Does Wild Eyes just prefer to go for less obvious lethals? Maybe he finds fun in that. I can see it. That'd be a little more stylish, I guess.
And what is Wild Eyes left with? He's left with his self-damage and Brittly Air. Those are some pretty safe decks to be your last 2 decks to win with.
Yeah.
Just need to get spectator mode going, give the players the go-ahead.
Give the spectators the go-ahead.
I think I said get the players. I need to get spectator mode going and give the players the go-ahead. Is certainly what I intended to say.
Yeah, one of us had a stroke.
Alright, got the mulligans showing and update Wild Eyes' score. It is going to be Soviet self-damage into Soviet Italy control. I would be shocked if Wild Eyes does not keep his 1 line for a day.
Yeah, you've got to.
I'd also keep the first rifles. Mary's okay. Like, I would expect the Fiat to just die, and you don't want to do Fiat Mary on the same turn.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't care about health total too much in this matchup.
It's less about the health total, I think, and more about getting that Fiat up to 3-4, where you can start hitting these 4, 5, 6. But I mean, that's kind of a perfect
that's
scenario.
So ambitious, though.
Yeah. The Red Dawn is a very good pickup, though.
Oh yeah, absolutely huge.
I would not upgrade it to From the People this turn. Keep it as tempo. Okay. I thought it was still Kolbasnik's turn. I thought he was thinking about that. Yep, just From the People. Or, sorry, Red Dawn, not From the People. Because if you play Fiat that turn, it's technically better on curve, but your opponent just plays Red Dawn, and then suddenly their 4, 5, 6 is outside of Red Dawn range, and you're not running sickles for that to clean up.
Wilda is thinking of holding this 4, 5, 6 back, but if he was going to do that, he should have held it last turn. I do not like sickle here.
The sickle here lets him get out the 34th guards. The hammer pickup, he's running 1 hammer, 1 lion for a day, and he has both in hand.
Yeah, what a disgusting high roller.
He's thinking about 845th, because if you're going to get Red Dawned, you'd much rather play 845th, because it actually heals 3 when it dies, and then you have these Fiats, which are potentially better cards. In hand, looks like Wild Eyes is probably... I'm expecting him to take the aggressive play. Red Dawn, move up the unit, and slay him 34th in the support line.
Yep, I think that's a lot better than any other option. And I mean, hey, Kobosnik only has 2 good answers in his deck for this stuff. So,
I would line for a day. Like, your opponent's not going to play 3 self-damage cards next turn.
I've seen it. I don't know. I kind of like Hammer, honestly. What? Oh, okay.
I
I
mean,
guess that's fair.
yeah, this is the way that just you take the least amount of damage. I'm gonna check Wild Eyes' deck, so I know. I think, yeah, Wild Eyes is running a copy of the deck I run,
No.
so it's the double counter offensive. Oh, mm,
Like I know he.
I
What? Okay, I thought he was at least playing it to sickle the engineers so
Yeah.
he could keep his 34th guards healthy.
I can't say. I mean, I understand what Wild Eyes is trying to do. He sees his hand is terrible and he wants to cycle. I strongly disagree with this line of play because it brings the 34th into range of a potential naval brigade. You're not using sickles offensively to deal with Kolbasnik's units. You're not using sickles, saving it for your recons to draw an extra card.
The main thing is you do not want to heal. Like,
Yeah,
at all.
like, yeah.
You need.
And from this
Sunlight
point
on
in the
it.
game, Kolbasnik had basically his only 2 early options for what Wild Eyes played, and yeah, Wild Eyes is just fully out of steam, throwing the Sunrise down as a 3/3. Kolbasnik can literally just ignore this. The only thing left for Wild Eyes is these 2 counter-offensives. And he has the Winter Warfare in hand, which means Scouting Party, draw 2 off of Scouting Party, and counter-offensive could create a very large unit. And Kolbasnik is out of removal in hand. But, I mean, with the Mare Nostrum, the 272nd coming down, I think you're going to be very hard-pressed to find a situation where you can remotely say Kolbasnik is not, like, at risk of dying. And I think Wild Eyes needs Scouting Party this turn. I don't think Kolbasnik should Red Dawn. I think he can just pass here.
Yeah, scouting party or 5-year plan. Sure, moving up first rifles is fine.
Yeah, I
It
mean,
doesn't really matter either way, I don't think.
Wild Eyes is not running Ura, so he does not have to worry about what happened to Vinny against Cappuccino, where there was the counteroffensive Ura that killed him from the support line. So as long as he holds the front line, his opponent, he's at no risk of any wombo combos from counteroffensive. I mean, he doesn't really have to be worried about that anyways, I don't think. But
Yeah, you have a lot of life, while Eyes doesn't have a lot of stats or cards.
trades away the 3/3. At this point in the game, I just like every time Wild Eyes loses a unit, it makes it just significantly less likely that he can ever come back. Also, there's no longer any damaged units for Naval Brigade. Throwing out the Winter Warfare also means he can't draw 2 with Scouting Party.
Yeah, really crazy start for Kolbosnik, and not enough experience on the deck, it looks like, for Wild Eyes to know how to play the matchup when you have the poor start.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely one thing to know how to win with a deck. It's another thing to know how to not lose with a deck. And, I mean, he can play out the last 2 cards in his hand, but what are they going to do? Your opponent's at 25 health, your opponent has more cards than you, your opponent has more stats on the board than you, essentially.
Yeah, you sort of need to save the Naval Brigade for the Joseph Stalin to have any way to deal with it, and you need to play it now to not lose. So
Yeah, like, you need your opponent to red banner the 272nd to only get 1 Stalin by accident, and then you, like, rip a sickle. Also, they, like, preemptively Mary Nostrum it.
Yeah,
Um,
and then they try to go to settings and accidentally hit concede.
yeah, I mean, it, this is one of the things I love about control decks in general, but especially Soviet Italy control decks, is the situation where it's like, you know you can't lose, but you're so far ahead. Um,
That's weird.
I, yeah, I mean, I don't understand that play at all, um, to be completely honest.
Your control deck, you don't care about life total. Wild Eyes could be at 99 life, and your win rate would change by 2%. You guys.
um, I mean, yeah, honestly, I, I'm not convinced about Kolbasnik's play, but he can't do anything.
Yeah, it's
Wild
really
Eyes,
giving away value trades,
like,
which you're
and
up enough value that it's fine, but like why?
First Rifles is actually Wild Eyes' best draw, and like he's still so far behind.
Is it better than 5-year plan?
I guess not. Yeah, I mean with 5-year plan, you're like actually just risking dying to this
Yeah,
T35.
but I mean, yes, but like
um,
better die a hero, you know?
yeah, I mean I would. I kind of want this to just like I wouldn't even play the Mary. I kind of just want to see this hit First Rifles. Mary's fine, I guess. Heal 6. I would have liked saving Mary just in case you need it for the +1/+1, because
Yeah.
the +6 health does not matter in the slightest. And whether this is a 5-2 or a 6-3 does not change trades at all.
Yeah. Kopasnik's actually, yeah, that's a pretty good draw.
I mean, if 272nd was like any other card in the game, I think Wild Eyes. I mean, there's also just this like tractor factories in hand as well.
Yeah.
Oh, this is painful. Maybe he could like. There's just a lot of incidental damaged units, and then he withdraws like a counter offensive that lets him get through both. I mean, honestly, like he can get 3 damaged units for a counter offensive here.
Yeah, I mean, he has a really nice line. Trading the 6/6 into this Bologna, trade the 3/4 into Joseph Stalin and Naval Brigade.
Yeah.
Still getting bodied, but, you know.
Yeah, he can take out one of them, but with the naval brigade gone, he really has no answer for the second Stalin. And there's also still the tractor factories in hand. The Yak draws and can kill the 4/5/6. I mean, Kolbasnik really has like a lot of choices. Like he can kill the naval brigade with the plane, the 4/5/6 with the tank, and then also take out the recon while he's at it. He even has enough credits after all of that. I would take out the recon, I think. Just like in case your opponent draws like a Winter Warfare, for example. I mean, 5-year plan. He's not dead.
But he's pretty dead.
Yeah, Red Dawn would have been lethal there. Mary Nostrum's lethal there. KV, not quite enough. Oh, that no, it is lethal because the recon draws, and that is game. Kolbasnik ties it up 3-3, and we might be having a second game 9 situation here.
It'll be my bedtime by the time we get to the third place match.
And we see the win coming through on the Soviet deck. My earlier prediction was correct. The Soviet deck would not need to be played more than twice. Although, I will say it got pretty stomped by the Japan deck. Although, against self-damage, that could have been a pretty weak matchup, but he did have the Hammer Lion for a Day opening hand, and I really think we saw Wild Eyes never get the scouting party in the end.
I really think that Wild Eyes was like super favored Like, he made some misplays, and he was still doing pretty well, and he still would have won probably if Kobosnik didn't have Hammer or Lion for a Day or 272nd. It was almost like he needed all three. Or maybe he could have lost a Lion for a Day and a Hammer. I mean, yeah, probably, but still.
Yeah. We're seeing the mulligan. It's Wild Eyes on self-damage again, this time against the US mid-range. I mean, 5th Rangers, I think you're probably going to want to keep it.
You're pretty good cards. Oh.
Yeah, I think 5th Rangers is really important in this matchup. Just because it's essentially your only way to answer these big guys. Like, you can half-track things back to hand.
I don't think you want to keep 2 Red Dawn in this matchup for Wild Eyes here.
No. I mean, I suppose it's just to answer 35 Ts.
Just Sickles and Winter Warfare.
Oh!
So much better.
Oh, and he gets the, that's probably something like a 1 in... What, like a 1 in 18? To draw the second 32nd? So, Kolbasnik is already... He started first and he's down a card. From what he should have.
Yeah, about 1 in 18, 1 in 17. Around there.
Yeah, probably 1 in 17. T80 is fine. Problem is, you can't... Like, you're gonna get blown out so hard by Winter Warfare. I'm at a bit of a loss. I guess the idea is if your opponent plays Winter Warfare, they can't attack face this way. That's the only thing I can see.
Yeah, sometimes playing credit efficiently is not the best option. Like, it's fine to hold back the 32nd because you're scared of Winter Warfare, but he doesn't just always have Winter Warfare.
Yeah.
I'd rather get blown out by Winter Warfare than get blown out regardless of what he has, you know?
I mean, this is actually... The half-track draw here is fine. It means that he's... Well, the problem is it's probably just going to get hit by the second Red Dawn. Right? Like, here I would do Zhukov 456th, Red Dawn 34th, stop your opponent from getting Sherman.
Yeah.
And this is the situation where Kolbasnik's probably just going to slay him an 8-8 next turn.
And while you're at it, just hit a 246 from Zhukov to... Hey, look at that. You can have a beefier boy this turn, or you can take the front line with the blitz next turn. Probably what you do.
Yeah. I mean, like, the only difference I could see this making is, like, if your opponent plays Hellcat. This way they can Hellcat to kill it. But, like, if your opponent spends their entire turn to kill one of your guys, you're fine. I think you just slam a 5-5, or the 8-8, sorry.
Yeah, I agree.
And that is why I think 5th Rangers is, like, a really good keep. Just slam it as an 8-8 and start chewing through some of these units. If Wild Eyes can get something to proc damage on this to set up a naval brigade, that'd be pretty filthy. Recon, it's not doing a lot.
I mean, isn't it just good enough to move up to 456
and play an SU
naval brigade next turn?
Yeah, that is true. You can just move up. I think you could just do SU, move up both units. Because your opponent doesn't have enough credit.
Well, I mean, okay, yeah, I guess.
Your opponent doesn't have enough credits
to
hit the 6-6. I mean, the 6-6 is guarded, though.
Yeah,
if you double move up. And there's no card in Kolbasnik's deck that he could... Like, if he had Sudden Strike, that could be potentially really bad, where you move up both, he Sudden Strikes the 4-5-6th, and then kills the 6-6, but... Yeah, he's gonna have to trade into the...
Oh, yeah. You know what's hilarious? If you move up the 3 of them, Kolbasnik can't play 101st because it has to target the enemy HQ, which buffs the guys so that they both go to 3-5 to ruin the trade.
He decides to pass, which actually gives Kolbasnik time to draw this half track.
Yeah, I feel like this is the worst play.
Kolbasnik could also get a Sherman off now if he wanted. I would kind of be tempted to go for the Sherman play, to be completely honest, because the half track leaves you with nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you could have denied your opponent from being able to do anything with half track, anything with Sherman, anything with strat bombing, or does he also run?
I think he runs one Stars and Stripes. I'll check. He runs Tactical Strikes. I remember that.
So like this,
he
like,
does.
your play's still winning, but you're just giving way too many options.
So Kolbasnik does not run Stars and Stripes, but he runs 2 Tactical Strikes.
Okay.
Winter Warfare. It's pretty good pickup. I mean, Kolbasnik's probably right now just waiting to see the, like, hovering over the surrender button, waiting to see the counter-offensive. I mean, like, yeah, you can go face, I guess.
Getting face doesn't really matter, though.
I mean, I think Wild Eyes is still, like, in a pretty strong position, especially with this Naval Brigade coming out. We Can Do It, though, actually stops, it makes it undamaged. So if he does We Can Do It and then kills the tank with the Sherman, like, he can still trade recon in, I guess. There's no way to heal, and, like, there's no way to fully stop Naval Brigade coming out next turn.
Yeah.
But you also probably want to half-track the 456. Strap Bomb's a good pickup if Kolbasnik just does trade, well... So he's sort of like...
I don't know if it's really enough.
Yeah, because he doesn't have to play around the stars, and even if he had stars, it doesn't do a ton. That's a very good draw. I would, Tactical Strike the Naval Brigade and retreat the, 456.
Yeah, seems pretty good.
Just, yeah, take away 2 of your opponent's threats. Obviously they still have the 34th, but it's you're just fighting to not die at this point as Kolbasnik. Maybe you can make a comeback with...
honestly might play 22nd without the front line instead of moving up Sherman.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't move up the Sherman because the recon's still going to be on board.
Yeah.
And he's going for it. There is like a possibility that you just get blown out by Winter Warfare, but you're kind of getting blown out by Winter Warfare regardless. Oh, please tell me he remembers there's ambush on that. Oh no. Okay, no, he's going for the Tactical Strike, and 22nd. Oh, he runs out of time before he can get the 22nd out. That is unfortunate, and might actually have pretty big repercussions. I mean, Wild Eyes is getting to the health total where he probably isn't going to play... If Wild Eyes Red Dawns, Kolbasnik has the 2 burn cards in his entire deck in hand. Like, if he Red Dawns, he could actually just die. Okay, he...
Or SU at this point.
Yeah, I mean...
I
think you needed... Because you're, like, double trading anyways, and you're dead in, like, 2 turns anyways. So yeah, I think I would have gone face.
On a mistake.
Yeah, I think you needed to go face, and you drop your opponent to 5, which means any SU, any Red Dawn brings you into strategic bombing for lethal range.
And, like, Kolbasnik should still lose the game every time from that position, but it gives your opponent, the opportunity to lose themselves the game. Which is an important strategy.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine there's a world where Wild Eyes plays Red Dawn here. I mean, Hellcat, We Can Do It, keeps him alive. Um, assuming that there is no counter-offensive.
Does not keep you alive.
Yeah,
Well,
I think
it
you're.
could.
I
It
think you're.
has.
Like, it actually stops even more damage than the other play.
Oh yeah.
Like, if you draw third half track, or actually if you draw second, fifth rangers. Oh, Shin Hodo. He has double Shin Hodo in hand. It's not quite enough to end it this turn. But oh, if he had gone face with the 101st, because that 2/2 in the support.
You can't
Because
say
yeah,
it
because
for
the
sure
SU
because Wild Eyes,
had to play
if
the
he's
SU.
paying attention, he knows there's no more burst and he can play it, and that might have been why.
Yeah, but I feel like he still would have just been in a generally better position because it means the SU doesn't come out. There's not an extra tank on the board. Yeah, he needed cards. He needed third half track there. So this is going to be game for Wild Eyes, which means Wild Eyes is going to take the 4-3 series lead, winning with self-damage on the second try. We have really been seeing self-damage, like, suffer a little bit in this tournament. Yep.
Yeah, I feel like these players. I mean, you have to play 5 different decks. It is hard to prepare 5 different decks in terms of your level of play, and I feel like. I mean, you see that self-damage is a very popular deck on ladder, a very strong deck. You're just like, oh yeah, well I put it in there. But a lot of people don't realize, like it. Of course, you can win without having like a lot of skill on the deck because you can just high roll, and that's what a lot of people see. But the games that are closer, self-damage is actually quite a difficult deck to pilot.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that. And with the current, like, how the current tournament cycle is set up, people really don't have to prepare more than, like, 3 decks, in any given meta. Now, obviously, some people will prepare more than that. Some people will prepare even less than that, potentially. But yeah, this format really does demand people be as good as they possibly can on 5 very different decks. This is not a great hand from Kolbosnik, but this is also not even. This is an even worse hand from Wild Eyes. So, Kolbosnik's going first, but it doesn't mean he still can't get this "we can do it" out before Empire strikes. So if he commits all with these 30 seconds, yeah, I think I would attack here.
Are we able to switch from the Mulligan
Oh,
screen to?
my bad. And there we go. Swordfish, well, you're probably not going to play it, just research for draw. And Kolbosnik, I mean... Ooh, Whirlwind. Okay, yeah, just Whirlwind hit face for 3. That is a huge draw. And you have to...
Urban time.
You have to Empire Strikes here as Wild Eyes, because if you Sea Patrol the Whirlwind now, We Can Do It comes out. And once We Can Do It comes out, these guys in the front line are sticking around forever. It looks like he's really debating it, because...
I don't think it's unreasonable to just
Yeah, in his...
hope your opponent doesn't have We Can Do It, because it just...
I mean, it's 3 of in deck. I think I would do Empire, because even you don't even need to Sea Patrol next turn. You can do Empire, and then on the follow-up turn you play Swordfish second Empire to deal 2 to everything. It will still kill Whirlwind, like if your opponent floods after the first Empire. He ends up going for the Sea Patrol, and Kolbosnik might not actually play We Can Do It here. Like, he has a lot of good options that aren't We Can Do It.
Greed is good.
Yeah, and like... Yeah, he gets a 5-4 to the front line. It will let Wild Eyes kill 3 of these units if he does Swordfish Empire Strikes, and I do think he kind of needs to do that.
Yeah, but you get to trade back, you get to develop... You can even play Medical to heal your 5th.
Yeah.
I wouldn't feel bad about it.
I mean, yeah. I'd probably go for the first Marines to the... I don't know, though. Because healing up to 4 is really good, because your opponent's deck has a whole lot of deal 3 damage to things.
Although
if you draw like a
Wellington
red
very
draw
well
or something.
relevant.
Yeah. This does offer you the time to get the other 30 seconds out of your deck as well. And sets up for another We Can Do It. Or, sorry, not another. He didn't play the first one. But it sets up for the We Can Do It with Medical on board. Wild Eyes does not have...
If Wild Eyes had this Wellington in his hand from the start, that would be so huge for him.
Yeah. That would actually be massive, because the research would have procced that down to 1 cost. He just doesn't have units he can play. Like, I think he actually just needs to... Because Sea Patrol doesn't matter, because... it... What? It heals.
Yeah. I guess. Wait. If you play We Can Do It, I guess it denies it 3 health?
And the second Whirlwind pickup. This is going to game 9. Oh my goodness. This is brutal. I think he's just, like, praying for an HMS draw, but that wouldn't even be enough now. It is Monty or Shelling as the only ways to not just die. He really needed to convoy last turn. And hope you just draw something that lets you not die. I mean...
There's always the Lend-Lease concede line.
Yeah, this is a terrible hand for Wild Eyes. He got very, very unlucky. Based on the hands. Like, double Wobble from your opponent and you have double Empire, double Lend-Lease in hand. Not what you want to see. He actually finds a way to take out 4 of these units. I mean... It's not going to be enough, because we see the second Whirlwind coming out. It's going to put his opponent to 2 health. He can even first Marines.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather look for Monty shelling HMS bomber the Empire Strikes Dream. Like, sometimes that's just what you gotta go for in there.
Empire, or he gets the HMS, he has the zero-cost Wellington, but the second Whirlwind... Oh, it's so brutal. If he didn't have the second Whirlwind here, maybe he could... Wild Eyes could come back, but... this is going to be the Lend-Lease concede if he doesn't find Monty play. He's played both Empire Strikes, so even if he does find Monty, I don't see how he can come back. There is no Monty, the surrender comes in, and we are going to our second Game 9. I mean, obviously, Game 9 means a whole lot of casting for us. We're definitely going to lose our voices by the end of this. But it also shows that these players are actually fairly evenly matched. Their lineups are fairly evenly matched. And, yeah, I'm very glad that there's not just crazy blowouts. And I think this...
Well,
there's crazy blowout games, but...
Yeah, that's what I was...
Yeah, I mean, I'm just glad there's no, like, 2-0s, 3-0s, because I think a lot of time, with the format of OCCs, I think a lot of time it looks like there's one player is much more dominant than the other, just based on stat results, because if you're playing a best of 3 and you win 2-0, you're like, oh, this guy crushed his opponent. But, like...
Can you imagine if you 5-0'd in this format, though?
Oh,
imagine the psychological damage.
That would be insane. And my goodness, this... I mean, we joked about someone potentially needing to win 18 games, or play 18 games to win this tournament. That might be the truth, because either way, our finalists are going to be 2 players who have played 9 games.
Yeah, I mean, you can also play 18 games and get second.
Yeah. Can play 18 games and get 4th. Which is also another real possibility.
Looking like a nice Brit Air opener going first.
Yeah, and Brit Air is...
I support keeping Finest Hour and playing it on the Fiat turn 2.
Yeah, going first against Britain, or the Japan-Britain. Why am I saying Britain? The Japan-France resistance.
Decline to accept the existence of France.
And he gets the finest
And this is
hour. And yeah, this is
okay.
just 4 damage a turn. There's no 61st in this deck. He's
Hmm.
pretty far off. Um, Call to the colonies for healing. ATS draw. Oh!
I actually disagree with ATS draw because it means that your Fiat is dead to defend in depth, which Klobosnik has 3 copies of.
That is true. If he had instead chosen to play the Kitty Hawk or the Swordfish, this would not die to defend in depth. And defend in depth is really the card Kolbastik would be looking to keep in his opening hand.
Yeah, exactly.
If depending on how where and how he plays out these units, he might just be about to get rocked by bombing raid. Okay,
This is pretty reasonable.
an Imperial Decree draw here would full clear the board with desperate measures. Um, that is not the world we're living in, though.
It would also full clear with bombing raid, which is truly what you do.
Oh, that is a fair point. um, yeah, I mean you can bombing raid, but he's just dead to Sea Patrol, right? Yeah, this is a turn 5 win. Um, this is very similar to our last, our other semi-final where it goes to game 9, and then in game 9 the Aggro player just wins on turn 5. Tough loss for Kolbasnik. I mean, there was really not anything he can do. He just did not get the perfect hand, and I mean, he really needed the perfect hand to beat what Wild Eye started with. Um, so we're going to see Wild Eyes versus Cappuccino in the finals, and Kolbasnik versus Vinny in the third place match. We're going to start with the finals after a short break, give the players a chance to look at their new opponents' lineups, you give everybody a chance to grab snacks, use the bathroom, so on and so forth. Remember to enter the giveaway in chat. Deck lists going to be floating around in chat as well if you want to take a look at that. And we will be back shortly. Um, Welcome back, everybody, for the grand finals of the first initial King's Cup. I will pull up the bracket here. As you can see, we had Cappuccino defeating Vinny in a grueling 9 games, and we had Wild Eyes defeating Kolbasnik in another grueling 9 games. And as a result, we will have Cappuccino versus Wild Eyes in the grand finals for a potential additional round of 9 games. Although as few as 5. This is going to be another best of 9, no bans. Last man standing, really. Well, first to win with all 5 decks, but the winner of this will, certainly can't say they just simply high-rolled their way through the tournament. They can't say, you won't be able to say this person, deserved anything less, than the prize, because they will have won 10 games today against some of the best players in cards. So, what do you think about this matchup, Wild Eyes versus Cappuccino?
Well, I think Wild Eyes' inexperience has shown a little bit on some of these decks. And the Japan-Soviet deck, I am still not too confident in. He did manage to get a win, of course, but I think that could be a weakness to exploit from Cappuccino here.
Yeah, I do think I would have to agree with you. I would favor Cappuccino slightly, just based on how we've seen both of them play so far. I think both of them have played very well, but Cappuccino has been nearly flawless so far, and Wild Eyes has had a couple missteps here and there. However, I thought Wild Eyes was going to lose 5-3 to Kolbasnik, and I thought 5-3 was generous. I thought 5-2 was definitely a possibility, and we saw he brought it back. So, yeah, you can't ever count him out. I mean, even just last month, Wild Eyes, I think, was sitting around, like, top 20 for most of the season. And then on the final day, I mean, like, Wild Eyes just went on a crazy win streak, and he didn't end up making top 6, but he got up to 7th, I think.
Yep, he got up to 7th, 2 elo below me in 6th place.
Yeah, so you can never count Wild Eyes out. He plays more cards every month than anyone else on Team Ammo. I can say that much.
He probably has like 4 times my hours.
However, Cappuccino has had more tournament success in cards as a whole, and he's played very convincingly today. So, yeah, it's going to be quite the showdown here. I'll let the players know that they are good to go. Get spectating starting. Reset the scores. It is not 4-4. It is, in fact, 0-0 in this grand finals. Anything else you have to say about these two players, about the event so far?
I mean, it has been a lot of fun and a lot of variety, which a lot more variety than I was expecting, and I was expecting a good amount of variety. So, it's just exciting to see so many different decks, so many different archetypes represented.
Yeah, I completely agree. And speaking of different archetypes and different decks being represented, we have Game 1, Cappuccino on Combined Arms versus Wild Eyes' Japan-Soviet Aggro. He is convinced that this deck is better than we seem to think it is, and he brought it early. He brought it early in the last season as well. Cappuccino not keeping Combined Arms is very strange to me. I know he didn't have any tanks, but with the double parachute, I feel like you just keep Combined Arms anyways. Like one of them. And it appears that he has the triple parachute Hummer hand. And he's I think he's not even going to play the second or the third parachute because he wants room to play Henschel next turn. And Wild Eyes passes on turn 1 in a deck which is
With 0 drops.
yeah. Wow. This is looking rough if you are Wild Eyes.
I mean, maybe this is too early to say. Like, I guess it is, but I want to just say, oh, Wild Eyes lost.
I just think it's
not that simple, but
yeah. I would
I
go for
also would have
combined
preferred
arms here.
Parachute coming out last turn. I feel like it's just enough. Like, whatever, you can't play a Hanshul in turn 2. I don't think you really care when you have 3 parachutes.
That seemed odd to me. I guess this play plays around getting like shredded by Desperate Measures. So actually, yeah, Desperate Measures. I think Cappuccino is.
Yeah, Desperate Measures is probably the best reason why not to play the 3. That's true.
Yeah, I think Cappuccino recognizes that they are in a dominant position, so they are essentially just playing around the cards, like the few cards that could drastically turn this around. I'm just a fan of doing. I mean, what do you think of just doing Panzer killing the tank and dropping another parachute?
Yeah, that's fine.
Because I don't think you want a Henschel on. Like, maybe you can do Panzer A Henschel on the Panzer A. I don't think you want a Henschel on this because your opponent is gonna. If your opponent has Sendai, they're gonna Sendai it regardless. It's sort of their only answer. On the other hand, it does set up lethal next turn. I think.
I mean, Wild Eyes even kept Sendai in hand because he felt so dependent on the card.
Yeah. And we're going to see it probably coming in clutch here. Oh, and he's going to Panzer A on this.
Oh.
Which means this game might actually turn on its head. Sendai going to come out. And I'm assuming that this tank is going to trade with the parachute. Yeah, suddenly things aren't looking great. He can Enigma. Oh, he might Enigma for 2 now just because he can. But it might.
Probably only. I mean, that's the only draw in Wild
Yeah.
Eyes' deck other than.
I mean, I think it's just correct from his point of view to play Enigma here, but
Yeah, me too.
that's his only Enigma, which means Wild Eyes can now really play 5-year plan. Without having to worry that much, he's probably going to play the cavalry and the raiding brigade on the tank, I would expect.
Yeah, plays around Henschel and Combined Arms.
Yeah, if you
And
can.
the trades line up pretty nicely here.
Yeah, and I mean this parachute, it still has the mobilize button. You're almost certainly going to still be able to deal with it. And this is suddenly looking like it's completely turned around.
Yeah, you can imagine if Cappuccino had a Gree 5 tank here, it'd be pretty good.
Yeah, and maybe we spoke too soon. Wild Eyes, I think, has navigated this game so far very well. He recognized.
Yeah, I don't think Wild Eyes has made a single mistake from my point of view.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Cappuccino has only made one mistake, but it was a big one.
Yeah.
And I mean, Wild Eyes was fortunate to have that Sendai, but he kept it in opening hand. So, I mean, this is showing that he recognizes the matchup. I mean, even if he hasn't played this particular matchup, he's able to evaluate that Sendai is probably going to be one of the most important cards in his deck. And I suspect I would like to see just Signal move up Mito here. I think you can still wait one more turn before playing 5-year plan. But again, we talked about this when we broke down the decks. Cappuccino does not run Comet. Like, if he had Comet in hand in this situation, I think there's a pretty good chance that he can attack with Comet 4 times before Wild Eyes can kill him.
Yeah, Wild Eyes can, he can have consistent damage and burn, but not really. His burst isn't very strong.
This autocannon, the auto canone, as I like to call it, it's strong. Like, we saw him draw this in the last Combined Arms game that I think he ended up losing. I think it was against also Vinny's Feigned Retreat deck, I recall correctly. I think that was actually game 1 of Vinny versus Cappuccino, was Combined Arms against Aggro, with Vinny winning by the skin of his teeth.
Type 90 Graveless.
Oh, yeah.
Looks pretty spicy.
Yeah, the Type 90
Especially if you high roll.
3-draw guarantees a kill on this autocannon, which realistically is Cappuccino's only chance. With... Oh, and this is going to let him trade the Type 94 into the Parachute. And...
probably play Signal as well.
Yeah. I mean... yeah, there's just nothing. He's unable to draw more than one card at a time, and there's no one card that can turn this game around at the moment. And yeah,
played Wild Eyes.
Cappuccino recognized that, surrenders, and Wild Eyes wins with his Soviet Japan deck.
Alright, I guess the deck's just nuts. Take it to ranked, kids.
Yeah, you saw it here first. Japan Soviet.
I mean, yeah, I can't knock it. Like, it would be difficult into self-damage still, surely, but... yeah, definitely it's so weird, because you'd think it would be the speed that would give it an edge over other aggro decks, if anything. But he started behind.
Yeah, I mean... I think it was really just a result of Cappuccino put so many cards and resources into that one Hummer, and Sendai just removes it. It removes the Hummer, it removed the Combined Arms that was played on it, it removed the buff from the Henschel.
He won on value with a deck with a 0-cost 1/1 in it.
Looks like we might be getting some issues with the challenge mode again. I mean, I will say, I've been impressed. I think the challenge mode has certainly come a long way from where it used to be in cards. Like, I remember playing tournaments back in the day where it was like every single time you had to challenge your opponent after every single game. you would have some form of difficulty.
I had a tournament where Bubbles and I had to Q snipe each other on ranked to get into our games.
Yeah, I mean, and the new battle code system as well is another way to help address it. Yeah, there's a bug with Cappuccino. They're just going to restart the game. And yeah, I'll take this time to remind everybody that there is the giveaway still going on. It's going to be going on throughout this whole stream. So if you play cards, you like cards, and you want a few extra cards goodies, enter that giveaway for a chance at, yeah, I believe we are giving away packs today, courtesy of 1939, who very generously are supporting this tournament. They've given me access to spectator mode to be able to show you the games without crazy latency on screen shares. They've given diamonds as rewards for people placing 2nd to 4th, and they've given giveaway cards. And we are into game 2. Let me just update these scores. And it's going to be self-damage from Cappuccino, looking like it's a very strong hand, against Wild Eyes' German, or US-German mid-range deck. Do you ever just full keep as Cappuccino?
It's a pretty good chance. I mean, I just want to see how Petliakov does a
Yeah.
little bit, you know?
We haven't really spoken about this a lot, and it didn't come up in the games Cappuccino played on self damage against Vinny. Um, Cappuccino is running a one of Petliakov in his self damage deck. And oh, this hand just keeps getting better.
This might be. I mean, the sudden strikes are good. It's just.
Oh.
Ooh.
Well, you like your sudden strikes.
Yeah.
I actually like this from Cappuccino, just taking out the Red Devils now. Not playing a 4-5-6.
Oh my god, Petliakov into 5th Rangers?
Wild Eyes needs to play Hellcat this turn, or this Petliakov is potentially going to blow him out of the game.
Yeah, which I can't fault Wild Eyes for not playing Hellcat.
Oh, and it stops the 30-second.
Oh god, oh no, the humanity.
Oh,
No,
oh no!
Wild Eyes,
Oh no, 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 no! Oh, please. Oh, this is so bad. Oh. Oh, and this gives him a target to sickle to guard up the bomber. No! Oh, the Petliakov is just going to crush Wild Eyes. He can sudden strike it if he wants.
Yeah, the sickle wasn't too important to guard it up because you can always just move it up, but...
Oh, that is true. This is the one he got out of Zukov.
Yeah.
And he gets out the 6th now, which means even, like, he can sudden strike this, but the 6th is going to get to the front line, which stops Hellcats, and he can't Hellcat now, because it's just going to get killed by the bomber, and I think this Petliakov is just one Cappuccino of the game on turn 3.
Oh, the humanity.
This is insane. Petliakov meta. Are you going to start running Petliakov in your self-damage now?
No.
It is worth noting. Cappuccino is not running the Sunrise divisions, which is deployment gain 6+6 if you have 10 health or less. So there is sacrifices being made to the deck list to run this Petliakov. I believe he is still running Naval Brigade. Oh, if he's no, wait, because he doesn't need to attack. Yeah, he still gets that to the front line. And, like, half-track can't trigger to retreat that. I think there's, like, literally nothing Wild Eyes can do.
I'd probably throw down a sickle on a recon.
And Wild Eyes...
Matter at this point, but...
Does Wild Eyes run Stars and Stripes? That's, like, basically the only card I think that can turn this around if he runs it.
Yeah. If he does run it, then that Engineers was a huge mistake.
He does not. That's very interesting. Does that mean we have no Stars and Stripes in this tournament?
So that's weird. I mean, we only ended up having 2 Brit air decks, so I guess agreed.
Cappuccino might run it in his US Italy. Yeah, Cappuccino runs one copy of Stars and Stripes in his US Italy. Yeah, I mean, this is just the slow death of Wild Eyes' mid-range deck, which relies so heavily on deployment effects. I mean, Hellcat 2 can take it out, but like this, I mean, next turn you're probably just actually gonna play 5th Rangers as a 4-cost 4/4 blitz.
With 4 operation costs.
And now with both Hellcats gone, this KV is safe, this Petliakov is safe.
Oh, we can do it. The heal 1 and cycle.
I mean, the Skytrain stops Petliakov from going face, which keeps you alive slightly longer.
Oh, this is pain.
And like, I don't know. It's when we had the Britain-Poland versus self-damage, and we were saying, oh, the self-damage is can't win, and then it got, like, kind of close to winning. This is not this situation at all. There's, like, literally nothing Wild Eyes can do. I mean, he can even move up and attack with the KV because both Hellcat's gone, and the deployment effect stopping 5th ranges from gaining +4/+4.
Yeah, I mean, the best line here is a DDoS attack. Like, I mean...
Yeah, I mean, he can just play it as slow as he wants. I mean, like, even if Wild Eyes has strategic bombing, the Petliakov also stops.
30 seconds. It's so bad. It's hilarious.
Like, even if Wild Eyes has strat bombing, Petliakov stops the 101st from cleaning up the 2-1 bomber. There's just, like...
Does he play another 30-second to not do anything?
Yeah, I mean, how many...
Your deck gets a lot worse when you run a vanilla 1 cost 2-1 with 1 operation cost.
That is interesting. When he goes to play 5th Rangers, he has to make a choice. We don't see it... Well, you don't see it on stream, but he does have to make a choice, but the choice does not actually matter because the deployment is blocked. And, yeah. This is just lethal. And Cappuccino bounces back quite dominantly for a crushing defeat based on the back of Petliakov and self-damage.
That was one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen in this game.
I mean, like, as I think you said towards the beginning of the stream, self-damage is just one of those decks you expect to get through. I know Cappuccino said that he had self-damage in mind when he built his deck list, and we saw, I think it beat Vinny's self-damage 3 times. At least twice, he beat Vinny's self-damage. But, like, so on paper, I think Wild Eyes should just be perfectly fine. Losing to self-damage. It doesn't really matter how you lose. A loss is a loss. But I'm worried that
I don't know. That one hurts, you know? I don't know if you can play at full performance after that.
Yeah, just the psychological damage of how frustrated it would have felt to just lose to a card that your opponent played on turn 3.
Every single card in his hand just got absolutely destroyed by it.
I mean, if you think about his deck, he has, like, the half-tracks, that's deployment, Sherman's are deployment, Rangers are deployment, 30 seconds, even 35T, the 101st. Yeah. Like, his deck is, like...
The best he could have hoped for was Hellcat, but Cappuccino had the defensive option.
Yeah, like, he had both Hellcats, which are the only answer to Petliakov, and it wasn't enough. Okay, we're getting into game number 3 of the finals of the King's Cup Invitational, and it's going to be Britain-Poland versus Wild Eyes bringing his German-US again. This is a matchup where I would favor Kolbosnik's version of US-German midrange. That's much slower, much more about, like, getting value, trading down your opponent. I think that can handle Legions pretty well. I'm worried that Wild Eyes' deck with only 3 Shermans, 2 weakened Duets, just, if it doesn't get that knockout punch with Blitzkrieg very early on in the game, I'm worried that he's just kind of going to run out of steam, hitting this wall that is Legions after Legions after Legions.
Especially this tire now.
Yeah. And with double Uprising in Cappuccino's deck, and has 1 in hand.
Yeah, Cappuccino only runs 1 copy of Tarnow.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the big difference we saw between the two Britain-Poland decks. Vinny runs 1 Uprising, 2 Tarnows. Cappuccino runs... Vinny runs 2 Tarnows, 1 Uprising. Cappuccino runs 2 Uprisings, 1 Tarnow. Pretty standard start from Wild Eyes, and a pretty standard hand. But these Observer Cores have also been showing to be quite good in this Britain-Poland deck, and maybe that's like the big difference between how people used to build Britain-Poland and how people build it now. Oh, that is not what you want to get. Especially with... That actually strikes me as a bit odd, because he has the tar now in hand. I guess now he
Yeah.
gets just better idea of what's in his opponent's hand, and he sees the half track, so he's not going to play tar now. And this might be an early Uprising game. Like, Plan West on... Oh, the second Plan West is really big, because you can do Plan West on 3, Plan West on 4, and then Uprising to deal 4 damage and nuke any board Wild Eyes has.
Yeah.
It is very tempting to go for a Whirlwind here, if you're Wild Eyes.
I don't hate it.
And, like, if your opponent had Shelling, they probably would have played it last turn. Like, if your opponent had the Observer Core and Shelling.
Yeah, and I mean, if you have Shelling in hand, I feel like that's always the one you Observer Core, given the cards in his deck.
Yeah. And second Plan West.
And 32nd, maybe?
I think Wild Eyes really needs to just draw a, we can do it here.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you will lose this whole board.
Which, he can manage to
Yeah.
lose the whole board.
Yeah, he can definitely
Still
bounce back
play the
from
game
that.
effectively.
I am a little worried that he only wants 3 Shermans in this deck, so his hand is quite big now. But, for example, if he draws like a 30-second off the top, or even if he just like starts hitting brick cards like Dive Bombing, or not necessarily brick cards, but just like low value cards. Oh, and he plays out, but the Uprising, he has to trade for the Uprising to take effect. So it's currently only 1 damage. This, honestly, I would probably just like play the 3-cost Orb and kill the Red Devils.
Yeah, I really don't think you have a rush. Just let Wild Eyes develop more stuff. Uprising will stay there, and it'll always be good.
And getting Sun and Strike off of Wild Eyes, I mean, not like the single greatest thing he could have gotten, but like not terrible.
Yeah, pretty good card.
And the reason I would have killed the Red Devils is because if your opponent plays We Can Do It and trades down the 4 damage, the 30 seconds still only have 4 health, which means if your board gets traded down, Uprising does 4 damage to them, whereas this Red Devils can go up to 6 health with a We Can Do It.
Cappuccino might be reading into it that Wild Eyes does not have We Can Do It.
That is fair. I think We Can Do It. He definitely had some good We Can Do It turns already. Yeah, and probably just like 30-second move up PIR. You're getting really close to Carpet Bombing range. And that's something that he needs to consider is if that turn 1 Observer Core was on a Carpet Bomb. Carpet Bomb last turn would have been really good, but Carpet Bomb this turn is like Asher just full clears the board. So does Uprising. You could like even try to greed out and play Blackwatch.
Yeah, I don't hate
Or
it.
like Wrath on the Sherman.
Would you Wrath the Sherman?
Between the two of them, I think so.
Well, you also have all the backline to consider.
Yeah, I don't think I would Wrath something in the back line, because you want your opponent to commit to the board harder. And I don't think I would Wrath, because you want to save Wraths for these Rangers. Wild Eyes only runs 2, but these 8/8s are definitely going to cause the most problems for your deck. So I think I would just Blackwatch. Like, it's a low value unit. It slows down We Can Do It. Yeah, I think this is really good because your opponent's probably just going to commit to the board. It's unlikely that they can go through. I mean, I guess they could half track and hit you for 7.
Yeah, you can trade pretty effectively with Blackwatch here. You don't actually put yourself at any more risk to board clears taking the 1 damage on
Yeah.
Red Devils and
Honestly,
Colorado.
maybe he should have just... I feel like he should have Uprising last turn, because Wild Eyes should not overcommit to the board. Because he's now just, like, I mean, that one's fine. Ooh, playing a Blitz, though. That is going to get Uprising.
That is not fine, yeah.
Yeah, because your opponent's entering Carpet Bomb range. So you know your opponent isn't going to play more... Oh, well, Cappuccino's entering Carpet Bomb range going into turn 7, so... It was pretty obvious Wild Eyes was not going to commit more 3 health or lower units to the board. I mean, I guess Sherman and 5th Ranger move up were, like, the main worries. We can do it coming a turn too late.
Yikes.
I kind of want to get the 101st to the front line. I wouldn't play Hellcat, just, like, because of cards like Sexton. Having the Blitz tank in hand is much more meaningful. And if there was like a Carpet Bomb follow-up, that would just be the nail in the coffin. Unfortunately for Cappuccino, there's not, but he still has a wide range of cards he can play this turn. What would you do here?
I mean, kind of leaning towards Tarnow plus Intel.
He does see the half-track.
Research.
He does see the half-track, but Tarnow Intel does reveal the rest of Wild Eyes' hand, which, at this point, like, the information is certainly worth a lot. And here I think you can radar.
Pickup.
Like, with how little card draw Wild Eyes runs, I think I would just radar.
I think so, too. Also, evasive action. Huge.
Yeah, that is definitely huge. He sees his opponent's only deployment card in hand is this half-track. Wild Eyes finds second Hellcat. That's not a deployment effect, which means this half-track is going to get blocked. Which means Tarnow is sticking around.
He instantly plays the Sudden Strike so that we can do it.
Yeah, I think we can do it. Attack Legions was significantly better there.
I think so, too.
Because it keeps you guys out of Carpet Bomb range. Like, Cappuccino still runs 2 Carpet Bombs.
Maybe he thinks, well, he would have played Carpet Bombing last turn. I should greed.
Second Uprising draw. I think that keeps your Tarnow alive. Like, you certainly aren't super pressured to play it. You can just...
Yeah, it's at 5. So your Tarnow survives with 2 health.
I mean... You can just do Blackwatch Sudden Strike, kill the guy. Like, yeah, I think this play is fine. Like, keep the Uprising as just like a back pocket in case your opponent pulls like double Sherman.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Your one removal that's like really good after we can do it. Because as the game goes on, it's just going to get more and more impactful.
Yeah, I think you just have to Uprising? Because, like, Blitzkrieg is such a threat. I think you might actually just have to do Uprising Fortification. He can do, we can do it Uprising.
Trade Sexton for it.
That is also true. Yeah, kill one of the 2-1 Sexton, the Hellcat. There's no longer Rally in every single deck, thanks to combo being nerfed. It's probably better. Ooh. I'm not sure about this. You see Hellcat in your opponent's hand. This is just saying you're dead if your opponent has Blitzkrieg. And that's a top deck Blitzkrieg.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Cappuccino. One mistake at the end of the game is all it takes, and I mean, surely Wild Eye sees this. There's no countermeasures in Cappuccino's deck that will stop lethal here.
Yeah.
And for the second time this day, Wild Eyes does not miss. Blitzkrieg plus Hellcat is lethal, and takes the game 2-0 from a very losing position, in my opinion. Wow.
Yeah, just gets there by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah.
Knows how to top deck.
I mean, it's getting late in China, which is where Cappuccino is joining us from, and that fatigue might actually start, start playing an effect on this, because we've seen two big mistakes from Cappuccino, which arguably cost him the two games Wild Eyes has won. So hopefully they are able to steel themselves for the rest of the series. It's certainly far from over. But this is... Oh, whoops. Wild Eyes did not win with his Britain deck. And we're once again left in this situation. I think this was the same against Kolbasnik, where Wild Eyes is... the three decks Wild Eyes has left to win with is Self-Damage, Heinz, Brittly Air. Where he gets his, like... Maybe weaker isn't even the correct term, but just like the more off-meta... well, US German is not off-meta. The less favorable or common tier 1 decks out of the way first. And now he just has, like, what is probably the pretty standard 3-deck lineup.
Yeah. I mean, we thought Cappuccino was going to win, but, I mean, Wild Eyes definitely in a winning position. Obviously, it can go either way very easily, but...
We're having Wild Eyes on self-damage, Cappuccino coming back on Britain. We saw Vinny lose on self-damage twice in a row to Cappuccino. I mean, Cappuccino might need to pull something like that again to bring themselves back into the series. Wild Eyes, not with a great hand. Cappuccino keeping Shelling, keeping Churchill Avre. I think that was a kept Ultra as well.
Ultra can be pretty impactful in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean...
Although, most of the cards are low cost, so you're going up value every time, but you can be going down tempo.
Wild Eyes seems to be stuck on whether or not to keep Winter Warfare as well as Bloody Sickle. Personally, I would not go in first. Against... Yeah, he sends it back. He has 2 Sickles, Red Dawn, and Scouting Party. This is not a particularly fast start, but it's certainly not a bad start. Yak, though.
Ooh.
That is a very nice pickup. And Lend-Lease coming into the hand of Cappuccino.
Probably your best 2-drop.
Although, taking the Red Dawn.
That's the best one.
And if this SU comes out... I mean, SU doesn't really do anything other than threaten being a 5-3.
Which isn't bad.
Yeah. I mean, you know your opponent has a Sickle, a Red Dawn, or a Scouting Party.
Mm-hmm.
So you know, if you play the SU, there's a 33% chance they just gets immediately removed by Red Dawn.
Well, but then you keep Yak.
That is true.
And I honestly think Yak is
probably better. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cappuccino doesn't have these 5-year plans, or not 5-year plans, Plan Wests, the other plan card.
But Wild Eyes sort of set up an awkward turn for himself. Like, he didn't know what he was going to draw when he sickled his recon, and it could have worked out a lot better. But now,
I think just
point
move up SU.
Yeah,
you're not happy about it.
Yeah, exactly.
And yeah, this SU is probably just going to get bounced back.
Yeah, I'd imagine so.
Yeah, just playing on curve.
Curve stone.
Chooses to go for the Plan West. I guess it's because if the tank trades, you have Shelling, and you really want a Shelling next turn. And also, yeah, I actually think this play is actually better than the... I always forget the name of that 4-cost card. But I think it's better because there's going to be much better cards to retreat in the future.
Is it Underground State?
Yes, Underground State. Thank you. Yeah, there's going to be better
Also
cards to
said
retreat
bouncy boy.
in the future. If you want to play shelling on curve, so if your opponent trades, that's even better for you. And you know there's the red Dawn in hand, so if you have only the one card, it's more likely your opponent's just going to red Dawn.
Sickle Red Dawn here, probably, it looks like.
He might sickle Winter Warfare to kill both.
It's a little sketchy going down this Winter Warfare when you do have the scouting party in hand.
And you run doubles counter-offensive.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, yeah, because I think I would have just killed one of them. Because you have the Red Dawn. Like, is the other one really going to get buffed twice by Intel? Cappuccino does not run the one-cost Intels, and you've already seen one Agency Africa.
Yeah.
Here, I think you just retreat the 4-5-6.
I'm with you. I feel like
you're in a really awkward position.
I feel like shelling to try and keep things in the back line on turn 6 so you can Churchill on 7 is just so big.
Yeah. The problem is you're probably taking 10 damage from the SU that way.
Well, if you're bouncing this turn, then I mean, yeah, I guess he almost certainly has a way to deal with it.
Yeah, he has intel on the Red Dawn still. Yeah, he has intel on most of the hand. He doesn't see the second, 4-5-6. He doesn't see the sickle. And obviously he doesn't see the counter-offensive top deck.
So he's not going to take 10.
This... Yeah. I mean... presumably he's still going to move up the tank, though.
Yeah.
And, like, he's in the position where an Uprising deals 3 damage to everything. Carpet Bomb is coming up soon. Like, I almost want to do Convoy Hold Up Ultra. I guess that's not... because you're going to mill a card.
Yeah, I think I'd just shelling and Churchill the next
Yeah,
turn.
getting these guys off the board is fine. And you're
scary.
Your opponent doesn't have enough credits to do Shinhodo counteroffensive.
Also, even if your opponent has a Winter Warfare, those 456 are not going to count as damaged because their health goes immediately back
if you play the shell and you drop them to 3, though, you put 3 damaged units.
That means that your opponent isn't doing any self-damage this following turn. Which I feel like is unlikely.
This is... I mean, I guess he sees the entire hand. He sees that the only way to kill this Karis is by a trading. And he knows the Churchill stops any infantry from hitting face. Is this guaranteed lethal? 8-3... He has guaranteed lethal here. If he sickles first to proc Ultra... No, he doesn't, because they don't count as damaged. And he... Yeah. Does he have lethal? He's going to get hit by the Ultra if he's scouting parties. Oh, he had lethal potentially 8. Yeah, he had lethal with no Ultra there, and going for the scouting party.
Wait, I think he just played that because he thinks this is lethal.
I mean, he wouldn't have gone for the scouting party then, I think.
Well, no, he thinks it doesn't matter.
Oh, that top deck is really good. Oh, and the shelling. Yeah, what am I talking about? The top deck. He doesn't even need that. He can just shelling. I mean, I think he probably just did it to put your opponent to 4. Force them to have an answer. I mean, he didn't have a whole lot of other options, and he's getting into a point where his entire board's probably going to get removed soon.
You know, I would have just traded play at SU and move both up.
Fair. Yeah, you're out of carpet range. The problem is if he trades, Uprising goes up to dealing 4. Which means also, Uprising clears.
Wait, Uprising doesn't go up. That was a KARDS on the board.
Yeah, Uprising is Polish units, not legions.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know
Yeah, that's probably why Wild Eyes did the play that he did, is because he saw the Karis come out, and if your opponent's tossing out a Karis on an empty board to die, it's probably because they have Uprising in hand. Then this Avery, his opponent's at 5, or his opponent's not at 5, sorry, his opponent's at 9. Wild Eyes does have to be a little safe. Like, he does have to keep in mind, he has both Sunrise divisions. He only runs 2. So is both in hand? I mean, I guess he's going for the draw Monty. So you can... Oh, no, he takes the synthetic.
Lines to outtrade.
I guess you can do
hard.
Blackwatch
He
synthetic?
just can't in between.
He can kill the 4/5/6 with his guy and then play Blackwatch. Because he sees...
And then lose to Red Dawn, Winter Warfare, or Sickle.
He sees Wild Eyes as 3 cards in hand, so he knows Wild Eyes can't deal the last damage in hand. Although presumably the SEU might be coming out. He has Lancaster, actually.
Oh, yeah, it's Lancaster.
Yeah, he just has lethal. If...
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he just straight up has lethal. This makes sense. Yeah, Wild Eyes played Yak, which is the only fighter in his deck already. He needs to SU. He needed to do SU from the people as SU. Obviously, he did not do that for very clear reasons, and we see self-damage get its first loss. We saw Cappuccino beat this deck twice in a row against Vinny. This could be the start of that against Wild Eyes. He ties it back 2-2. Showing... I didn't necessarily agree with all of his plays that game, but it worked out for him, and I think he... Like, just with his play, I think he made the argument for the plays that he went for. And he saw the 2-turn setup with Lancaster Synthetic Rubber.
Yeah, he's able to read when we aren't, so, that's pretty good. That helps in cards.
Yeah, and that ties the series up 2-2, leaving Wild Eyes with Heinz Self-Damage Air and Cappuccino with Heinz US-Italy Ramp and Feigned Retreat. We saw the Feigned Retreat struggle a little bit against Vinny. We saw it lose 2 games against Vinny. Do you think it's going to struggle as much against Wild Eyes?
Sorry, I wasn't listening. Say that again.
Do you think Cappuccino's Feigned Retreat deck is going to struggle as much against Wild Eyes as it did against Vinny? Because before absolutely stomping Vinny's ramp deck, it lost twice in a row.
I mean, it's still going to struggle a lot. Is it as much of a struggle? But probably I mean, it's about the same. You have 456 and Sickles in a deck. It's good into Aggro.
Yeah. If I was Cappuccino, honestly, I think I would probably just leave Aggro for last. I mean, that's what he did against Vinny. Like, if self-damage beats one of your other 2 decks, so be it, self-damage goes through. But you don't want to bring Aggro first into self-damage just to give your opponent a free win. Especially because his US deck, I mean, we saw it stomp Vinny's self-damage. If he gets his US deck into Wild Eyes' self-damage...
And that would be quite interesting.
And need to update the score. 2-2. They're getting into game 5. But unlike a normal OCC or an Open, this is not the final game. The winner of this game will still need to go on and win 2 more. And we are seeing it is the US deck versus Soviets. I mean, Wild Eyes brought his deck again, and there is something to be said about the psychology of predicting what your opponent's going to bring next. Wild Eyes had brought the same deck over and over a couple times in a row now, so Cappuccino could reasonably expect Wild Eyes to bring self-damage again, which means he can pick the best of his 3 decks against it. And, like, I mean, picking the best deck, like, being able to get the best deck, your best deck against what your opponent's going to bring, could give you higher chances of winning that individual game. And I mean, in a best of 9, as you want all of the odds you can give yourself. So I think just sort of the outside of the game itself, the meta of what deck to bring. I think bringing self damage here was a mistake by Wild Eyes. You're letting your opponent too easily predict what your next deck is, and I do not want to be self damage against Cappuccino's US Italy.
And Wild Eye is really struggling with the mulligan, it looked like. The mulligan against ramp is a completely different beast, and it is hard to do, but you're really looking for those recons so that you're able to use your self-damage cards on your own units, and cycle them so that you're able to develop early in the game.
Second, 4, 5, 6 is pretty good draw here for Wild Eyes. Doesn't quite let him remove this Bologna Regiment, which means Mare Nostrum could potentially clear. Oh, is he even going for the Winter Warfare? I mean, that stops Mare Nostrum from farming you. From Wild Eyes' perspective, he has to be thinking about Mare Nostrum.
Also, even if this Bologna just trades in, then he wouldn't be able to Winter Warfare without his unit in the front dying. Might also be a small consideration.
That is true as well.
I think the amount of time Wild Eyes is taking might give Cappuccino an idea that he might be thinking of Winter Warfare here. I feel like Sickle's pretty easy to play.
Yeah. What do you think of Cappuccino's choice to ramp there instead of just using the 5th Rangers to get the free kill?
I like the free kill.
I think I would have just gone for the 5th Rangers just because it's, I mean, self-damage only has like a limited number of units to throw against you. And that's one of the scary ones. I would have killed it, but I don't necessarily think the ramp is bad. We saw against the last Vinny's self-damage deck, Cappuccino went for ramp in positions I would not have gone for it. And it worked out way better than the play I would have gone for.
The other thing is 5th Rangers is sort of your answer to the 6/6s.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess seeing Wild Eyes is...
fill that role so well.
Yeah, seeing like Wild Eyes' hand, we know that the 5th Rangers could have come out, because Wild Eyes' hand is not the absolute nuts. But ramp is probably safer if Wild Eyes does just have a really strong hand, because it's letting you get to this high altitude bombing, throwing out Cali just to like soak up some damage.
Yeah, in a winning position, play around at the nets.
Probably just going to be a high altitude bombing turn, I suspect. Actually, 7th draw is pretty good as well. Like, worst case scenario, your opponent does Sickle Naval Brigade, and then you high altitude bombing the next turn.
Yeah.
And yeah, this...
That's good to me.
The 7th Brigade, it's really coming in clutch. We saw it win Vinny that very close game of Alpine versus Feigned Retreat. And I don't remember if it had too much of an impact. I know it was played, but I don't remember if it had too much of an impact with Cappuccino's US ramp versus Vinny's self-damage. But this card has been working really well in the decks it's been put into today. And this is actually like the first glimpses of this card, because it was not allowed in qualifiers as it was just recently pushed up, or pushed out into the game. So this is really the first tournament, like competitive situation where we see this 7th Alpini, and it is proving its worth. I think Wild Eyes
not too relevant here with Great Patriotic War in hand, but
I think
4/7 just an annoying body for him.
I think Wild Eyes needed to play counter-offensive to just kill the 7th Alpini. I'm really not a fan of this current situation.
Yeah.
And he even keeps it on board. 5th Rangers comes out, kills it, and I mean, I think it's pretty safe to call this game already. It looks like this US Italy deck is really just the counter to self-damage. Like, sure, there's things Wild Eyes could have played slightly differently, but it just has not felt like Cappuccino has been under any pressure, and he has so much in his hand. I know you and I were talking about the other day that you said Combined Arms doesn't really have any hard counters. Now that you've seen this deck from Cappuccino, have you changed your mind on that?
Yes, because I think I had because I played this deck into CA and lost in tournament. Like, I don't know. I said that in the sense that CA can beat anything, and yeah, CA can easily, well, not easily, it can beat this deck. Like, when I was testing it, I won into CA 5 out of 5 times in testing. I'm like, okay, I won't ban it in tournament, and then just lost on like turn 5 or whatever to CA.
Yeah.
And that's just how it goes with that deck.
I was saying the self-damage deck. Like, the self-damage deck has no hard counters. But do you think this US deck is a hard counter to self-damage?
Oh, okay. Hey, why'd you bring up CA? I'm confused.
Did I say CA?
Yeah.
Oh. My bad. I think Wild Eyes, I think moving up needed to be the play. Cappuccino has given Wild Eyes the smallest of margins. If Wild Eyes does top deck Sickle on Recon to draw second Shinhodo, second counter offensive, that would have been lethal by not moving up. But that did not happen.
Pretty obvious.
That did not happen. His last units are dead. He doesn't even get the draw off the Recon because of high altitude bombing. Kali enters the front line. And we're probably going to see Wild Eyes surrender.
Probably. I would say that... I don't know. It's definitely... seems like it would be hard to play counteroffensive into this. Especially with what Wild Eyes had. It's also really advantageous to go second against ramp, I find, with self-damage.
Mm-hmm.
Just to have the more cards.
I
Yes, I would be willing to give you that this deck counters self-damage.
And, yep, the surrender comes in. I mean, even Zukov into Naval... Sickle into Zukov into Naval Brigade is not enough. And Cappuccino has turned it around from 1-2 to 3-2. Wild Eyes has now lost with self-damage twice in a row. We saw this happen against Vinny. I mean, I don't know if we can say Cappuccino... I think it would be too much to say Cappuccino is hard targeting self-damage with his lineup, but it certainly has self-damage in mind, and it's certainly paying off. If you just give a couple of your decks a greater than normal advantage against a deck you can confidently predict everyone is going to bring, I think that's working out really well for him. And I suspect Cappuccino is going to bring his German deck, expecting Wild Eyes to bring self-damage again, and that is what happens. I think this is less of a absolute stomp matchup for Cappuccino. I think this is even potentially favored for self-damage.
Yeah, I think self-damage is pretty heavily favored.
We see Cappuccino is looking at all of these cards, and Parachute just gets sickled on turn 1. You need the Hummer, and you need Jaeger, and you need the Combined Arms, and then hope you just win on like turn 3.
Yeah, you need to go absurdly fast and have a really good hand. And even if you do, sometimes self-damage is counterplayed with that.
I think I would have liked to see Hummer Combined Arms there, because like it is possible your opponent has a Red Dawn Sickle, but if you don't play anything, you're not going to win. Okay, well, apparently you can just do Parachute, Hummer, Combined Arms. Do you do double Combined Arms, or do you dive bombing? I guess double Combined Arms, because you have Blitzkrieg.
Yeah, I think so.
Your opponent can remove it with a sickle, but
yeah,
he doesn't have it. He can guard up.
It lacks hard removal apart from Naval Brigade, right?
Yeah. He can 4/5/6 and then move up, kill the 1/1 with his tank, make it so that if his tank dies, his unit gains guard.
Yeah, and I'm happy to just preemptively red dawn it.
Yeah, because you want a first rifles next turn probably.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think first rifles is going to be the nail in the coffin for Cappuccino. Because he
You
can
definitely move up and trade with the mobilize here.
Yeah, and
And then your opponent is forced to trade or use something to remove it, and then your 4/5 grows again.
yeah, and he gets 5 damage through, but this first rifles has no answer in Cappuccino's deck. I actually there might be Yagged, but if there is Yagged, he wouldn't have the credits to attack.
Pursuit would certainly be good.
Yeah, that would have been a nice pursuit turn. Unfortunately, it is not in the deck of Cappuccino. And I mean, Sunrise actually can just be activated now. Yeah, and with no comment, he doesn't need to play it safe in terms of health. Red Dawn, the Hummer, move up, first rifles to the front line, and slam a 9/9.
Yeah, you can be at 2 health and you're chilling. As long as you're not at 1.
And I mean, yeah, Cappuccino probably will play out a couple more turns, or not even. Okay, I was gonna say maybe they'll play out a couple more turns, just in case they hit like Henschel and Paracy and Paracy and I don't know, third Paracy.
See, run Paracy in their deck.
Yes.
Okay.
So we see Wild Eyes. Self damage was beaten twice. It will not be beaten 3 times in a row though. And this series is tied up at 3 apiece. And at this point, we're essentially entering a best of it's essentially a best of 3 with their last 2 decks, which is Heinz and Air versus Feigned Retreat and Combined Arms. I mean,
For Air in that situation, I think.
yeah, I would rather be in Wild Eyes'. Well,
CA is pretty good against Air.
yeah. Also, I mean, I'm just not a huge fan of Heinz. Like, because I can see Heinz losing to Feigned Retreat and CA, like just getting stomped, in a way that I can't really see other decks having like no chance.
That's heavily favored. You have no idea. I've played a lot of Heinz versus Aggro, and I would super, super prefer to be Heinz.
Players should be getting into game 7, and we're coming closer and closer to the.
Nap time.
I was gonna say the reality of having all of these, or at least 3 of these, going to going to game 9. It's going to be Heinz versus CA. Wild Eyes is starting first with Nakshub. That is certainly something you want to see. Cappuccino kind of. I mean, I don't know. I can't really call it a risky mulligan because every mulligan with CA is a risky mulligan. He does not find the Hummer that he wants, though.
You gotta keep the shoe.
Ooh, if Wild Eyes gets back a brick hand, that is not a brick hand. I mean, I think you have to do parachute, Jaeger. I disagree with the single Jaeger. I mean, I guess you can do parachute
I can't
35.
see the game yet.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, I think you should go for Combat Greif. The combat will bring the Panzer A to a point where 35T has to trade into it. And this is why, like, I kind of would have wanted to see Parachute and Jaeger. Oh, is Wild Eyes considering just moving up and attacking? Is he playing the Greif, though? Okay, he is playing the Greif. Trades.
I don't think you mind Greif going 1-for-1 with dive bombing that much. Like, it's ideal that it doesn't, but
Yeah.
he has it.
I mean, yeah, you definitely dive bomb the Greif here and just play out all your parachutes and Jaeger.
What a stupid deck.
I think this is the second time this set we have seen Cappuccino start with triple parachute. And he actually lost the first one. So,
Yeah.
I mean, this is a situation where, from Cappuccino's perspective, you're just waiting for, like, the double Greyhound to come out so you can surrender in good faith. But Wild Eyes...
Well, double Greyhound doesn't immediately kill 2.
Yeah, he is dive bombing the Greif. I would assume so.
You surely must.
I can't really see a reason why you would dive bombing Greif, or the Panzer A over the Greif. Yeah, like, I don't know, if your opponent plays like a Panzer F, you're just trading into it anyways.
I mean, it
it has
feels
0
really
up.
unlikely that Wild Eyes has nothing to punish this. He
But-
doesn't, but it feels unlikely.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of a mistake from Cappuccino, but Wild Eyes does not have the cards to punish this. Ironically,
No
if
one-drop blitz,
if-
no...
if Wild
Eyes-
Eyes, if Cappuccino had killed
pretty
Greif,
lucky.
Wild Eyes could play Martyr to guarantee a draw.
I mean, pretty much guaranteed 2 draws.
Yeah, but this move up 35 to kill Greif, and I would actually keep the parachutes back. Like, you need the mobilize. You win off of the power of these mobilize units. Although Wild Eyes is running. I mean, let me double check this, but I think Wild Eyes is the one running 3 Flame Panzers, and he hasn't drawn one yet in all of his games.
Which is pretty depressing.
And he can get a draw off Martyr.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you can't
He
buff.
gets 2 draws off Martyr. That's
Um,
however he trades in.
nah, I would just trade into Martyr. He gets. Oh yeah, okay. I
You
thought.
draw off of that.
Yeah. I thought you meant he was getting 2 draws this turn. Like, he was getting 2 additional draws with Martyr. I was like, in what world does he hit the 38T?
Ooh,
And
flammy whammy.
yeah, he hits the
Now
flam,
he just needs 3 more of them.
and he can trade combat and 38T into the other one. And this is turning towards Wild Eyes. Hammer draw, though, is huge. You see the first flam come down, and you're kind of now all in on this Hummer. I don't hate Henschel. Like, Henschel combined arms, just playing it now. Like, your opponent has 1 Pursuit, 1 Jagd Bomber, and 2 more Flam Panzers. Yeah, I guess saving the combined arms is fine. Just moving up the 22nd.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably not hurting for the credits.
And second 22nd is actually a pretty interesting draw. Obviously, there was a world where, like, maybe you hit Blitzkrieg into another combined arms and just kill your opponent next turn.
Ooh.
Nakshub. I kind of think you might just need to do Panzer E and hit the... No, that's not true. Do you have to double trade? You could do Nakshub... There's so many things you can do this turn, but none of them clear the front line.
Well, there is... Wait.
Because Panzer E doesn't buff Flam
Yeah.
Panzer.
Yeah, if he had 1 more credit, then he could clear the front line.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate that play. I also think it would have been fine killing the 22nd and maybe just... Although you might even be threatening to die to Blitzkrieg at that point if you had left it alive. You see your opponent
I
can't
kind of
remove
feel
it.
like I would have. Hmm. Do you ever trade in the 1-3 to the 4-4 and then use the Flampanzer to kill his 22nd?
I mean... Yeah, I guess that would just be strictly better than my play of hitting the 1-3 into the 22nd and Flampanzer into the parachute. I guess it would like save you a credit on the next turn. Second combined arms, and Wild Eyes is in need of a top deck, which is not that. He still has Panzer H into Flampanzer. I think keeps him alive with an Axe-Cube.
I do not like moving up the Heinkel here. I feel like just trade into the 2-1.
I wouldn't trade, but I think I would go face. Like, your opponent's almost... I don't think your opponent's gonna be pulling out 8 attack into, to, like, kill Hummer and then also taking the front line. So if you put your opponent to 5 and you keep the plane on board, you can do 22nd Panzer buff through 4 and then kill him. So yeah, it doesn't matter because, unfortunately for Wild Eyes, he does not find the second Flampanzer, he does not find the Pursuit, he does not find the Jäg Bomber, and the 6-8 Hummer will grant Cappuccino his 4th win, bringing the score to 4-3 in favor of Cappuccino. He has 2 attempts to win with Aggro, and we saw him lose twice in a row with Aggro to Vinny in his last set. He has Feigned... You feel...
I feel bad for Wild Eyes bringing triple Flampanzer and losing to CA.
Yeah, I mean, that is...
I don't think he played anything wrong. I think that just didn't go his way.
Yeah. That is sometimes just how the game works, how the cards draw themselves. I think maybe he could have done the... instead of killing the parachute, leaving more units on board to answer Hummer. Like, obviously, there's pros and cons of each play. If he had done that, he might have just died to Blitzkrieg.
Yeah.
I think
that if he did that play, it doesn't end up mattering, but, you know, you should still...
I think it might have, because I think he could have killed... If he had gone for that play, I think he could have killed Hummer. Potentially. Not saying he like was guaranteed to not lose the game anyways after that point, but okay, they're getting into game 7, or sorry, game 8 actually, and Cappuccino is definitely going to be on the Feigned Retreat Aggro. We'll see what Wild Eyes brings first. In keeping with his tradition, Wild Eyes is bringing the deck he played last time, which is Heinz. And Heinz and Aggro. How do you feel about this matchup?
You know, I think Heinz is really good.
Especially with triple flame.
Honestly, Flam's like kind of slow for this matchup.
I mean,
it was 3k to destroy a unit, and then you often can't justify spending 2k operating it for a while.
Yeah. Pulls the beef.
Ooh, beef is really big.
And if he plays Warble instead of hitting, he's gonna get farmed by Type 93.
Yeah, beef in combination with Type 93 is like the best thing you can do in this matchup as Aggro to really mess up your opponent. And
do you trade or go face? I think I would go face.
Trade. I think I always trade with the beef.
Oh yeah, no, you definitely like get the value trade on the Greyhound. I meant, do you put the Cavalry into the Warble or face?
Into triple flam, I trade.
Fair. I think I would even consider just putting Nikita to the front line, and going for key, like on 4. Try to set up a turn 4 key.
Yeah, I mean,
Health total
Nikita
doesn't.
to the front line is
Yeah, like Heinz.
Icicle 35T is fine. It's a little inefficient to put more in the front line.
Yeah. Panzer H. I mean, I think Panzer H is fine. You're getting a 1-up tank onto the board, and everything else in your hand kind of is either 2-up or plays off curve.
Yeah, I can't imagine you trade past.
His options are Combat Engineers, Jagdbomber, Panzer A. So Jagdbomber and Combat Engineers are now at the bottom of the deck. I think taking the Panzer A is probably the correct call there.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
Type 93 draw.
I guess he's scared of Pursuit, specifically.
With the 2 Blitz cards in hand, though, I feel like I'd still just play Key. Because even if your opponent does Pursuit, you can always just do Type 93 Bicycle 35T from hand to, like, clear board. This is definitely too early for a Sendai, I think.
Yeah, Sendai's pretty whack.
Like, if you had Feigned in hand, maybe Sendai, but Key. Yep. Ends up deciding to go with the Key. Wild Eyes does not have any answers to this now.
Yeah, Pursuit would be really powerful.
But with Heinz, they only really need like a turn or 2. And with Cappuccino drawing Wild Eyes 2 cards every turn. Well, 2 additional cards every turn. This could... Cappuccino is definitely... I would rather be in Cappuccino's position right now, based on hands. But Wild Eyes is very far from lost this game. Ooh. Ooh. Radiant Brigade draw, which lets you just remove the Panzer H, and I mean, I think you would need to connect face, right? Because the longer this key stays on the board and doesn't deal damage, the more your opponent benefits from it.
Yeah, that's true. Honestly, yeah, I mean, I'd hit face. I honestly, I don't even think it's bad to move up another unit, but
Yeah, it stops Blitzkrieg from clearing this. Just on board. So Wild Eyes is in a pretty uncomfortable position. He's probably going to do the Panzer F, give both his units Blitzkrieg, and take out this Raiden Brigade. Goes for the Panzer E.
hey, give both his units Blitzkrieg.
Blitz. Close enough. Blitzkrieg Blitz. We're 5 hours into the stream, okay?
I'm not gonna stop making fun of you though.
Sendai is, I mean, down to 8 health. Shiden in hand and 1 Warble gone. Is there anything Wild Eyes can do here? Combat means he can take out Key. Yes, but is there anything Wild Eyes can do here to not just die from the 35T Type 93 in hand, Shiden in hand? I mean...
Well, now you're asking way too much.
This might be Cappuccino. Cappuccino might just be 1 turn away from being crowned the winner of the first ever King's Cup Invitational. I just don't see... Like, Wild Eyes' hand is just a little bit too slow. And if he kills Mito, he's just dead to Shiden next turn.
He might be able to stay alive on board, maybe. The big if. But even if he does, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, he can do half track on the Mito, Panzer F, and then hit the Panzer A into the 35T and move up either half track. Well, no, when half track doesn't get blitz. So
I was also thinking half track Sendai so that you get your 4/4 back with blitz to trade and
yeah,
give
Wild
your
Eyes.
2/4
Wild Eyes could
up to
have.
attack. It can be fun.
He's technically not dead, just because Mito. If
You
unless
can
he hits
trade Panzer
Mito.
35T. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, but he hits the Mito, which means he's dead to whatever he wants, Shiden or Wirbelwind. Which means we are not going to see a third Game 9. Cappuccino is going to end it at 5-3. Wild Eyes struggling to find a win with that Heinz deck. And Cappuccino is our winner. They will get $100. Wild Eyes will get 350 diamonds, courtesy of 1939. As a, I mean, I'm sure Wild Eyes really wanted that win, but second place, not too shabby. Cappuccino coming in here. A lot of people thought that Cappuccino was one of the favorites coming in, and he proved them right. I mean, 5-4 against Vinny, 5-3 against Wild Eyes. We have Cappuccino as the winner of the King's Cup September 2022. We'll update the bracket shortly. Yeah, congratulations to Cappuccino. He can now go to bed. I'm sure he is happy about that. But we're going to go on to a short break, and we will be back with the third place match between Kolbosnik and Vinny after this.
Before we do that, I just want to say sorry to the fans for missing out on a potential game. Now the stream's gonna feel short.
Yes, a short stream, but we're only going to have 35 games.
I feel unsatisfied.
Alright, we'll be back in a couple of minutes for the third place match. Alright, we are back for the third place match, the final match of the day, which is going to be Vinny versus Kolbasnik. I will pull up the bracket here. As you can see, we had Vinny versus Cappuccino at the start of the day in a very close Game 9 situation. Cappuccino took it, went to the finals. Wild Eyes Kolbasnik, another very close Game 9. Wild Eyes took it, which leaves us with Kolbasnik versus Vinny. Both one game off of advancing to the finals, but they'll still get to play for the larger share of a diamond prize pool supplied by 1939, and the bragging rights and prestige of third place. I mean, they have very different decks, so I think it's near impossible to predict an outcome. I think we saw slightly stronger play coming out from Vinny in the semifinals. I'm not sure if you would agree with that. So I
don't remember. It's been hours. It's been years.
I would give Vinny maybe the slight advantage on play, but the one thing Kolbasnik has going for him is I don't think any of Kolbasnik's decks necessarily struggled. Like, he only played his Japan-France deck in one game, and it was just like a poor matchup and a poor hand. And I suppose the same is true with Vinny's ramp deck. We saw Vinny's ramp deck just get demolished by Aggro in his Game 9. But there's more matches for Vinny's ramp deck to have favorable matchups in. There's more matches for Kolbasnik's Japan-France Resistance to have favorable matchups in. So hopefully it's not going to come down to just a situation of whose deck is less bad. I think it's really... I hope we get to see more from those two decks, because those two decks really just did not show up for either of these players in the semifinals, so I'm excited to see the ramp and the resistance from Kolbasnik. But yeah, it will be interesting to see if we're going to continue with the Game 9, Game 9, Game 8, or one of these players is just going to stomp and win in like 5 or 6 games. The players are almost ready, so I will pull up the game in a second.
I think just going by law of averages, I don't think a 5-0 or a 5-1 is going to happen.
You never know. I do agree that it's very unlikely.
Like, I know it can happen. No, it cannot happen. Like, you can... whatever.
Yeah. And while we're just waiting for these players to get into the game, reminder to everybody to enter the giveaway. I believe there's still a handful of codes left to give away that you could potentially win. And after this match, if there's any codes left, they'll all be given away at the end. So make sure you stick around for that if you want to increase your chances of getting something. And yeah, I just think we should give another round of applause to our champion, Cappuccino, who played excellently today, brought a very strong lineup. Honestly, I think Cappuccino had my favorite lineup. That US-Italy deck looked amazing. I'll have to check it out myself later. But as well as to Wild Eyes, he did fall in the finals to Cappuccino, but he did a remarkable job getting there, getting through Kolbasnik in 9 grueling games. I also believe he played the World Champion, or the World Championship qualifiers before this tournament, so he has been playing KARDS for like probably like 7 or 8 hours. The fact that he was even able to win any game is remarkable. So yeah, just a hand of applause to our two players who have already finished their games for the day. Congratulations, Cappuccino and Wild Eyes. We're just waiting. They seem to be having some technical difficulties. I mean, going over the quickly looking at the lineups, we have Aggro and Self Damage from Vinny, the two decks that we've seen a lot of in this event. Whereas Kolbasnik has the Japan-France Resistance, Soviet-Italy Control. I think that's going to be the crux of the outcome. How well does the aggro versus... Is it the aggro or the control that works out better? Going into game one, both players switching it up, both players doing the exact opposite of what they did in the previous series, which is bringing the deck they played in game 9 and lost with game 1. I don't know if this is a psychological choice of just, like, throw off your opponent, bring the last deck you played, they're least likely to expect you to bring it, or if this is something they want to prove that these decks are good. They might have gotten blown out in game 9, but they want to prove that there is something to these decks, and they didn't lose because of these decks. Ramp versus Japan-France Resistance. That is a matchup that I have not played in a long time, and possibly has never been seen before at a very high competitive level. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I remember I played this a few times in an OCC qualifiers, and I found Resistance pretty good. But as soon as I played... Wait, no, I played you as well into your ramp when I played Resistance, and then I hard lost.
I do not remember this at all, but...
So I think that ramp, they need to play differently than they're used to, and can do really well.
I think the ramp list was... I think we're seeing the ramp list we're seeing from Vinny with these 5th Rangers, the Gren Guards, mass deployment even.
Yeah.
I think it's much heavier than a typical ramp deck. Like, he's managed to fit in more threats, and he's running less removal. Like, he's running more removal in the form of threats, which is what you want against Japan-France Resistance.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah, we're looking at his hand right now. He has the Jasko, which he's probably saving just to be able to absorb damage from resistances. He has the United We Stand, which is like the main weak card in his hand right now, and then the rest of his hand is just sort of nuts. The high altitude bombing he can actually just toss out whenever he wants. He's probably saving it, but with 2 B-17s and an Avenger in hand, I mean, your opponent doesn't run that many units.
Yeah.
Kolbasnik's main win condition here is just going to be burning Vinny down before he can heal. Vinny is running 3 honeys, if I recall correctly. I'll pull up the list now. He's running 3 honeys and 2 weaken duets, and the Jasko as his heal. So, yeah, Kolbasnik has the potential. He has Keycode Last Rites in hand with the second Phony War.
Also got the milk truck.
Oh, that is true. He has 1 milk truck. Missed that one.
Just for refreshments.
I mean, do you even draw off the Call to the Colonies? Like, your hand is just pretty unsatisfying. Dissatisfying is the word. And I feel like you want that Kika to connect face.
I would have drawn, I think.
We see Honey, the first Honey coming out for Vinny. I mean, maybe you don't want to play it, like, it's just going to get honorable deathed, right? C4th is going to stop Kika from going face or killing the B-17.
I mean, something else is also going to get honorable death.
Yeah.
I don't think Kika trade.
Like, just Kika into C4th?
Wait a second, it has 6 attack. I was thinking it was 7 for some reason. I was thinking to clear the way for Sheedan.
Yeah, this
next turn on 11 credits, but
gonna give Vinny finally the ability to play out this United We Stand from hand, and conveniently puts him up to 13, and his opponent from 11 to 12. So Kolbasnik does not get the extra credit, and the 5 damage every turn from B-17 starting to rack up. If he had been at 13 credits, he could have done desperate kill Shiden, or use Shiden to kill B17 and hit face for 4. He's just going for a draw 5 off Phony War, which, I mean, I think it's fine. And he gets the Vive to mill Vinny a card.
Only runs 2. So definitely a fortunate hit.
Mills Lend-Lease, I mean...
That's not what you want to see.
Yeah, Vinny's probably fine with that. I mean, it is heal 4 with Honey, but it's also draw 4, and another way Kolbasnik can try to win this is just using these Phony Wars to hit Fatigue as fast as possible, and winning on Fatigue. War Bonds is a tricky card to play against Resistance, because if they fill your hand the turn you play War Bonds, you're essentially just playing 5 credits mill 2 cards.
Yeah, which we saw earlier in the game. Well, mill 1 card. After the Phony War.
Yeah, and he's going to do Jasko, take 1 damage, Jasko absorbs it so it actually does no damage. And Kolbasnik does not have any liberations. I mean, probably start with Take Initiative. He can defend in depth B17 and then Bonsai.
Yeah, I mean, that seems pretty good.
Yeah, you're fine with that. I think you just play Bonsai. Like, your opponent does not run a lot of 4 attack or less ground units.
And you really want to get the Shiden going as soon as possible.
Research is an interesting one for Vinny because he can get the heal 6.
Penicillin.
Yeah. Get the heal 6 off Penicillin, and if combined with Honey, it's actually heal 10. But that does draw 4, and you don't really want to draw 4. Kolbasnik here, I mean, he can drop his opponent to 7. And, like, I feel like if you might just want to Shiden.
Yeah, I was leaning towards Shiden that turn as well.
I guess you can double long-range recon to heal 10.
If you played Shiden double hit that turn, you had lethal with Kawanishi if your opponent doesn't heal any.
That is also true. Vinny, actually, he's 1 credit off being able to play Penicillin in 1 turn. Obviously, he would not do that with Utsuna Maya on board. Because he would take more damage than he healed.
Well, he'd take the same, wouldn't he?
No, he would take 2 more than he heals. Because you play 3, 6, 9, and then the 0 cost Penicillin.
Yeah, true.
And Kolbasnik, he needs to the last man. I feel like you just play out your Kamikaze and pray. I mean, yeah, you can defend in depth the 6/6. You can Shiden into the Avenger. I think you have to play Last Rites in this situation. And I guess maybe not, because you don't have enough to end the game. This is a rough situation. Vinny's probably just going to pass. Maybe like play Strap Bombing, maybe. Strap Bombing's probably the best choice here.
Yeah, seems good.
Double research. I mean, yeah, getting the 9 cost out of your research is fine. Because you're always going to go for nukes or Penicillin in this matchup. He can force himself to draw by honorable deathing on his raiding brigade.
And then you have 8 credits.
Yeah, he can Shiden double hit the B17F.
Technically not dead, the best kind of not dead.
Yeah, he realizes his opponent has nukes, so even if his opponent can get nukes, play nukes to kill Shiden, and then hit face with Sherman. So he was guaranteed dead, no matter what. And
did he have the credits to hit after the nukes?
Yeah, he plays 1 nuke. He does 15 credits, and he had 17. So he had 2 left over to attack with Sherman.
Yeah, so exact credits to attack.
And, yeah, so we see Vinny taking game 1 with his ramp deck. that could have gone either way, to be honest. If Kolbasnik had found a Kawanishi, or potentially if Kolbasnik had found a To the Last Man.
Or if the early aggression just managed to make it through a little bit better and not get removed immediately every turn.
Yeah. And, I mean, good play by Vinny. Getting that C4th down. Like, the turn Kika would have been able to hit face for 6, or potentially kill that B17.
Yeah, that C4 was very important.
And looks like the players are already into game number 2. Alpine versus Resistance. And, oh boy.
Oh god. He's already dead.
Yeah, this is
over.
Certainly not.
Not where you want to be.
No, this 5-4 untargetable is unfortunate for Kolbasnik. I mean, he just needs like some Imperials. He's close. I mean, he can.
Pop it off this turn.
No, I think I would have played one Tora. I think I would have played the Tora, but not any of the Imperials. His hope this turn is that Vinny moves up the 4-1, which lets him bombing raid.
Which Vinny suspects, it looks like. He's thinking of playing Martyr. If he doesn't suspect it, the best is move up Panzer 35T and the 4-1, but...
Yeah, Vinny chose to... Oh, and if he had... that is sad. I feel like he just played Tora.
I think so, yeah.
If Vinny had... I think it was a mistake for Vinny to take 1 damage. Instead of remove the top card of his deck. Like,
yeah, usually in an aggressive deck you remove the card from your top.
Yeah, like, your deck is like...
Although, he does have the 7 Falpinis. To...
Yeah, he has 2 in hand, but... I mean... I don't know, you're putting a lot of faith in them, I feel like. This is...
I guess I don't feel like this third Alpini, I want to say, is necessary. Losing out on the draw.
I think the point might have been to play 7th Alpini with the buff, so that it's outside of bonsai range.
I hadn't considered bonsai range. I did recognize that it was going to get the buff.
Yeah, I think ripping the Liberation's probably best that turn. You don't want to play Naval Operation until it gets to the front line. And
you have exactly the credits to play OBJ and start healing off this 7 Falpini instead of to play another one. It makes more sense.
Not necessarily sure I agree with that line, because if your opponent has like the Naval Operation, and then To the Last Man, like obviously they can't play it immediately, but I don't know if I would want both of them on the board at once. I guess he has to worry about defending stuff.
Worse against To the Last Man, better against Bonsai.
And again, Vinny only runs 1 Obiche, so maybe Kolbasnik doesn't consider playing around it now. There's only 2 cards in hand, okay, when he usually last rights. This is just kind of funny.
Yeah, that's somewhere what you want without cards in your deck, right?
I mean, he's... With the Obiche, Vinny can attack face with both of these. So Vinny can drop his opponent to 4 next turn.
You ever do 1 resistance in Enigma just because of the higher cost card to get rid of?
Moves Reichsbank. That is exactly what Vinny does. And yeah, your opponent's not... It's open deck lists. You know your opponent is not running Armin the Resistance. I think that's perfectly reasonable. And I think I would play Last Rites. Like...
Can always just live the dream and rip exclusively.
I mean, but unironically, how are you going to win otherwise?
That's a good card. A really good card.
Yeah, he's still technically alive. 35T ends it. Encirclement does not quite end it.
Do you still play it?
No. I think you just dive bombing. Probably. Maybe you should have dive bombing to move up circle attack. I actually think getting the circle out would have been better.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about the circle. But...
And Phony War, it's a card. He has a lot of healing in his deck. The long range recon isn't really it.
Technically not that on board.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, finds the Call to the Colonies.
Yeah, okay. That heals up to 10. And I would like to point out...
You feel better for not playing in circle.
If he had played the Last Rites on the turn he had the 3 credits for, he could potentially just kill his opponent. Like, obviously, it's unlikely. And it technically, like, could have even interfered with... He also could have
not found the heal because he had Kamikazes in hand.
Yeah. I mean, technically true. He wouldn't have actually died because he still had the removal for the artillery. And Vinny does not have another blitz unit in hand.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, Vinny's really not moving up and going for that encirclement. I mean, I guess his idea... I don't really know, because you don't know your opponent's going to be forced to play Phony.
Yeah.
And Kolbasnik can just kill the 6/5 and then Bonsai if he wants. That doesn't feel great, because it doesn't let you do anything else with your turn. Maybe you want to save the Bonsai. Like... Okay.
He's playing that right away.
Yeah, I guess that... Yeah, he's going for the Bonsai. I think I would have rather done Defend in Depth, Last Rites... Or, well, not in that order. Long Range Recon, Defend in Depth, Last Rites. Like, you need to get this Last Rites out. Like, I understand normally you want to wait until you have no cards in your deck to play it, but that's just realistically not how this game is going. And with Bonsai gone, Vinny immediately plays down his 3rd, 7th Alpini. And I'm actually curious, does Kolbasnik not run to the last man? Because that might explain a lot of these plays. No, he does. So, unfortunately for him, he does not have it.
More of a never lucky baby rage situation.
Yeah.
He might run out Kawanishi, and hope his opponent doesn't have Schwalbe.
Yeah.
But he does not.
Oh, please play Last Rites in this situation. Like, I don't know, I guess it very, very minutely lowers the odds of drawing To the Last Man next turn. If To the Last Man is your next card, and then Last Rites puts 3 Kamikazes on top of your deck. Yeah, I mean, Kawanishi Tora does 4 damage. You're gonna need a second board clear, or that's not it. I mean, he's down the naval operation, which means he can't pin these. I guess he can do Imperial, Tora, Phony, and hope he gets like second Imperial Desperate.
Yeah.
I think that's his...
opponent lethal.
Bombing Raid would also be... Like, Imperial Bombing Raid would also work, or Desperate Bombing Raid. I think that's, like, really your best option. You're kind of dead, regardless. Yeah, this is his best play. Kika, not what you want to see. Honorable Death does nothing on this board, and he's just dead no matter what. Yeah, there's no card in his deck that can save him now. He puts Vinny down to 5 cards in deck, 4 with the draw, but it's not enough to clear the board. To the Last Man just came a little bit too late in both games, and Kulbasnik is struggling to get a win with the Japan-France Resistance deck. He's now down 2-0 in the series.
You really see how harsh the nerf is on long-range Desert Group. Is that... Wait,
Long-range Recon. Desert Group's the elite.
Yeah, I said it, and I'm like, wait a minute, that doesn't seem right. If he had the bonus heal from cards in his opponent's hand, he would have been pretty comfortably alive there. Could have played to the Last Man the turn after.
Yeah, and I do think it's maybe a little bit of inexperience with the deck, not playing the Last Rites earlier in both games. Like, typically you want to save the Last Rites for the ideal situation of Last Rites with your deck empty to get guaranteed Kawanishi draws, but sometimes you just need to play it. We see it's going to be Kulbasnik on his Britain-Japan Air. This deck dominated against Wild Eyes. Against Self-Damage. I mean, Self-Damage has some guards. Honestly, I would consider keeping First Rifles if I was Vinny.
Yeah, I like that.
He decides to mulligan it away. He only keeps the 35th. I think he's going for more of a early board situation. And
a little bit of a clunky hand from Kubosnik here.
Yeah. Vinny plays the turn 1 Engineers, and he is running the, I think 3 of the Sunrise divisions, but against Air, he's recognizing that it's not necessarily about getting a huge board, because the problem is if you're at 10 health, it means you're dead to Hurricane Finest Hour. I'm curious if we'll see him go for the Swordfish Air Superiority.
Yeah, I mean, I think typically in this situation, I would try to rate for Swordfish Finest Hour, because then it means you need something that's much less likely, which is either 2 Red Dawns versus just 1 Red Dawn, or a Red Dawn and 2 Sickles, or Winter Warfares, which Vinny does have.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the Swordfish Finest Hour kill the 4-5-6, and then Vinny's going to do Sickle, Red Dawn 34th, and Kulbasnik is going to punch his computer. Kills the Engineers. This is a very bold play. It's sort of just all in on the, you can self-damage yourself, I will OTK you.
But he doesn't really have options to deal with guards.
No, because he doesn't have the Parasees. I mean, I guess it's because like Vinny has 6 guards in his deck, the 4 845ths. Yeah, this is a bit of an awkward hand.
Yeah.
Oh, you do not want to play anything here.
Do 2 Empire Strikes over 2 turns to mill him out.
I mean, I think you might just need to do... Oh, but you don't want to play your Finest Hour either, because you've already committed to this OTK line.
I don't really feel like killing 33rd Recons does anything.
Yeah,
I mean, you don't have a play that is acceptable.
No, you kind of just want to, like, pass. That would have been a good Monty turn.
Well, even if you had Monty, you would hold Monty for later, because you need Monty and a more bomb.
There is no counter... That's not true. There's one counter offensive from Vinny. So removing the Oh my god,
Yeah, second Lend-Lease, let's go.
I tabbed away to look at Vinny's deck list to see if he has counter offensives. Came back and there's 2/34ths on the board. Well, we said it's unlikely that we're going to see a 5-0, but Vinny's about to go up 3-0.
You should probably edit the score then,
True.
nerd.
I don't have a response to that. And Kolbasnik does not have a response for Vinny's horde of units coming out with self-damage. That puts Vinny up 3-0 in the series. And we might see a much shorter than usual set. We might see an early end to this tournament if Vinny continues on his winning ways. He is left with Vinny has Feigned Retreat, Aggro, and Britain-Poland control. I mean, Feigned Retreat, Aggro is a pretty safe one to be left with. Britain-Poland control, we've seen it's been pretty good today. I still don't know if I would want that as the last card, or the last deck in my lineup.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Aggro can always win. It can also always lose. Like, I don't know. You don't have a one job on Aggro. Sometimes it's just like, now my Panzer 35T doesn't have any thing to reduce its cost.
This is a very strong hand from Vinny, compared to a mediocre hand from Kolbasnik.
It's a pretty good hand for Kolbasnik. It's just that this deck can't have that good of a start.
I mean, he has 4 Toras, Desperate Measures, Bombing Raid, Naval Operation. Like, I don't know if I would say it's a good start if you don't have an AoE.
That's fair.
Uh,
Raiding the Brigade is nice, though.
Yeah. Choosing to kill the cavalry regiment's actually the correct play here, because 1, it costs 0 to operate, so it's free damage, and 2, it triggers these 35Ts, which Vinny currently has 2 of in hand. And if you draw an Imperial, if you draw Tora Tora, you're playing it with Imperial, probably, so 2 health versus 1 health doesn't really matter. Second Honorable Death lets him clear up the board, but his opponent's still just drawing. That's really the problem with against Aggro as the Japan-France resistance is all of your cards like Honorable Death and Fody War, Japan is playing out their cards so fast that you're just giving them the advantage. Like, you aren't forcing overdraws with those cards. You're basically just drawing them into more aggressive stuff.
You know what's incredible? Blade of the Samurai might be hitting a 2-drop on turn 6.
Oh, you do not want to be in Kolbasnik's situation. I mean, do you just defend in depth pass? Do you just heal 8 pass? I think you just heal 8.
Okay.
And pray that you draw board clears. Like, I don't think you can expend too much removal into this. I think you just have to pray for the board clears.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And these Shinhodos are also going to really help in this matchup for Vinny. I mean, if Kolbasnik can clear the board if he can find like a single Tora. Liberation buys him some more time.
I think prayer is still the main line here for Kolbasnik.
And Vinny is pretty favored in this current position, so we are realistically looking at a potential 4-0 lead for Vinny. I mean, this game is far from over. He has the long-range recon in hand, which means if Vinny overextends and he draws Tora, Kolbasnik can easily heal up above 20 again and Tora the board. And Kawanishi is not it. I think you need to long-range defend in depth the Type 93. Vinny has played 3 of his Blitz tanks. He's running 7 in the deck, and he has an additional 2 in hand. mean, by this point, like, you know your opponent doesn't have a board clear, but also you know your opponent is looking for a board clear, and that is still not. He has 6 cards which would fully wipe the board. At this point, Bonsai would as well, so he has 7 cards. Oh, that is... I mean, you just heal again, I guess. You just heal and cry yourself to sleep.
It also, Phony War is probably enough to also clear the board, just because it draws so many cards that you'll find a Tora or Desperate.
Yeah. I mean, he just passes under the hope that his opponent plays more units on the board so he can get slightly more healing. Well, not passes, he plays the blade, but...
More or less.
Yeah, and Vinny does throw out another Type 93, or not Type 93, 35T. This is the turn. I don't think, with Shinhodo in hand, I think Kolbasnik needs to draw. And it's a Kika. That is just brutal for Kolbasnik.
That's depressing.
I mean, yeah, he's just dead on board.
Exactly, full on board, yeah.
And there's the Shinhodo in hand, as well. I mean...
At this point, it's brutal, because I've been in this spot before. It's like, do you... do you risk getting 5-0'd? Or do you... Like, do you need to prove that this deck is good and that you are getting unlucky?
I mean...
And bring it again. And then if you lose, you just quit cards.
I am definitely in a position where I bring the Japan-France Resistance again. Like, at this point, your opponent's down to one last deck. They have to bring it every time, so it doesn't matter. And if I'm going to lose, I'd rather lose, like, 5-0 and just get on with my day than waste another hour to lose, like, 5-3 or 5-4. But, I mean... Also, I would just be, like, I need to win with the deck. Like, you're in a position where there's no reason bringing Japan-France Resistance again is bad. It's not like you could bring a different deck, and it might depend what your opponent brings. You know your opponent's bringing Britain, Japan, or Britain, Poland. You know you're going to have to beat them with your deck into Britain, Poland if you have any chance of winning the series. And he brings the Japan-France Resistance one more time.
It really feels bad, especially because Aggro is probably this deck's best matchup. Because the Tora, and the healing are both really effective in the Aggro.
I don't know if I'd say Aggro. I think I'd rather it into the ramp. I'd probably rather have it into self-damage.
What I think is you should get off the mulligan screen.
Oh, my bad. Here we go. Basically nothing's happened. Vinny's played a Observer, tosses out the Tora, or the Monty, because it's not realistically going to do much. Kolbasnik immediately defends in depths. The Observer, okay, he has double Phony War in hand, again, which is not what you want. This Bonsai is going to come in pretty clutch, though, against Vinny's deck. I mean, this Tarnow is going to start... Is this turn 3 Tarnow from Vinny again? He had turn 3 something in the last game. Was it turn 3 Vinny? Was Vinny the one who did turn 3 Tarnow? I remember every time we've seen Britain, Poland, they have Observer Core on turn 1.
Yeah, I don't think...
Copies.
8 on 3, though.
Yeah, there was the game where Cappuccino discounted Tarnow and then didn't play it. Vinny gets a copy of Phony War, which is not what he wants to see. He doesn't see Bonsai in hand. He throws out the Orb. It increases Shaiden's cost, which is actually pretty big. It stops Shaiden double attack.
Could play around your own bonsai by sorting the 4/4. Oh, he's actually doing it.
And I mean, if you're
this is a hard tell.
Yeah, but Vinny, like, he could buff his last legions to 5/5 by doing, like, not attacking and playing, Karis. I mean, he's just, like, hemorrhaging cards at the moment. Kolbasnik winning on fatigue is a very real possibility that Vinny has to be aware of. I think that's Kolbasnik's main win condition at
I
this
was
point.
expecting double trade hold up Ultra there from Vinny. I thought killing the 4/4 was a pretty hard tell
Yeah.
for Bonsai.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why you would hold up Ultra, or not hold up Ultra that turn. Like, because the Karis even just milled you a card. And Karis is going to mill a card again. Vinny, at the moment, is just can't help but mill cards. We saw it milling
Karis classic.
Milling the 1k orb is not what Kolbasnik wants to see. Plan West is better. Vinny still has a lot of like these large units like Churchill. He's running the Manchester. We haven't seen it yet, but I'm kind of surprised he didn't play the Plan West. I mean, I guess it commits too many things to the board. You can get blown out pretty hard. But you're still milling cards.
Honestly, this feels like good bombing raid positioning because you can't leave the Karis alive with bombing raid, which seems ideal.
I feel like I would have just replayed Utsunomiya and passed. Like,
yeah.
I guess your opponent runs so many retreat cards and you have no idea what's in hand. Because he has two
also,
reps.
Once that Legion starts getting buffed, you
That's
start
also true.
running into more awkward ways that you're forced to deal with it.
It's gonna go for the 3k orb. This is potentially really big. Tora's not the card you want to see. I mean, it's
like the worst one.
better than Take Initiative, I think.
Yeah, okay. Better than Take Initiative, it's...
Oh, he healed 0. Kolbasnik's not in a great position. I mean, do you just play Utsunomiya and long range recon?
Sure, doesn't it?
Like,
what?
You can't clear. I hope he's not miscounting. I mean, I guess there's not a whole lot of cards in Vinny's deck that punishes Kawanishi. Like, there's things that can retreat it to hand. I don't think Vinny has a way to kill Kawanishi in that situation.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't have hated it, because with the Phony War, you get so many more chances. And if it gets retreated, whatever. Like...
I mean, I think the problem is you're still not in a great position to draw, like, a ton of cards with Phony War.
Yeah, but when are you gonna be?
Fair. And now he's going to be holding up the Ultra. You can even throw out the Karis, which is is going to continue to mill him, and put him just deeper. He can take out one of these and the Karis, although actually you kind of don't want to take out the Karis, but you're forced to.
Yeah.
Tests for Ultra.
Yeah, that's not a hard you want it as for all when you have... Like, I mean, I'm not saying it's the wrong play. I'm just saying that it feels bad, man.
Ooh. Decides to keep both of them on board. I guess he still has 2 Defendant Depths in deck. He has the Blade. Supply short. Vinny is milling like the worst cards in his deck. If you are Vinny, you are thanking Iron Jesus. I mean, Kolbasnik has a lot of health, but he's going to start taking a lot of damage real fast.
Really not that much in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, I mean, Kolbasnik has these last rights in deck, and he can still go for the burn strategy. Vinny is out of healing, I believe. He might have research left.
He can also draw to the last man in any game.
This is true.
Probably help out. A bit of a misplay here, not drawing to the last man.
Ever. in 6 games. Just throws out Tora to deal 2 damage. And Observer, but with the intel off of KARDS, he's still going to have Liberation healed 9. So yeah, I think you just defend in depth the 7/7 Liberation. I mean, you would have really liked to draw like a Tora, just to clear. But you're fine KARDS sticking on board.
I mean, are you not playing Kamikaze this turn to just get through your deck?
Second supply shortage mill. Jeez. Well, apparently Iron Jesus was upset at you saying that it was statistically unlikely anyone could lose 5-0. Because, my goodness, I mean, Vinny is playing well, but...
How much did you pay these guys just for me to be wrong?
I mean, and this game, it's far from over. Because, like, to the last man, and suddenly Vinny's hand is absolute garbage. Like, Vinny's hand is full of really, really terrible cards. So, like, even just, like, a Blade of the Samurai to stop this 8 damage every turn.
Or just rip 5 Kamikazes.
True. I mean, honestly, I think just Kika into the, like, 8-4 at this point.
Oh. No, I'd keep a face, to be honest.
Like, your opponent's doing absolutely nothing each turn.
Yeah, I mean,
is Vinny at 9 cards again? Yeah, Vinny's at 9 cards again. So yeah, just Kika trade.
I feel like I'd, play the Vive just to cycle.
Yeah, I think I would have played the Kamikaze first. Underground State is, again, probably the worst card left in his deck. Just because of how few units Kolbasnik runs. And I think Vinny still has these rafts left in the deck. If I recall correctly. Tarnow is pretty slow.
Yeah, surely you can find the last man attack, right? Surely. Right? Right?
I mean, at this point, like, if he just slams Kawanishi, Desperate Measures, or not, like, Kamikaze, like, your opponent has the Manchester now, which is the only card in his deck that kills Kawanishi, but how much damage would you get through that way? You'd get 7. I mean, Kawanishi, Tora, Desperate. And yeah, I think I really would have liked to see Kawanishi first that turn.
Yeah, this is all sad, man.
You're still putting your opponent to 6, which is not enough to kill with Shiden, because Shiden costs 7. If his opponent would be at 4 if he had done Kawanishi first.
Damn.
Vinny now has these 0 cost resistances in hand. 3 convoys. I mean, Vinny is still in a rough spot. Like, his hand is 2 units. 1 has to come out this turn. And then probably just trade into key. Or, like, even... Your opponent's now just out of removal. You can just do Shide and kill Manchester. Your opponent needs Raph to not die. Like, your opponent needs Guards to not die, because Raph would reset the cost on Shiden.
See if Kowalsnik sees that line.
It's a bit of a weird line.
Because he can also say, oh, I can hit with Shiden, and because of the ambush, he can't just trade, so that's fine.
Vinny goes for the convoy. He finds the research. Underground State's not super helpful. If Kolbasnik just rips... Okay, he still has the credits to do Shide and kill the... Please kill the Manchester. I mean...
Oh, respect.
Plan Wests are gone is pretty good.
I mean, honestly, it's fine. Like, You're still
Yeah,
playing around.
Vinny still needs to research to heal to not die, and that also means, like at this point, Vinny has 6 cards left in deck. I mean, like Vinny's just literally dead on board if he doesn't research to heal.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's from hand, but it has intel.
Well, he just returned Shiden to board. Like he can do Shiden, attack the guard, then attack face.
I just mean dead on board. Like,
Oh, okay. I mean,
like I know. Yeah, I'm being pedantic.
He finds the Sexton and Convoy. I mean, he's out of healing in his deck.
Oh.
Honorable death, and Kolbasnik can finally pull a win off with this deck by the skin of his teeth in a matchup which should not have been as close as it was. We are not going to see a sweep coming through.
Well, we could find a reverse sweep.
Oh. I mean, Britain Poland is off meta, but I don't know if it's that off meta. But I mean, Britain, Japan, air. I'd probably favor the air deck. Soviet Italy control. I'd definitely favor Soviet Italy. It's the last two. It's the mid range and the Heinz where I think both of those can struggle into legions potentially. Just like the sheer amount of board clears that exist in Vinny's deck. He is only running the 1 Uprising, though. That is worth noting.
If his 1 Uprising is as rare as to the last man, I can see it.
So it's gonna be air. Oh wait, Vinny also has these 2. What's the card called? Supply shortages. And he finds
that sucks.
He finds his 1 aerial reconnaissance, which, and his hand is entirely orders. Oh no. Well, Kolbasnik is not getting any luckier. Now that he's finally won a game.
He's got an okay start. He
Yeah.
likes his old supply shortage.
I would have played supply shortage there, I think. To be completely honest. Not sure why I wouldn't go for swordfish.
Yeah, that seems
Like,
bad.
the way Kolbasnik plays this air deck, it's very just burn focused. Like, he'll take damage over developing board in any situation he can get. But with the amount of legions, like guard spawn from Vinny's deck, Vinny also choosing to not play the... I don't really understand what's going on at this point. I think I would have played almost every turn differently than these players so far.
I mean, even in a board-focused deck, even in Aggro, like, you have to focus on development. A little more so in the early game.
Yeah, and it's not like your opponent has board clears, but your opponent's board clears are expensive, and, like, Carpet doesn't really deal with it. I mean, had he gone for only attacking 2... Do you want to play the Wrath, though? Because the Wrath is so good against, like, Tarnow. For example.
Mm-hmm.
And Vinny might just slam Tarnow, because he knows Kolbasnik does not run Piracy.
Mm-hmm. It certainly does not seem unreasonable.
I think probably the better play is to plan West Orp. Oh, he has a
Finest hour this turn.
Empire Strike to just take out the bomber.
Sorry, Empire Strikes is what I meant to say. Yeah, that seems weird.
Especially considering you have Karis in hand.
Yeah.
I mean, these 2 units are...
Are you not
dead.
finest houring one of your gladiators?
I don't know,
So
though.
he's forced
Like,
to deal with it.
your opponent runs so much bounce, and at this point you're so all in on, like, winning with... I mean, I guess, like, you can maybe come back on board if you force your opponent to bounce this, and then you can, like... Airsup. Yeah, Airsup trade on Sexton. Ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, still Airsup trade. I guess you get carpet bombed is the problem. Maybe it's better to raft the Sexton. Um, and go face.
Phase.
Yeah, I think that was actually better because if your opponent replays Sexton, you can still just clear, and this way carpet bomb, like your opponent will have no problems carpet bombing this board. And
I mean, you don't know your opponent has carpet, but
yeah, but uprising.
unlikely your opponent has nothing of value in hand at all, which is sort of what you're hoping for here.
Yeah, and now this is just going to be an endless stream of guard units, and Kolbosnik, yeah, needs an HMS right about now. I mean, I guess you just Spitfire and Raft the Tar now, and you still have another turn to draw. I'm not a fan of this. I think you want to get the Spitfire down. I guess he's saving Spitfire for second finest hour and Burning Sky. Seems very ambitious.
I mean, you can have lethal with finest hour and well, you have lethal with just finest hour if he doesn't have anything in the backline. You don't need Burning Sky.
Oh, this is just lethal with second finest hour.
Yeah.
I strongly disagree with the Churchill play. I mean, I guess it's because he's worried about an Empire Strikes, and he sees the Empire Strikes, and he does not see a Finest Hour or a Spitfire. So I guess Vinny's idea was basically like, if the last card in his hand is Spitfire, and then he top decks second Finest Hour, whatever. But you also dead to Hurricane Finest Hour, because you see the cast.
Yeah.
I would have gone face here. Like every time.
I guess it's sort of like two specific cards versus two specific cards because you would need two bombers.
Yeah, that's the other thing. You don't see bomber in hand. And it's not like you need to play double Plan West.
Yeah, no, you just play Plan West and a Karas.
Yeah,
right?
or even Tarnow Karas. Like if you want to play around bombers even more. What?
It was fine. He just he peeked at the top card of his deck and he realizes that it's not a finest hour. It's actually the give a fighter fury and +1 attack.
That is actually a good point. Burst of Fire gets through because presumably Vinny's going to move up and hit Spitfire. And I guess the point is that this keeps Swordfish on the board ideally if your opponent doesn't have retreat, which he doesn't. But also your opponent knows it's Empire Strikes. Like, this is the problem with Intel. Your opponent knows what's in your hand. Your opponent's not just going to flood the board with Plan Wests.
You know, I've seen it.
I mean, if Kolbosnik top decks a bomber, that is not a bomber. And it's also not enough to kill. I mean, I think you just have to play Empire Strikes. Unless you trade, like, you can bomber into the Karas, and then Raff into the... But then, like, you need to draw two bombers, because your opponent's going to be intelling. Yeah, I think you need to Empire, and then you can... The Karas is gone, you can use Cast to kill one of the Legions with Raff while still keeping it. He actually chooses to not play the cast, not attack.
Better if you find the Empire Strikes.
I guess. He also still has Shelling. It's also possible that he finds, like, any of his card draw. He is running...
Although Shelling probably doesn't do anything, because...
Intel.
Plays
I mean, Kolbosnik still has 2 Lend-Leases, 3 Convoys, Monty, and Research in deck. Ooh, the Ultra pickup. I mean...
I don't know that you play this turn. when you know Cass is in hand.
Yeah, but also your opponent doesn't need to play Cass. I guess they do now. Just maximize the health of these guys in the front line, stop Cass from being able to kill. Hurricane doesn't do it. At this point, his win condition is Vinny moves all of his guards up, and then you top deck second finest hour.
You can, but it's air. You can always find like your draw and your pin. Your opponent can't do anything for 2 turns, and then you find HMS another bomber. And
maybe from Kolbasnik's perspective, but we see the Ultra in the hand of Vinny, and if Kolbasnik loses the board, he can't play close air support to trigger Ultra before like a Lend-Lease top deck, which is what he needs.
That's true. Face. That's ambitious.
Yeah.
I guess it.
I mean, it's like, I guess it's
if you look at the board
HMS.
And you say I can't win, then
yeah, I guess you're going for like an HMS plus like several Casses.
There's also Burning Skies.
That is true. HMS Burning Sky. Those are both one-ofs. I mean, he's just dead next turn. Like, he's literally... Vinny does not go for holding up the Ultra, which I think is a mistake. This does not keep him alive a turn, though. Does it? It actually does.
No, it doesn't. Wait. Oh, Bomber can't attack.
There's quite a few top decks for lethal. That is one of them. And we're going to see Vinny taking it 5-1. The odds were proved to be... I mean, the odds are the same. This is very unlikely.
Come on.
I mean, against the odds, and certainly against our expectations, Vinny takes it 5-1 against Kolbasnik, who just struggled to get a win with that Japan-France resistance deck for so long. And realistically, you weren't going to beat Britain-Poland 5 times in a row, I think, with any lineup. So, yeah, great showing from Vinny. I mean, just playing with the hands he was given, playing them well. Very tough luck to Kolbasnik. I feel like this 5-1 scoreline does not show the true, like, how close a lot of these games were. Like, a lot of these games literally came down to, does Kolbasnik find to the last man in the top, like, 2/3 or 3/4 of his deck?
And he didn't. Lamau.
But, yeah, congrats for Vinny, 3rd place. I mean, Kolbasnik, tough luck, but he's still going to get 150 diamonds. Even 4th place gets a prize, courtesy of 1939. And thank you for all 4 of these players for dedicating their afternoon to this tournament, even those who did not walk away with the cash prize. Thank you to my fellow caster, Berto, for sticking with this. I'm sure when you agreed to cast, you did not expect this was going to be a 6-hour event.
You said you would do 3rd place depending on time. What was the time that was unreasonable that you wouldn't do 3rd place?
I mean, the finals was game 8. Come on, we didn't get the 27 game first 3 rounds.
Yeah, you're right. We were 1 short of the highest possible number of games by when first was decided, so we had to do. Yeah, good point. My bad. Sorry for speaking up, boss.
Yeah, if there is any giveaways left, now is the time to enter. I'm not sure if all 15 codes have been given away or not. I've not been running the giveaway. Thank you very much to JQueen7 for running the giveaway while we have been casting. I can also pull up the final bracket with all 4 players. Here we go. First place,
We're just gonna...
Cappuccino, 5-4 against Vinny, 5-3 against Wild Eyes. Wild Eyes coming second, beating Kolbasnik 5-4. And then Vinny winning the 3rd place match over Kolbasnik 5-1, with Kolbasnik Kolbasnik placing 4th off stream. Again, a round of applause to you, all of these players, for playing this absolute slog of a format, for agreeing to sign up with this, spending the time to work on their deck lists, bring 5 decks, actually play through it. I hope this was a rewarding experience for all of them, and I hope this makes 1939 consider additional formats, maybe even more competitive formats, in the future. And yeah, I will likely be doing another tournament at some point. This was a ton of fun to organize, but this was also a ton of work, so don't expect another tournament anytime soon. Yeah, do you have any closing remarks?
Well, I already plugged my Twitch in the comments. So
Oh, yeah. Follow Bodo Burrito on Twitch. He streams. You can also find a link to his Discord in his Twitch description. You can go there if you have any questions for him or just want to chat with like-minded players who enjoy his content. And, yeah, anything else to announce? Anything coming down the pipeline?
Well, I'm gonna beat J King in round 1 OCC, so that'll be fun.
That is true. Tune into OCC on the KARDS official stream in 6 days. Bodo and I are going to be playing in round 1.
Hopefully it's streamed.
Yeah.
It might not be.
I mean, I would really hope it's streamed. I mean, it's streamed based on what the casters want to see, and I feel like if Darkness is casting, Darkness is definitely going to choose us.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, so thanks everybody for watching. Thank you for all of the subscriptions. Silly Wiz, Blue Blast, thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you for all of the follows. There's a whole lot of you. Yeah, and thank you everybody for tuning in. This has been an incredibly successful event and definitely encourages me to do more of these in the future. I mean, at this point, we're just wrapping up the giveaway, so, Berto, feel free to leave if you just want to collapse and go into a deep coma.
As always, yeah. My typical midday activity.
Typical
right,
midday
later.
coma. Thanks again for casting. Have a great day.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah. So there is one more pack to give away. And yeah, so it seems like the giveaway is over from what it seems. I'll just confirm that with J-Queen. Again, massive round of applause for J-Queen for moderating chat and running this giveaway this entire event. Alright, great. Yeah, that's it from me. I'll communicate with the players to give them, or to make sure they get their prizes. And yeah, if anybody wants to go live, I will raid them. If anyone is currently live, I will raid them. Yeah, I know there's quite a few streamers here. Red Sun, Blue Blast. Any of you guys interested in getting a pretty large raid? Thank you very much, Airball. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Thank you for all the kind words. Yes, J-Queen also designed the posters. All of the really all of the art and various like visual pieces, like the bracket, the player versus players, all of that was designed by J-Queen. I have no artistic capabilities to speak of. Yeah, that was a ton of fun. That was a really fun event to cast. That was a really fun event to organize. I hope the players had a ton of fun with the format. It looked a ton of fun to play. Yeah, and I'm glad people enjoyed watching. No compensation show matches against Birdo to fill up to 36 games. Oh no. Yeah, I think I think we're all pretty done. I mean, my voice is starting to go out. I've been talking essentially nonstop for like 6 hours, and I've drank like 4 glasses of water. Yeah, let's raid. This guy is playing KARDS. Let's give him a raid. Yeah. Thanks again, everybody. This was absolutely an amazing event to cast. Again, thank you everybody for all of the support. All of the support, not just with like the follows and the subscriptions. Obviously that helps, but just like saying how much you enjoyed the event. That really motivates me to do events like this in the future. And there will be events like this in the future. So yeah, thank you everybody, and go give this guy we're about to raid a day to remember. Thanks everybody.